Okay. So, need to sell. So one of the new mods, or yeah, one of the new mods I put out um, this week, I took this Swadro, which has some problems on hills. I unfold this, see if I can get it to do it. Not sure if it's going to do it. Why did that spin? Oh, it's not going to do it. It was like sliding around. Every morning, it's like my nose. It's a sneeze fest. Oh, it's not. Tractors. Anyway. So funny that's not going to do it. I did make a version. Essentially, the mower setup didn't have the same behavior. It wasn't slipping and sliding. Um, so what I did was I copied. I'm just gonna sell. Made an FG version. Essentially, this. I mean, it looks exactly the same, of course. I also edited the speed. I'm not sure how that's going to work, but yeah, I copied the wheels. So these wheels and these wheels are copied from the mower. So all of the relevant settings that they use, friction and dampening, and all the different settings they use, are copied over. So at some point we will see if that is improved or not. Oh my, it always happens. I was fine until I started streaming. The second I hit that streaming button, it was like my body's just like here.
Of course, the button activated the magnetic nose.
Yeah, it was like anyway. Okay. We have a field to turn over. I don't think I used the right thumbnail. Change the thumbnail after the stream. Maybe I could edit it. No. Let's see. Edit. What? It just blanks out the towel. Oh, there we go. I was like, it just blanks the title out? Okay. We are on day 5. So the thumbnail, we're going to change that to day 5. Okay. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, now, the other things I did this week, I've kind of split my time between modding this game and modding Vintage Story. But yeah, I did another map. I put out another map. It is essentially this map, only without trees and much, much smoother ground. The vast majority of the map, I literally spent hours going over the entire thing with the smooth tool to make sure that there were no massive hills. So the hills themselves, it's called prairie hills. The hills themselves are much less pronounced than this, right? So this is pretty hilly in here. And you know, it is what it is, but yeah, I think that it works really well. So the vast majority of the map can be used as farming fields, and I've radically changed the income generated via wood products. So there, I mean, some of them are still pretty good, like the armoire is still pretty good. But they're much, much less. And we're going to set this down to 25. Enable straw swap. Uh, 25 might be pushing. Go down to 20. Get in there. Problem with this damn thing is the back wheels don't turn very fast. So when you're trying to like turn and then straighten out, it's like they just like they very, very slowly turn back to center. Even though I have the settings maxed out as to how fast it does that. So it can be a little frustrating. So what we want to do, we want to do 2 headlands. I've started doing 2 headlands all the time because it's just much easier for the AI to turn around. We're going to go down to the field. Now I'll do 2 headlands on the other side. So one down, then 2, 1 across, 1 back. Then I'll start the worker on this side. Then I'll go over to the other combine on the other side of the field, and I'll start that worker. And that will be... make pretty decent fast work. Then you just gotta kind of watch. They might miss an area or two because of the hills. But after that, it is picking up straw and then deciding what we're going to plant on this field.
What do you need me to do?
Well, in a minute or two, I'll have you grab the forage wagon, that Misty Cat forage wagon. Grab a tractor, grab that wagon. That'll pick up straw for us.
Then would the next bit be lime, or is it good on lime?
No, we shouldn't have to lime it again for a while. I think you get, I mean, I don't know how many harvests you can get, but you should be able to get, you know, 3, maybe even 4 harvests before you have to lime it again. It all depends on the crops that you plant. Yeah, it all depends on the crops you plant. Some plants, I think they're coded to use more lime than others, but I'm not. In the XML files, it's just basically like, does it use lime? Yes or no. Hey Liam, how's it going? Good day to you as well.
Oh yeah, back to the step after then. Would that be fertilizer, or is
Yep.
it probably good on that too?
No, we have always fertilize. Yeah, we're gonna pick up the straw, we're gonna fertilize, then we're gonna plow. And then, depending on what happens after we plow, we may need to pick up rock. Might even want to take this down to like 8. Okay, hire the worker. Go to this side of the field. These fields are massive. Grab this guy. X. B. H. Oh. Oh, we already dropped the straw. Okay, good. Excellent. Okay. Field is getting harvested. Now, that forage wagon should be able to grab from 2 rows at once. So just bring it down the headlands. So perpendicular to where the things are going. Just grab the headlands on this side. Both you should be able to drive right down the middle. and scoop up both rows on each side. One row on each side. So just drive right down the middle of those 2 rows, and then do the same on the other side of the field. You gotta lower it. There you go. Your uptake wasn't lowered. You're good to go.
Did I have this count? What's it?
Do what?
My mouse ran off the screen again, so it went out of the. To get back into the.
Yeah, I think Buggy, you added a lot of the harvesters and stuff to be faster, right?
Yes.
Okay. Liam made a comment that you harvest very quickly.
Yeah. Well, those are the Colossus. Those are on the mod hub. So these Colossus harvesters, these are on the mod hub. And yeah, the there's a version of it that you can harvest at 43 miles an hour. Now this, if we were on flat terrain, like perfectly flat terrain, then you can get away with doing that. But we are not on flat terrain, so every little bump, every little thing can impact. You don't want to go Dukes of Hazzard and fly off one of these hills, because then then you wouldn't harvest, right? So you want to limit your speed so you're not too bumpy. Otherwise, the header will bump up over the crop, and you'll have like gaps that are missing. And I hate when gaps are missing. I just hate when gaps are missing. So, let's see. Okay, so Wildman is picking up the straw, and then the straw we are not going to sell. We are going to keep that around. Is there any here? Have some. Hay is what these guys do have. More than 6. Oh, looks like our sheep had babies. We have 1,000 sheep now.
Nice.
Which should radically, eventually, speed up the amount of wool that we're getting. I think I bought a few sheep, or a few black sheep. Oh, saving content. That was a big one. Maybe not.
Well, something happened there.
Yeah, that was an autosave. Anytime I open my menu, it usually autosave. So yeah, getting back to the combine, what I modded out of the Colossus is I modded their internal tank. That's really all I modded. The everything else. So the internal tank on that max size iteration, the big Unreal tank, holds like 2.5 million liters of whatever crop you're harvesting. Just because as these fields grow in size, so will the amount that we're going to need to store up. So if we look at the thing here, you can see we've got 3 fields now running. We've got some trees to remove here, but not very many on these 2 here. Then we'll be able to grow quite substantially this field, because this field here I want to merge with this one, because these 2 are going to be basically harvested in the same month. So this field will merge with this field, and then this big field will then merge down to here and create one enormous field. And that is why we have so like it's just so much OP stuff. Oh, I'm missing some up here. Wild man farm. Okay, so let's look at this. Oh, see that? There's a gap right there. That's an example of what happens when you're going too fast. Right here. So there was a bump right here, or maybe it could have been. I'm guessing this way. So he hit a kind of a bump, and the thing kind of went above and grabbed that. So we're gonna have to go back. Some farmers, some of the other channels I watch, I can't even tell that there's a bump right there. Some of the farmers I watch on YouTube don't bother going back and getting those in it. I don't know. I don't have OCD, but that kind of irks me when you're just you're literally leaving money on the field. It may not sound like much. It may be 5 liters or less. I don't know. But that's still money. Like, I don't know a farmer ever who has left money on the field. Like, ever.
No, you got to consider on how much your help cost and your fuel and all that stuff too to go get that one little bit.
That's true. Depending on the size of your field, it might be a couple miles down the road. That's true.
But it depends on how much they missed. I mean, too.
Yeah. So we got 400,000. What I want to do is get a cow barn going. And those things are enormously large. So I'm thinking this area in between here that we just currently using as a storage, but we pull these trucks off here. Let's see how big this thing is.
You know, now that you mention it, I think I've seen a field or two that have like a few stalks of corn left. I think it's kind of the way they had to angle it. They just weren't able to get it quite right.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, depending on how big
And-
of a hassle it might be to go back and get. Like,
Yeah, and I think also, especially with corn, it falls over. You know, a lot of it when I've seen them, some of them are falling over and stuff. You know, so like it got hit by a part of the combine or whatever, and was kind of pushed out of the way too. So then, even if you do go try to get it, it wouldn't necessarily give you anything.
so I was talking with my grandma last Sunday, and she's in an assisted living place, and she was telling me about one of the ladies that she lives with. Her like grandson inherited the farm. So this farm had been in the family for many, many, many years, and lost the farm one season. They got hailed out, and they didn't have hail insurance.
Oh man.
And it was literally like 2 weeks before the harvest. 2 weeks before they were scheduled to go out and get the harvest.
Oh no.
Storm came through and hailed it out. Complete, utter devastation. The entire crop was lost, and they had everything invested in it. Like, you can't. There's no recovering from that. They lost the farm. And I was like, damn.
Yeah.
That fast, and now suddenly the bank owns the farm. Kind of gives me it just gives me a new hatred for the greedy bank system.
Well,
I understand
that,
why. I understand why it exists, but God,
that and the state tax taking a lot of it, so that you can't afford to keep the farm after you inherit it.
oh, there's a big gap right there. Look, yeah, that was a big hill. So I was very, very, very tempted. Oh wow, look at all the gaps there.
Yeah.
Ugh. I was very, very tempted to change the map and just have us start over on Prairie Hills map, because literally 95% of that map is wide open. Make your fields, mow it, make your fields, plant, and just start processing. But we're pretty well established here. So.
Couple more comments from Liam.
Then we use corn for silage. Takes around 40 weeks. You can jump to the other side of the field here and pick up some of this straw, wild man.
All
You
right.
don't have to wait for that. Some rows over here to do.
All right.
40 weeks. Wow. I've never even heard of silage before starting to play this game. Like, and just the thought of like fermented, it's basically like fermented straw or fermented grass. And just the thought of that is just like, all I can think of is sauerkraut. That's all I can think of. And I'm sorry, but that is some of the, I just can't stand like the smell of sauerkraut. It's just fermented cabbage, and it's like, oh, I cannot even fathom why somebody would want to eat that. And so the thought of like fermented grass for cows, I'm just like, why is this a thing? Who thought of this and was like, yeah, this is something we need to do? Like, oh God. All right, how much time? Well, I've got quite a bit left here. So, what do we want to plant here? I'm thinking.
There's a little bit missed down at this end here too.
Yep.
Just a little bit, but
I think we're going to want to plant canola in this one next, because we need some canola oil for butter. For our butter recipe.
margarine.
Yeah, I know. I know.
But he doesn't want to add 14 billion extra recipes to accommodate an extra.
Oh, so they're
Yeah,
talking
that's literally you would have to add the fill type. You would have to add like, you can't. You add stuff like that, then it's, you've got to account for it everywhere. You've got to make sure to add it to all the selling stations. You've got to make sure like everything has it. It's just like, no, I don't want to do that.
The game already has butter, is what we mean, Wild Man.
All right.
We also probably want to start grapes at some point soon. And I think what we're going to do is we already own a little bit of land. Oh no, see, I don't think.
Well, hello, Patrick.
Hey Pat, how's it going?
I think. There he
Maybe?
is. Yep. Heard you for a second, anyway.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay.
Would
Yeah.
be-
I saw the notice there and thought I would pop on real quick. Unfortunately, I can't stay for a really long time. I got to do chores around the house.
Chores.
Chores.
Honey-do
Yeah.
list?
You need to get your priorities straight.
Yes, unfortunately, I'm putting up new lighting in the garage. Because I have an entire woodworking set in the garage for, I do woodworking occasionally.
I love woodworking.
Excellent.
Love
Yeah, I do
woodworking.
too.
I don't have any. I used to have a job in a cabinet shop, and I got permission from the owner because it was just me and the owner, so it was just a small outfit. So I got permission when I got the job that I could use scrap wood or bring my own wood and do my own little projects. And he had the whole gamut of machines and stuff. So yeah, I got a monitor stand on this monitor over here, one the camera is literally sitting on. That monitor stand I built in the, in the shop. Like I would just find little odds and ends that I would want to build, and I was like, yeah, I want to build this. Get some scrap wood, and I love that shit. I just love it.
Yeah, that's going to be my retirement hobby / job.
Nice.
I mean, I've been coding all of my life, so I thought I'd do something different.
Yeah, I like the process. I like working with my hands.
Yeah. And so I figured I'll buy all of the woodworking equipment while I can afford it, because that stuff is not cheap.
No, I mean, if you lived in California, you could just steal it.
Man.
I saw a video, big group of people walk into Home Depot, and they just walk out with armfuls full of tools.
Yeah, but they have to keep it under 900.
They don't even care about that anymore. They don't even. Nobody's stopping them. You know, they're filming them all, but they're all like covered up. Like the Pandora's box has been opened, and there is no putting it back in the bottle unless you start posting security at these places and you start arresting people en masse. But yeah.
They'll be out of business pretty damn soon if they don't do something.
Well, a lot
Well,
of
yeah,
the companies are quitting.
The
and
stores are
moving out.
closing in record amounts. They're just closing their doors, and it's like,
Oh
yep.
my goodness.
I mean, Nordstrom's in San Francisco just closed. That was a flagship store for years and years and years. They just closed their doors. Yeah, there was an entire mall in San Francisco, like a $580 million real estate like holding. They just handed the keys over to the bank. Like, here, we're done. The whole mall gone. The shops are all closing. Like, nobody, like, what did they think was going to happen? But anyway, okay, I am at this thing here. I want to spawn furniture.
I mean, are we gonna get to the point where it's gonna be Escape from New York / LA, where they just wall off the cities?
Have you seen the pictures of these cities
Nope.
lately?
Nope.
It's already damn near like that. Like,
Oh my goodness.
I mean, it is insane. How bad it is. Like, literally, oh man, it's crazy how bad these cities are, and nobody in those cities is holding their elected officials responsible. Nobody is like.
Well, that's what you get when you keep voting them back in.
Yeah, it's like they're nobody is like linking A to B, and it's like, yeah, this is what happened. when you bring in an there was a video that showed in Italy, I think it was Italy, like this new a new boat of refugees, and it was all young men, all young, like military age men, and it's like that. Those are not refugees. Refugees include women and children and families, and those are refugees. When it's all military age males, that's an invasion force. That's a force that's looking to not like come into your country and become part of your country. That is a force that's literally there to take it over. And that is what's happening to these countries. It's literally what's happening to these countries. Is they are being, I call it a soft invasion. They're being invaded softly, little piece at a time, and eventually, what happens is what happens in France is you get enough of them, and they can start causing a ruckus, and they have no interest. There's a giant amount of people. I remember I saw a video, or what is the picture? It might have been a picture. This huge mass of people in France, all around one of these massive French, like, iconic monuments, and they were all showing, they were all flying, like, the Albanian flag in France. And it's like, you're immigrating to a country and then not embracing that country? That doesn't make any sense. So yeah, these people have no interest in actually conforming or living in the culture that they're moving to. They have zero interest.
I wonder if some of them are fleeing from military.
They're all military age themselves.
No,
So-
that's what I'm saying. Maybe they're fleeing their country so they don't have to serve in their military.
But then why are they committing crimes in the country they're fleeing to? If they're so thankful for another country taking them in, why has Sweden's incidences of rape gone up like 12,000%? Literally in Sweden. Like, and the obviously the vast majority of these incidences are from foreign immigrants doing it. And it's like, well, yeah, that's what happened. When you have a ton of military age males entering your country, and there's no women, well, you're going to have a whole lot of bad stuff happen. Because these people do not care whatsoever at all about the culture they're going. They just don't care. Oh, I forgot about the. I'll use the other combine to grab those other pieces. And it's unfortunate. It's just sad that nobody can see the writing on the wall. And that, you know, it's not racist. It's not xenophobic. It's looking at statistics and going, this is not a good trend. This is not something that you want to see in the country that you're living in. You just don't. And anybody who tries to, like, talk about it in terms of, like, well, that is racist. It's like, no, it's statistics. If you bring in a whole lot of people from another country, and suddenly your crime rate flies through the roof, and the majority of the criminals are the very people that you brought in, something needs to change. Some policy needs to change. You know, if you've got a bunch of people fleeing their country and desperate to move into a new country, they get into that country, and then they still fly the flag of their country they left. I would say fairly obvious that they're not really happy they're in your country. There's something about their other country that they're more proud of. and they're not gonna assimilate into your culture. They're not gonna, they're not gonna become part of your country. They are gonna be their own thing, and that's all they're interested in. And if that's all they're interested in, then they can go back. Yeah, we're right in between the gap between this hill. That's what's causing that problem.
Oh, I caught the last bit of your stream that you were talking about, fermented silage. Silage, period. Who came up with that idea?
Well, it just seems like something you would accidentally stumble upon, right? It was like a farmer left a bunch of his stuff in the field, and it fermented, and all of a sudden he was like, oh wow, but I don't know why you would I don't know what the benefit of it is. How do you know what the benefit of it is?
Well, I can tell you from a dairy farming perspective. You feed cows silage, the cows produce more milk than just with hay alone.
Okay. So more
Would
more.
that be more liquid?
Well, yeah. Well, milk is liquid by definition, right?
Yeah, but I mean from the silage.
Yeah. Well, it keeps more of its vitamins and nutrients in the grass than it does with hay.
Or at least makes them more accessible.
Right. You do have to feed them hay also, because they will get an upset stomach. It's kind of like eating anything fermented. If it's all you eat, you will have an upset stomach. So you have to feed them approximately twice as much hay as you do silage in order to keep them healthy.
All right, where do I dump this?
Just hold on to it for now.
All right.
Shouldn't hurt anything just by keeping it in the wagon. Just make sure you don't drive over a random bit of grass with the thing on.
I've got it all folded up, so it shouldn't do anything, hopefully.
Yeah, if it's off or folded up, it's not a problem. So, yeah.
Also bought some new thing for my pedals now. Pedals and steering wheel. I went from a house that had rug, so when I pressed the pedals, I wouldn't move. To a place that has pile. Now, whenever I press the pedals, I have to hang on to the steering wheel with dear life just so I can press the pedals.
Uh-oh.
That's not gonna work. I had to figure out some other thing, and it turns out there are some clever people who came up with this idea of this metal contraption that you mount your pedals on, and it's got this tray, and you put the wheels of your chair into this tray, and it prevents it from rolling backwards when you're pressing the pedals.
Ah, yeah, nice. 500,000. This will be a chicken feed for quite some time.
So were you saying your chair is sliding backwards, or your pedals, or both, or?
Both actually. My pedals were sliding forwards, so I stuck a piece of wood that so that I can push it against, so I can push the pedals and push against the wall. And well, then now that when I did that, my chair started sliding backwards, and then I have to hold on for dear life onto the steering wheel to keep the so that I can press the pedals. It was a very unpleasant experience playing with the steering wheel at that point.
Yeah, I'd go out and get just a throw rug or something, like just something to put the chair on and the pedals on, and right under the computer. And that'll protect the floor too. It's a hardwood floor and not a like, tile or a
Nah, it's a luxury vinyl tile wood, and luxury vinyl is tile is just about indestructible. We have 2 dogs that run across it with their nails all the time, and I have yet to see any scratches on it, which is impressive, actually.
That's good.
Maybe one of these days I'll make a dedicated cockpit just for the farming simulator or racing games, you know.
Yeah, I saw a video. I don't know if it was I think it was a YouTube short. Somebody posting a video of somebody set up. It was like they were playing like American Truck Sim, and they had this whole cockpit, like gauges and switches and like 3 monitors, all customized. And I was just like, holy crap! I mean, it must have been. I would estimate a setup like that, probably total investment, I don't even know, like maybe 10K. All of the stuff he had, all like really high end stuff. I'm like, all of that to play like American Truck Sim. You must really love trucks to go to that level, like custom. Oh man, I don't even know.
Was that the one where they had like the gear shifter? And
Yeah, they had a long like gear shifter that they would use. Like, Jesus.
it almost looked like he was in a side of a cab.
It did. And then and it was funny because the camera pans over and he had a passenger seat next to him. And I'm like, holy crap, like, there's a passenger seat even.
Yeah, that's dedication. Of course, I've seen like for flight simulators, people have.
Oh yeah, flight sims
almost
can get crazy.
Some people have even gone out there and bought the scrap controls and stuff from used, you know, mothballed or whatever planes and stuff like that.
I was watching a video of this one guy who, I think he said he spent close to $25,000 to make this flight sim cockpit. 25,000, that's a lot of money to spend on the game, you know? Just so you can have the experience of it. I suppose if I was made of money, I might consider it too, but, you know, well.
Well, also, you know, it's a lot cheaper than buying a plane.
Oh yeah, putting gas in it.
I mean,
like
Yeah, but you don't quite get the same experience.
no, you don't. But you also don't risk dying. You know.
Yep, that is true.
I mean, it's so expensive to get your pilot's license, and I mean, it is. It's so expensive to do any of that. All right, so now we're gonna need to do plowing. Might want a second plow. That way. Let me
Yeah,
buy.
I was talking to a friend of mine who actually has a pilot license, and he has a Cessna, and he was saying that it cost him $100,000 a year just to maintain the plane and keep it safe.
Oh yeah,
That's
Ooh.
outside of that doesn't include fuel to fly.
right. Because
Or
you
even
every
fees to
every every so many hours there's FAA regulations where you have to basically um, basically tear the engine down and rebuild it. You know, the maintenance on airplanes is crazy regulated because of the safety factor. Yeah, if you're a pilot and you have an emergency and you have to land, if you see those incidents where pilots have to like have an emergency landing on a highway or something. Oh my God, the fees and the penalties, the microscope under which that incident is looked at, like you usually lose your pilot's license if you do something like that, even if it wasn't your fault. Like if you hit a bird or something, you still like, you should have avoided the bird. I don't know what excuse they give, but it's not good when that happens. Okay, so I doubt I'm gonna be able to put a cow barn. Oh my God. So
Yeah, that's one of the things that's standing in the way of us getting flying cars.
oh man, I could not freaking imagine the nightmare of
Yeah.
trying to manage like flying cars. If your average person had a flying car, oh my God, there's no way. There's no way that's going to become a thing. There's no way. The regulations on that, it's just nope, not going to happen.
Well, it's actually one of the things that they were talking about, um, um, having AI actually fly the planes. Because unlike, cars where you have to worry about, pedestrians crossing the road and whatnot, there's a lot less that you have to account for with flying. And they're debating to allow only AI to fly the plane in a pedestrian type of situation.
You mean non-commercial? You said pedestrian. Well, I suppose pedestrian.
Well,
Public.
Interpretations of word
imagine
pedestrian.
if you and I buy, a flying car, they would
Yeah.
want AI to do that. Because the AI can actually use a combination of radar, the information from the flight towers, to do avoidance where it's very difficult for a person to be able to be as diligent in those types of things as a computer can.
Yeah, but it's
Yeah.
going to take even to get AI to that point. I mean, look at how long FSD is taking to perfect in for Tesla. I mean, that's basically the system that you're talking about. Only you're talking about one for airplanes, and that isn't even more complex thing to solve because it's 3-dimensional. I mean,
Well,
a
actually,
car is like at least 1-dimensional or 2-dimensional, whereas FSD is like you have to then take into account 3 dimensions. That's not easy to do.
no, but you don't have people crossing the road that you have to account for, or children, or in the middle of the air, right?
True, but you have a lot faster reaction time on the ground. An airplane, you have to know what's out there miles and miles around, and that's a lot harder. That's a lot harder to do on an airplane. If you let's say you're flying in an airplane and it's automated, and the radar is plugged into the autopilot thing, and so it's monitoring the radar. Well, if you happen to come across a big flock of birds, right, and that flock of birds shows a blip on that radar that's really close, what is the autopilot going to do when it sees that? Is it going to steer wildly to avoid the flock of birds? That's, I those kinds of questions are like, even, as as safe as the FSD is, it still gets a lot of shit for not being perfect, right? It still makes mistakes, and sometimes those mistakes are, cause accidents. Well, what happens when you in an airplane and it makes a mistake, right? The margin of error is much much harsher in the air. But I mean, I completely agree that the only way, personal flying vehicles would ever work would be if the entire enchilada was all automated. If the AIs were all networked together, and if all the AIs, if you had one like oversight AI that was basically managing the whole system, zone by zone. That's the only way I could see that working. If the whole thing was able to be managed by something.
I don't think people would go for that though.
Right.
I think people would want to drive their own. Of course, they're saying that eventually you won't be able to drive your own vehicle either, so car, it's going to be all AI.
Well, it's so much safer. The AIs, the FSD that Tesla has, is so much safer than your average driver, and people really need to realize that. Yeah, it has its flaws here and there, but it's it's still so much safer. All right, wow, I was like really overbuilding this. Still, this is a massive.
It's safer
massive.
if all the things are in place to make it safe. Like they have one place that this guy kept complaining that every time he went through this one area of construction that his car wanted to run into the wall there, and they couldn't figure out anything to do for it. Eventually, he ran into the wall there for some reason and killed him, but it was because the lines on the road or something like that weren't redrawn for the construction point, so the lines just showed going right into the wall that they put, temporary wall that they put up, and so anyway.
Right. That's why I was saying that the AI for driving is much more difficult to perfect, just
Yeah.
because of the number of variables that
Yeah.
you can have on the ground versus, in the air.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about construction zones or anything like that in the air.
Right.
Traffic jams.
And even no-fly zones wouldn't be a problem because you could easily,
Yeah,
set
you
it up
just have
and,
you fly around it. Yeah.
right, exactly. And the AI would know that this is a forbidden area to go in. I mean, take a look at how often um, people go into no-fly zones by mistake.
Yeah, when I flew into Area 51, that was totally by mistake.
Yeah.
I mean,
I probably shouldn't even joke about something like that.
somebody was just arrested for going to Area 50.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, they got way in there too, like way in there.
They're lucky
Wow.
they didn't get shot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's shot on sight type thing. You're inside the boundaries there.
Well, if Area 51 ever had anything super secretive, it doesn't anymore. Probably hasn't for decades.
Probably hasn't for decades, but okay,
But it's
so
still
all
a
that
military base.
all that straw. Oh my God, can you save, please? And you should be Why aren't you done? You should be done. You should see that you're done. What are you backing up for? Why are you backing? You stupid. What the hell are you doing? Okay, it looks like we missed a couple spots.
Well, back a subject, or 7, or however many. We were talking about woodworking. I'm still to this day using the desk that I made in high school.
Wow.
Yep. I mean, it's a solid thing. I made it out of oak plywood, and then trim of regular oak on the sides, so that it looks like it's not plywood, because plywood has that odd look to it. But yeah, I can stand on this thing. I could probably dance on it. It's that sturdy. I mean, oak.
Oh yeah. Right. It's fertilized. Yeah, if we plant canola in there, that is like a year-long. I mean, that thing canola takes forever. But I bought another plow. I believe it should be over here. Yes. So you guys are gonna have to get used to how to operate all of this.
Never.
Turn these fields over. So when we start having more and more fields, it's gonna be be able to turn over. I always watch this stream. Okay, so we want to get ourselves in line. Nope. Let's detect width. 22 meters. Is that? Seems like line ourselves up. Lower down. Do usually? Oh, what kind of rock are we getting here? Oh, it's gonna go immediately to red. So yeah, we're gonna have to. Let's drop 22. Maybe.
Did you figure out the rock problem, or is that still ongoing?
With the disappearing rocks?
Yeah.
No, that's a base game bug. I have no idea. No idea.
So it's still going on then?
Oh yeah, like I have no fix for that. I don't have access to any of that code. I can't look at any of the Lua code, like what it actually is doing when you terraform stuff.
Now, if you do this before you do the map, while you're forming the map thing, then are the rocks okay then?
Yes,
So if you did
that's
all
one of the
this ahead
reasons.
of time?
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I wanted that Prairie Hills map to be. You didn't have to do anything to the terrain, because I think what happens is when you actually create the map in a save, like when you choose the map, like I want this XYZ map. When it initializes the map, it initializes all of those textures, right? And that's when it bakes it in. And yeah, I confirmed. I loaded up the stone texture from this map. There's a converter on the Giants, the GRE or the GLRE converter, and it takes the file, the proprietary file, however, whatever they did to it, and it converts it back into a PNG file. And so I took that, I converted this map, I converted that file to a PNG, and I looked at it, and sure enough, there were huge holes in it's, you know, it's all black texture. Visually, you can't detect, but in Photoshop you can like select pixels in Photoshop, and it will select all pixels of that exact type, and then it leaves all the other pixels. And so there are certain pixels that it doesn't pick up, and those are where the rocks are. So you can kind of tell where the rocks are, and there were giant voids where we've terraformed in those spots. And so the rocks that are appearing on the field, that's what rocks will always appear. That's the only thing that I can guess, is that square right there, that node, everywhere one of these rocks appears, that's where the rocks will always appear. Every time. Because the texture, if the texture really works that way, if it never changes, then that's where the rocks will always appear. But why terraforming eliminates that flag completely, I don't know. I couldn't tell you why one system affects the other, because they're radically different systems, encoding radically different information. And none of those scripts, like the terraforming, none of those scripts are publicly visible. I would have to somehow figure out how to hack into the base game GAR file. It's a GAR file. No idea what it would take to get into that file, but I know some people have. Some people have opened it up and figured out how to do it. I just don't. I have no idea how to do it. It'd be nice. I would be able to learn a lot. At least find those scripts.
You want me to pick up the rocks, or is that in a different?
That's
stage?
not. Yeah, that's a. We want to get as much of this done at first, just because those rock pickers are pretty fast nowadays. We go pick up that other plow.
Yeah, one of the setups that I like to use is I put a plow in the front of the tractor and a rock picker in the back of the tractor.
Yeah, I mean that would work.
It just so happens that my plow and rock picker are the same width.
Yeah, I mean our rock picker is 20 meters wide, so it's not in any danger of being slow. Normally I would go for the bigger plow, the wider plow, but
I think I used a how it was gigantic. Was it the 25-meter plow? I think I had a 25-meter rock picker to go behind it.
you say 55 meter or 25?
25 meter, I think it was. I'll have to look again. It actually might be a 50-meter plow. Out of curiosity.
We don't have fields, and the hills on the hills on these fields would be not really conducive to plows. This is very suck.
Yeah, when you're doing silly amounts of width and whatnot, you definitely have to go with flat maps.
Yeah. Yeah, I wanted some variation, so this is troublesome on purpose. The Prairie Hills map, much flatter. It still has hills, but it's much more friendly to big machine. 20 meters. Set that. And fire this worker. Go. Yeah, there's no rocks right here. You can see there's a big void right here. Kind of surprising the rocks are going straight to red. But it is what it is. More rocks and lime for us. Alright. I'm really kind of surprised I caught those combines. Normally I set up a system like this and I forget about it, and then the two the two tractors meet in the middle, and there's just a colossal collision right in the middle of the map. It's like,
Have you ever thought about starting in the middle and working out?
that also, yeah, that works. The problem with this, we're not using course play, and I know course play is in many ways far superior, but with plowing, and at the very least, you want to start your worker anytime you have a field that's bordering the field you're plowing. You want to have a worker start on the side of where it has a field, because I've had it before. Like, let's say I started the worker on way the far side of the field over there, right? And I just had the one, and as he worked across the field, right, he is spacing himself out according to the width of the thing. So he's spacing himself out, and I've had it before where they have a sliver left in the field, and so they come over again and they overlap. And because I own both of these fields, the plow hangs way over the side and hits the other field and literally plows up the crop that's growing in the other field, which is very, very bad. Course play definitely would solve that. As long as you set it up right. But yeah, it would be better. So yeah, I think we can probably start rock picking on both sides now. Yeah,
Liam has been chatting a lot. Well, I guess it's kind of old now.
Wake everyone in for you. Drive 2 hours. Wow. The only job I've ever heard of does that. 2 hours by bus to the company. My brother had a job working in a gold mine in Nevada. That was one of his first jobs at 18 years old. One summer, he worked in a gold mine. And that was his schedule. He had to wake up super early and then go to the little shop in town, and everybody got on the bus. It was a big bus. And yeah, it was like super early in the morning, and it was a long drive out to the mine. And then they worked like a 12-hour shift and then filed all into the bus and got home. Yeah, that was one summer was enough for him. That was it. It's like never again.
And even though it was gold, it probably wasn't the best pay.
Yeah, well, I mean, his job, he was intern. He was like the mechanic's intern. Like, he did not have the high level job. I mean, one of the reasons he worked that job was his girlfriend at the time. Her dad worked out there, and he was like the head mechanic, and he was making bank. He was making a lot of money, but he had been working there for years, and he was the head guy. Like, yeah, there was a reason he was there, but Chris was not. He was not on the high paid list. He was a grunt for the summer. Almost chopped his fingers off. Almost.
Ooh.
Doing something incredibly stupid.
That's usually the cause.
You realize it right afterwards. He's like, wow, I just dodged. Yeah, he was, the guy had him out sandblasting machines, cleaning them up, and, you know, just sandblasting the paint and the rust and all that kind of stuff. And he was wearing full, like, protective gear. Full on protective gear. And, like, gloves, like, the whole hat, visors, everything. Because it was, like, you know, it was an industrial strength sandblaster. And so he was in the middle of working that. And he couldn't really see very well because it was just like the visor he had on his suit. And remember, this is like summertime in Nevada. This is not, he's and he's wearing like a full like protective suit. He was a little warm. But he couldn't see very well. You know, halfway in, he couldn't really see. And so he went to sandblast a machine, and he couldn't tell whether his sandblaster was on. Couldn't tell because he couldn't see anything. And so, like an idiot, he takes his hand and he just goes right in front of the nozzle, just really fast, like whoosh, right in front of the nozzle. The sandblaster sliced into the glove he was wearing. It didn't hurt his hand, but the thick leather, like super thick leather glove, it sliced right through it like butter. And he realized that the moment it happened, that if that glove wouldn't have been on, he would have lost all of his fingers in that instant.
Yep.
So yeah, that was a close call, and I couldn't imagine he would have lost his fingers. Kind of hard to program a computer, which is what we both went into. Kind of hard to program a computer when you only have one hand with fingers on it. So that would have been it. That would have been it for our career.
You can do it. My uncle lost 2 of his fingers on a table saw. He still got into electronics and programming.
Oh yeah, it's definitely possible, but much harder.
Nowadays
Yeah,
it's getting better, but I mean, you've got voice dictation, you've got keyboards designed to have one hand.
Right, but programming uses a lot of keys that are not really standard. You know, curly braces, brackets, and parentheses. All these different keys that you need to use. Not super standard.
Yeah.
Well, you don't use the home keys all that often. Programming. At least I don't.
Where are those branches growing from? What the hell? Okay, they're on that limb. Or, from. Weird.
Up. Worker. Save game. pictures out. Looks like it. Excellent. Yeah, all these big voids. Those are all places I've terraformed. So.
I think that's probably the reason why the most of the maps that use, should we say, unreasonable or unrealistic equipment are mostly flat.
Nope. That spit out. That's. Yeah, that spit more rock out. I just came by and picked up all this rock. Here's some more. There is a mod I've been very tempted to get to try. I've seen somebody use it and it looks, as far as farming solo, it's like it looks awesome. But it's basically like I think it's called like Follow Me. But you can set up a machine, an AI agent. So let's say you have a tractor with a mower on it, or just a mower, and then you want to have a baler come in behind that, a tractor with a baler. Well, you take the tractor with the mower, you get it into the field a little ways, you get it mown, you get a line, then you take the tractor with the baler on it and you pull it in behind the first tractor, and you enable the Follow Me mod, and you can even set offsets like right or left, but you set it to follow the tractor in the front, right? You hire the worker, you set it to follow, then you hop out and you get in the front tractor and you start mowing, and that other tractor follows exactly your path. It basically creates it creates a temporary like course play like nodes, so it's adding invisible nodes, pathfinding nodes as you're driving, and then that other tractor is just following right along, and it, because it has a baler in it, it's automatically baling, and so it's doing all the usual things to bale. But yeah, pretty crazy helpful. And then you don't need tractors with 5 things attached to it. You can just have you can have just long line. I've seen a couple of videos where people have really long lines of tractors all following. They'll have a tractor with a mower, a tractor with a baler, and then another truck. And I don't know what scripts they use for that, but that automatically grabs the bales because they have it follow but offset to the side. So it follows, but it's offset, and the trailer is an auto loader, so it's auto loading the bales. And they somehow unload the bales. I think they had to do it manually. So they would hop in the tractor.
Yeah, I actually used Follow Me for picking up the straw after the combine.
Oh yeah, that would work.
Yep, I did that, and then I would do I would use Follow Me, for example, if I was cutting grass and tedding it, and then I would have another one come right after that for mailing it. So, kind of fun to set it up. One of the ones I had the most fun with was using horseplay to bail. Sorry, for the combine. And then I would use auto drive to basically unload the combine, transport it off to a tractor trailer, and then the tractor trailer would use auto drive to drive it to the silo, and dump it, and then come back again. Amazing how productive you are when you have lots of AI things doing it.
Oh yeah. At some point, somebody's going to write a script that just plays the game for you, and you sit back and watch. Like,
Then you're just a manager,
yeah, then you're just like,
farm
all right.
manager instead of farming.
And they're just managing what vehicles you buy, and you're you know, us, if you're looking for something to do, you could be cutting trees down and
Order yum.
oh sweet. Yeah, we need more of those trailers. I'll just buy more trailers and we'll just fill up. See how many trailers we can fill. Got 46,000 liters of stone on this baby.
So what I used Courseplay was to, with auto drive, was to be a challenge where I would do it in seasons, and have a lot of fields, and I left the time multiplier at 5x. So you really have to use your AI to be able to harvest and plant in enough time. Otherwise, you'll find that you won't be able to.
Oh yeah. You run out of time in the month. It's like
But that was the idea, was to go ahead and challenge myself to be able to try to do that.
Whoa,
Woo?
is that a saving error?
not just at that second, no.
I got massive lag spike.
Right when you did that, I was chopping down a tree.
Yeah.
I wonder if
Yeah, the felling of a tree is a thing. I've noticed that for some reason the physics of a falling tree are, I don't know. They need to optimize that, I think. 'Cause
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of stuff going on when it falls down and stuff.
yeah, but it doesn't really. I mean, all it does is interact with the terrain. I mean, I've had them lean against other trees, but as far as like, why would that like cause so many problems? I don't understand.
yeah, because it's like only when it starts falling, not when it, right after.
And right, you can
'Cause if
pick.
it was
You can
just a physics thing.
you can pick the log up and just like throw it around, and it doesn't cause that much of a lag. So it's not the physics.
Yeah.
I don't think. I think it's if I were to question it, I think it's the swapping of the object. It's the fact that when the
Yeah.
tree is sitting there in the ground, it's literally like a static object. The simulator does not care about it. It's just a tree in the ground. The second you cut it, it literally swaps the object, and it makes it a dynamic object rather than a static object. And I think that has a lot
Yeah,
to
it
do
could
with.
be that. Yeah,
um,
might have a routine or something it has them to go through.
Yeah, it's probably garbage collection or, adjusting array sizes or something like that.
yeah, who knows? All right, I will fire this worker. Your return trip, Wildman, should be the last.
All right. Yeah, it's like
Right. He's off. 56,760.
I got 67,000 right now.
Yeah, you did more of the field than I did. You got a
Yeah.
much bigger head start. I saw.
still don't even have 1%.
No, the wagon. These wagons hold like, I don't know, 500,000 or something like that. It's maybe even 1 million. I saw. I wanted to. I saw a little video on Twitter the other day. I thought of it later. I should have done it, but it was somebody with a semi, and they were trying to back it up around something. Oh man, did I massively screwed up? Yep.
Are we dumping this or just leaving them in the trailer?
You can dump it in the,
At the-
lime setup.
All right.
Sell stuff.
So, Buggy, did you read through the whole Friday Factorio facts?
Yes. I didn't retain it all though, so
The big highlight was all the well, I think that was the primary focus, was all the robot changes.
yeah, the thing that stuck out to
quality of
me
life.
as like the coolest change, maybe not the best change, but by far the one that's the most useful is the fact that a RoboPort can have a request for bots.
Yep.
That
I was
was like-
figuring that was yours.
Yeah, that was like, oh my god, that would fix so many problems that I had.
Yeah,
Um,
because like your nuclear bots, you wouldn't have to wait
yeah,
till the last minute.
you could upgrade them, or not upgrade them. You could just have a request and then, yeah, glorious.
Oh yeah, I suppose you could just make the upgrade right there.
Yeah, you just have one. You just have
Nice.
one of them request the lower version, and you just have it unload and then pull in and upgrade, and yeah, you could have all circuit network enabled stuff. That would be.
But yeah, better pathfinding in regards to like charging stations.
Yeah, that was another big one. Charging stations were a lot better.
Oh, I meant the pathfinding like around something, because the highlight they used was an instance where the bots got in an infinite loop where they'd start moving
Yeah, but then
towards their target, and then they'd backtrack to charge.
yep.
But yeah, like you said about the pathfinding to the actual charging stations, and it's funny because they mentioned that the cause of it was actually kind of minor in comparison, because they already had most of the code in place. When it's trying to find a new charging station, it would look at the number that are actually queued around the RoboPort, but instead they should have calculated the number that are already going to it, including the ones that are already queued. And it's like, oh wow, yeah. It's those little programming things that mostly come from experience, I'd say. But I think the game also developed way beyond their original scope in a lot of regards. But that also
No, I mean they actually, for a version 1.0, they actually cut a lot of stuff out that they were intending. This expansion, as he said in it last week, was they originally intended for the launching into space to be the next step. They intended content to be beyond that, but they realized that it was just too much, like too big of a scope for like a 1.0 release. And so, yeah, that's when they started. Wow, longboard's just completely out.
What I meant though was, in Alpha 4 or something like that, I don't think they imagined it to be a regular thing where people would have, say, 50,000 construction
Oh,
bots
yeah.
in place.
I've never,
That's more.
I've never been able, as far as bots go, I've never been able to get more than about 4,000 or 5,000 bots. Well, I guess, my nuclear bots are kind of a special thing, but
Yeah.
yeah, I've never been able to get more than 4,000 or 5,000 bots active at once, because after that, the system tends to either run out of jobs to do, even if it's a big, like, place all this concrete. Usually, after about 4,000 or 5,000, you get the situation where the bots start finishing the job, and so they just get reassigned to the next job. And that was part of the Friday Facts, was that's going to even become more of a thing now. Now bots are more likely to be reassigned or have more than one job. The whole like
job queuing.
Job queuing. So yeah, you'll need even fewer bots now.
Yeah.
All right, let's see which one of these is
I'd say in some of my bases it'd be tech maybe as big a change as cutting it down to a fifth or even more. Because so many of mine, when you have a huge base, it sometimes will queue from all the way across the map, and then of course your inserter putting new bots in will.
I like that change too when it comes to how that's going to affect like your personal bots. Like personal bots do more of the job, so it's faster. Anyway, I was going to say, I saw a video on Twitter of somebody trying to work and back up and work with a semi-trailer, and literally hit one of those, like, it's like a steel pillar that prevents people from like running into buildings, right? There's a pillar that's just like a steel concrete block for vehicles. The guy hits that with his trailer at a glancing side blow, right? So he's trying to back up, and he hits that beam like almost centered on the side of his trailer. So like where that logo is, like hits it on the center. Probably doesn't realize it, right? Because he continues to back up. The pillar goes into the side of the trailer. It's just, obviously the thing is, it's anchored to the ground. It's not going to move. And the trailer is made of paper. So it's like, it just embeds itself into this trailer. And he gets into a position, and he pulls forward, and I don't know, like, the mentality of the driver, but he's pulling forward, and he like gets stuck, right? The truck like stops, it gets stuck. And rather than get out and investigate what the hell is going on, he just guns it. Well, he was stuck because that pillar hit the back wheels. It hit the back truck. I don't know what you call the back wheels of the trailer. The wheels back here, right? So the pillar goes into the side of the truck, and he pulls forward, and it just grinds its way through the truck, and it hits the tires. And he hits those, and he like stops. The truck stops. So rather than get out and investigate, he just guns it, right? And the truck has a lot of horsepower, and so it literally tears the back wheels off the trailer. The wheels just get torn right off the trailer, and he just keeps going. And it's like, what the hell are you doing? Like, it was the craziest. Like, this guy is obviously going to get fired. He's, at this point, probably doesn't care. But it was just weird. Like, what are you what are you doing? Doesn't make
Yeah.
any sense. All right, wood beam. I can do table and chair. I'll do one more set of prefab wall. I think I have enough shingles in. Yeah, 100 each. 100,000 there. I'll have a little bit of shingles left. We need to consume some of this. Now that that's done, I can drop the 1 whole liter off. That. Let's bring this truck here.
What do you need me to do next?
Oh yeah, this thing is very, very hard to reach. How do I want to do this? Over. I guess for now, help us clear some more ground, clear some more land.
Sure.
We're gonna ever be expanding our farm, so
Yeah, you can take over where I am. I'm probably gonna need to take a break. My
Sure.
back is bugging me again. It was a little better yesterday, but I don't know. I must have slept wrong again last night. But it's not the point where I need to quit. I'm just gonna exit the game for a little while and
All right.
watch cat videos or something.
yeah, I've had a kind of a really concerning struggle with my blood sugar.
Yeah.
I don't know if something happened this summer and I just pushed it too hard. But yeah, something my grandma said last Sunday resonated with me because I hadn't really thought about what could have happened. But ever since I got back from my trip, I've been sort of having an issue where I would eat supper. And, I've always, the last year and a half, 2 years, I've been really, really careful how much sugar I eat. And, I quit drinking soda. I quit eating so much. I just quit a lot of sugar, like 90% of the sugar I was consuming. Just cut it out of my life. But since I got it stabilized and since it was doing so well, I started eating. I would get a Hershey bar. Hershey makes these like dark chocolate bars, and I would break off two squares off the Hershey bar, just 2 squares, and that's what I would have for my dessert. So in the grand scheme of things, still was not a lot of sugar. But I don't know what happened. Yeah, I haven't looked at like the bar itself and what the serving size is. I should really do that. But since I got back from that trip, what's been happening is I would eat supper, and I would eat my normal supper. Again, not the super healthiest thing in the world because food is goddamn expensive. And I would eat my dinner, and then I would have 2 of those squares for dessert. And right after that, I would get extremely tired. Like sitting in my chair, whatever YouTube video I watched or whatever, I would literally be able to turn around and fall asleep right there. And I was like, this started happening. I'm like, what is going on here? Is it carbs or what? And I was eating with my grandma last Sunday, and she said something where she was having some issues, getting super tired after dinner, and she initially thought it was she was eating too much sugar, and that was causing her to fall asleep. Because in my mind, I wasn't equating one with the other, because sugar makes you hyperactive, right? It's a base energy. You know what happens when you feed sugar to kids? Like they're not going to fall asleep. So it wasn't the first thing on my mind, but she said that, and I'm like, okay, that's a problem. So I did an experiment Monday. On Monday, I didn't eat dessert after dinner. Didn't have didn't have the little chocolate bit, and I did not get tired. And I was like, all right. So Tuesday morning, I checked my sugar before breakfast is usually your baseline sugar, and it was like 120 or 130 or something. And I was like, holy crap, something is wrong. And since then, I have been battling. Because I take a medication at supper time. I take the metformin at supper, which is it should be a drug that helps with that, but I don't know what is going on. But yeah, like, so I've cut sugar out completely. Any superfluous sugar I've cut completely out of my diet. So I was thinking, all right, well, let's see how long it's going to take to get me back to baselining. And so Wednesday morning, I didn't check it. I didn't check my sugar. But again, I'm not eating dessert. I stopped doing that. And then Thursday, I was like, all right, Thursday, let's check it again in the morning. And it was 150. And I was like, what the hell? Like, it was crazy. It's crazy. So, you know, I have a doctor's appointment, like, on the 7th this week. So, I don't know what happened, but something over the summer, like, reset my progress or something. Or maybe the body doesn't heal at all from this sort of time. I don't know.
My family has problems with diabetes and stuff like that, and white flour is also another thing that they call simple carbohydrates. They convert to sugars really, really quickly.
Yeah, my mom is the anti-gluten sort of preacher, and I know that's the number one thing she's going to tell me is carbs. Well, all right. Well,
it's not necessarily carbs. It's for example, if you eat whole wheat, it wouldn't be a problem. It's the bleached white flour that is the problem, because it removed all of the it's turned
Good
it in
stuff.
basically. It's turned it into basically a simple carbohydrate, which converts to sugar in just a matter of minutes.
Instead of a complex carbohydrate.
Right. Yeah, so my mom now, she's gotten to the point where she can't keep her numbers down. The only way she can keep her numbers down is she has to cut sugars and all white flour. And she's even gotten to the point where oils will set her off too.
oils like what? Like canola oil or like olive oil?
Like olive oil or any type of oil.
Really? Wow.
Yep. So now she's basically has this diet of no processed foods of any type, no sugars, no white flour, and no oils.
Yeah, I'm concerned because I can just tell that my body is struggling, and yeah, I don't know what I did to it, but it is not happy, and yeah,
And
all
I
those
have the
years,
same
I regret now. All those years I was drinking Pepsi. You've been watching the channel for a long time. The very beginning of the channel, I was drinking anywhere from 1 to 3 Pepsis every single day, for years. And that has ravaged
Well,
my system.
The main thing that's bad about any of the soft drinks is using the corn syrup in it. It's the worst thing.
Oh
you
God,
can
yeah,
drink.
it's awful.
They say
Or
it's a whole lot better to drink the stuff with regular sugar in it than the corn syrup.
yeah,
Corn syrup
I
wrecks
just
havoc
stopped
on your
drinking soda altogether.
kidneys.
And I thought, that was the bulk of my sugar intake. So I just cut it out 2 years ago. About this time, 2 years ago, just completely cut it out of my life. And I did really I remember what happened was the doctor, I just started seeing the doctor because I knew deep down, I knew something was wrong. And so I saw the doctor and he had me do a fasting lab. And that fasting lab came back and my blood sugar after, it was a fasting lab. So I hadn't eaten in 12 hours or more. It was actually more than 12. My blood sugar when they did that test was like 250. And he was like immediately diagnosing me with type 2 and putting me on medication, like a lot of medication. And that medication ravaged my system. Like it went through my whole system for the next 4 months. And it had an effect of finding all of the sugar in my system and flushing it out. But yeah, I immediately quit all soda, all sugar, like anything that had added sugar. I just eliminated it from my diet. And the next test he did, he immediately ordered another test, and he had the A1C. I don't know if you guys know what the A1C test is, but that's a rolling average of your blood sugar, rolling like 3-month average. And I don't know what the conversion rate is, but it came back as a 9.2, which is really high. That's bad. It was really bad. And so, yeah, I immediately went on medication and stuff. But I quit all the sugar, I was just an idiot. I was just way, way too much sugar. Like, I just laugh when I think about it now. Like, holy cow, I was in bad shape. And obviously my family has been telling me for years, like, you better stop that. It's gonna come back and haunt you. And you're young and you think you're invincible. But I cut all that out and on this medication, and the doctor, I had another set of tests in December after like 4 months. And my A1C dropped to 5.2. It went from 5.6. It went from 9.2 to 5.6. A massive drop. The doctor that I met with honestly thought there was a lab error. They're like, I've never seen it drop this much in this amount of time. And I told them, like, this is the changes that I made. And they're like, okay, well that's good. And so we've been adjusting my medication, and I went from like 2,000 milligrams a day. Now I've been on 500 milligrams a day. So radically reduced my medication. Didn't eliminate it, but my last test came back. The doctor was like, I'm trying to zero you in on having an A1C of 6. And my last one was 6.3. So it's been a rough summer, but yeah, something happened in the last few months, which is crazy timing because I have a doctor's appointment on the 7th. This will be the 3rd freaking doctor that I'll have seen in this place because they just can't keep somebody around.
Did you change your weight or anything?
My weight has basically been unchanged. I am the same exact amount of weight this whole time. And so, yeah, I could definitely do a lot more exercise, and that's probably the change I'm going to have to make. The next change is I'm going to have to find some kind of exercise routine at some point, something to get my heart rate up, get my cardio up. It doesn't have to be a high impact. I just have to do something extra to burn get my body. I don't know if healing can happen if you can go, you take type 2 and get rid of it. If your body can actually heal.
Some people say you can, and other people say you can't. So I don't know.
I mean, my dad says you can. You can absolutely get rid of it. But, I mean, my dad had to get surgery to lose the weight that he had. So, I always find it funny when he tries to preach to me how easy it is to lose weight. I'm like, Dad,
Well, it
you
is.
literally had somebody open you up and staple your stomach to lose weight. Don't tell me how easy it is to be on a diet. But at my income, I can't afford very fancy foods. I can't afford a lot of vegetables. I have a diet that's like I'm trying to eat better. I have carrots. I have rice. I have certain things, and it's like I try to eat as healthy as I can, but my income is incredibly limited, so I don't have a lot of options on that front. My monthly food bill already has it's about double in the last few years, and I haven't been buying any more food. It's just food itself is more expensive. So my last trip to Walmart for food, and that usually lasts me about a month and a half, is like $240. And that is way more than it used to be about $120, but now it's $230. So the same food. I've been eating the same meals for 10 years, and yeah, the food itself has doubled. Biden. Saw a video of somebody in Canada that were like, I just bought 2 apples and it was $5.
Yeah.
A package of grapes, a little bundle of grapes, $20. This is Canadian money. So.
Oh, so about the same as Monopoly money.
Yeah, almost like Monopoly. Yeah.
No, they're not that bad. Pesos and yen, those are a crazy conversion.
Well, yen
But,
is
I mean,
the yen is tantamount to our penny, right?
Yeah,
a yen
exactly.
it's like 100 to 1, right? If our dollars or everything was set in pennies, then it would be like, holy crap, 100,000 pennies for for this thing, like then it would be a little crazy. But
It does go a little beyond that though, because I think a car is like $1 million. So that wouldn't be our equivalent of $20,000-$30,000.
well,
But
we have cars
full
that are
info.
that expensive. I don't think the
Yeah, but I'm
average
talking
car
a standard.
right, but
I'm talking like
I don't think a standard car is $1 million.
I'm pretty sure. I'll just look it up on the net. Hold on.
Because it's yen is like 100 to 1 for dollars, because it's tantamount to our penny. So I would imagine a car would be 300,000, 400,000.
Okay, so $1 is 146.
Oh man, the exchange rate has gotten crazy bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
It used to be 100 or thereabout.
I think it's actually
save.
gotten better since the last time I had seen it. But we've looked at it probably at different intervals.
Well, at least our inflation's not as bad as some countries. There's one country, I forget which one it was, but so bad that you'd have your food waiting in line there at the checkout, and they had inflation calculated into the price, and it would go prices going up as you're standing in line.
Yeah. Well, there was that one African country that inflation was like 85,000%. And I was like, huh. The population just stopped using the money. Because they literally were printing trillion notes. 1 trillion notes. And it's like, at that point, you just got to abandon it altogether. So they were either using US dollars or they were just on the barter system. Right? And in situations like that, what's interesting is that more people don't study that, because that's the kind of shit that's going to happen when our monetary, like, what happens when our monetary system? Why is this stopped? This is stopped again. I don't
Yeah,
understand.
Oh, go ahead.
I don't understand. The AI worker, it just stops like midfield. It's going to stop,
I got tired. Taking a
right?
break.
It's just so weird. Like, why does that happen?
It's break time.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, if America loses the international currency switches out from the U.S. dollar, that's all it'd take, and we're gonna have not necessarily hyperinflation, but it's gonna go pretty wild.
Well, I mean, there are already moves to do that.
Yeah, unsuccessful as of yet though.
Well, yeah,
Once they
there's
do it,
one.
though,
There's one organization, the Grid or Grip or Grim, something like that. Briggs, no Brax, something like that. They're trying to get out of the dollar as the standard currency, but
some of the countries have already done it.
yeah, I know China, Russia, and maybe one other country have agreed to do transactions in yuan. So,
But once it's worldwide or whatever, yeah, our nation's over.
well, our economic might is over, that's for sure. But that's the least of our worries. The biggest worry for me is somebody calling in their debt, or if they just stop buying treasury bonds.
Yeah.
You know, if big or oh, it stopped again. What the hell is going on with the AI workers? It's so weird. Thought I was watching. It would suck. Now it's gonna stop and just. Yeah, if they stop buying our treasury bonds, and granted, the most of the treasury bonds are actually bought domestically, hedge fund. So basically, we're loaning ourselves money, which is the monetary system in this country is laughable with how messed up it is. No matter which way you look at it, it's like, oh, we're doomed. Like, we are screwed. You can't build $30 trillion in debt and expect anybody to look at you and go, yeah, we're okay with that. Like, oh my God. But if the US economy goes down, the world will follow suit very, very quickly, which is why we've maintained. But as soon as that is no longer the case, then we are really screwed. But yeah, kind of funny.
Yeah, that one thing though for the debt is one of the books though in actuality were, I think it's like 200 or maybe 300 trillion dollars in debt
For what?
for all the We take all the money out of all the accounts
What is it doing?
that's so-called leftover and throw it into the general fund to make it look like it's the debt smaller than what it really is. But
Huh.
all the other accounts then are lacking that money, so they kind of borrowed from all the other accounts. Like take Social Security for example. They say, "Oh, we're going to run out of money and stuff," but in actuality, of course, it's all IOUs. But Social Security is over, I forget how many trillions, but it's at least $1 trillion in the Social Security funds. But it's all IOUs in there because anything extra above and beyond, they throw into the general account to make it look smaller.
Yeah, I'm sure there's lots of monetary jujitsu going on. Because when you're dealing with that much money, it's impossible for corruption not to exist. It's literally if you understand human nature, we're getting very philosophical. When you understand human nature, you understand that when any time money is involved or wealth of any type, it is literally impossible not to invite elements of corruption. So anytime you look at the government and the government is like, "Hey, how about we regulate this? You know, give your money to us. We will make sure it goes to the right place." It's laughable. Because anytime money is involved, you're going to get corruption. You're going to get people who they they will cut corners, they will do whatever they can and pocket the rest. It's inevitable. It is absolutely inevitable. Hey, look at that. He's actually gonna. Maybe he actually sees that little spot. Good job, Mr. Worker. So for me, I'm just like, okay, well, you know, the work that my brother did on investments, you know, he's finding out a whole lot of hard truths about the Social Security system. And it's like, all you need to do, if you eliminated Social Security, there are like stock index funds that are incredibly stable. And all you need to do throughout your life is whatever, let's say I don't know what the income, like the Social Security income tax is, 2%, 5%, 4%, whatever that is. If a person just took that out of their paycheck every month or every paycheck and put it into an index, say the Vanguard whole stock, well, that over year routinely gets 9%. Routinely, almost. It's one of the most stable that exists, and my brother has done mountains of research and simulations. You know, he has looked at if you would have started a retirement fund at any given year, even the worst year possible, which was like 1929, right after the massive crash, then it would have still after it recovered, because right after that, not right after, but you know, after 29, coming to like 35 to 37, one of the biggest stock market booms in history. There was a huge rally going into the war, and so, you know, you put the money in there, yeah, you're going to be living tight for a while, but in the end, it still works. So even if you would have invested in the worst possible year, it still works. And the average person could do that with their retirement account, but nobody does. Even like college funds. He looked at somebody told them that he had a college fund, and that his parents started it when he was born, and basically I think they put like 10,000 into it, and They put a little into it over the years here and there, but in the end, it was worth like, I'll just throw a number out there. It was like 60,000, 65. And so my brother took it and he basically ran it through his system because he had all the historic numbers, and he put that into his system. And he's like, well, if they would have taken that 10,000 and instead invested into the Vanguard fund, like the Vanguard Total Index, like I forget what they call it, DTI, then that same investment, instead of being worth like 65,000, would have been worth like 150,000. It would have just been worth more because of how it was set up and because of the fees and stuff that these places like to charge. You get kind of screwed off of those. The bank takes their cut, whereas you can put it into an index like that and just reinvest all the dividends. It's a brilliant, simple strategy, and it works. And if everybody did that, it would be even more lucrative because you would have a huge amount of money going into the system, and you would have, as people retire, they would slowly start removing it, but it wouldn't be this flood of removing money. So you would have a much more stable market in that situation. So yeah, it's just superior.
Well, if you have most of it stuff where you get dividends type stocks,
Well,
you
the
can hand it down to your kids too, and then they can just live. The object is to be able to just live off the dividends and not even touch the principal.
right, and that's
Then you can leave
part
it
of
to your
like
kids to do the same thing.
that's part of the generational wealth thing, is as long as you don't have somebody who's greedy, that money can just build and build and build and build. It's so, my brother has run me through all the numbers, and it all works. And he's run it. He's run scenarios. He's a computer scientist, so he runs. He automated things, so he runs them through simulations, and the simulations are just running like, what happens in this situation? What happens in this situation? And he'll just randomly select years, historic years, and put them together. So like 87 was a really bad year. There was a soft crash in 87. And he's like, all right, what happens when you get an 87? And then, what happens when you get a bunch of years that are, something that's never happened before? But, what happens? And most of the time it works, unless the market is so bad that at that point you're just going to have to become a farmer because the whole system has come down. That's the only time the system breaks down, is if the entire economic system completely goes down. That's the only time the system sort of breaks. So, at that point, you got more to worry about than what your retirement account is at, because you're probably worrying about where your next meal is coming. So yeah, I just see that as if everybody did that, we wouldn't even need Social Security. But people in general, again, if you know human nature, people don't save. In general, there are some people that do, but in general, people like to spend their money. And if they get a paycheck, they want to spend it, or they've already spent it and they have to pay down credit card bills.
Or they'll think Social Security is all they need, and
Right,
most
and
people are just not.
yeah, most people, Social Security is nothing. I mean, it's nothing compared to what
What we should have.
why am I buying and selling the chicken? Let's do this. There we go. I have to select the damn thing every time. 240. How many chickens? 100. That can be enough.
One thing I want to note, you were mentioning that anytime money is involved, corruption occurs, basically.
Mhm.
And the people's counter to that will be, well, of course, we'll just eliminate currency and adopt socialism slash communism. No, in that kind of instance, then the new currency becomes political power, connections, etc.
Well,
It doesn't
wealth
change anything.
wealth just changes forms.
Exactly.
It's still wealth, whether it's counted in chickens or whether it's counted in dollar bills, whether it's counted in bars of gold. It's still wealth, and anytime you have people and money of any kind, currency of any kind, you will always have corruption, regardless of what system it is. I mean, look in Russia. Any of these asshats that are saying like we need to be more socialist, we need to be like, because there are large groups of people in this country who have that attitude of like we need socialism. And it's like there is no instance in the world where that system has worked for the benefit of the population. For the benefit of the population.
Yeah, just the opposite.
The exact opposite happens because of the corruption. Look in Russia, the oligarchs that are multi-billionaires, right? These guys are like the oligarchs in this country, whereas everybody else is like barely able to feed themselves. Barely. Feeding off the scraps of what is given to them. Whereas these other characters are just untouchable. They have so much money. And the same is true in China. The same is true anywhere these systems are put in place. And it's like, to not acknowledge that bothers me. Because it's like, you obviously have to be ignoring literally everything in history to be able to say something like that. Like, oh, kind of like socialism is the best. It's like, no, it's actually one of the worst things that you can do to a population. There was a great I need more planks over here. Where did that truck? There was a great post on Twitter. This was a few weeks ago. Somebody professor posted a video, and they talked about they were a economics professor. And so this was a couple months ago. It was right after the end of the semester. And they posted and they said, well, my class this semester kind of learned a hard lesson. And they said at the very beginning of the semester, the entire class got in an argument, and the consensus was that socialism is like the best answer, is the best form. And he's like, all right, well, I will tell you guys right now, we can do an experiment. And the experiment was, and this is the most brilliant example of why this system doesn't work. He goes, what we will do is when we take tests in this class, I will average all of the scores. And everybody will get that average score. Regardless of how you performed on the test, you will get the average score. Right? Everybody was like, that sounds fair. And he's like, all right. So the first test comes around. Several people who are, good students, they worked really hard. They studied. They got really good on the test. And a whole lot of people put in very little effort, but everybody got like a C. So the students who worked really hard knew they got really high grades because the grade on the test was given back to them, but they still got the C on the test. And so a lot of people are like, they work for those high grades because that's your college transcript says a lot about you when you apply to your first job. So everybody got a C, right? So the question is, if anybody out there could visualize the situation and just put yourself in that situation, what do you think happened on the next? what do you think happened? Do you
Nobody worked hard.
think A, everybody worked really hard to raise the average, or B, the people who worked hard realized, why am I working hard, and didn't put in as much effort? Those are the two outcomes. Anybody who picks A, bless your heart, but you are ignorant to human nature. B happened strongly. The next average grade was like a D minus because very few people put in a lot of effort into the test, and the average came out D minus. By the third test, nobody passed. Nobody passed the third test because everybody realized, like, this isn't, like, why put in the effort? If I'm going to put in this effort, I'm just raising everybody else's grade. I'm doing nothing for myself. By the third test, everybody failed it. And so ended the experiment. And that's exactly what happens economically in a socialist system. Nobody puts in the effort because there's no reward. It's only through reward that you get the effort. Why would you start a business? Look at what's happening in Canada. Why would you start a business? Seriously, why would you start a business if you're going to get taxed 70%? Imagine a 70% tax. Like, why would you ever do anything to to start a business when you're literally not going to see a dime coming out of that? You're not going to see a dime. Nobody does that, which is a fundamental part of. It's a fundamental aspect of the problem.
That.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry. That's what always bugs me when think of any space show. Out of all of them, how many of them actually have a anything other than a basically socialist system? And like, none of them. The only one I can think of offhand is The Expanse.
The Expanse.
I was going to say Babylon 5.
Oh, I guess I never saw Babylon 5, but The Expanse had an incredibly realistic look at how humans would behave in space. They did a great job showing that there would be a very strict class system, and you have your lot in life, and that is it. And whether you're a person on Mars, on Earth, or a spacer, it's like you would get rebellions, you would get a lot of conflict coming. But yeah, I don't know anything about Babylon 5, but I would love if we came up with a system like Star Trek, like utopian, but that would only happen if replicators. The only reason why that whole thing on Star Trek actually would exist is replicators. If I was able to go up to a machine and get literally anything I wanted, any food, beverage, medication, if that was all it took, I'm sure I've never seen them depicted, but I'm sure there's some sort of like IKEA furniture replicator where it's just like, give me the hoodall, and it's just like, woo, all the boxes and everything, just like, here it is. Like, it's the materialistic stuff that costs money, and food. If you eliminate food as a expense, then yeah, you can start pulling away from our system. But replicators, not possible. So
the problem with that though is that that excludes what powers the replicators. Even in Star Trek, they acknowledge that you need, I think it was dilithium crystals.
I don't know, like on planet side what they used for their power system. I'm sure they had some weird futuristic BS that power their system, but
yeah.
For me,
Star Trek, they actually have a thing called energy credits, which is like a form of money
Yep.
And you get allocated so many energy credits per month. So if you decide you're going to replicate a car, for example, well, that might take a few months of your energy credits.
And then at that point, it's still a
Yeah, it's still
still-
it's still money at that point.
It's still capitalism. So
Yep.
a lot of them, they try to skirt around that issue. They don't mention.
Well,
credits very often.
I know in like DS9 with the Ferengi, they had a money system.
Yeah.
At least the Ferengi had a money system.
That's because that was a interplanetary hub.
Right, but it still was like I forgot what their money's Latinum, yeah.
Platinum. Yeah.
Gold pressed latinum.
Makes me want some of that. I don't know what it is, but that sounds like it looks really, really cool. But
Latinum itself was liquid. That's why they gold pressed it.
oh,
Something worthless, they press it, around.
stumps, 187 stumps. Glorious.
I'm assuming you want whatever's on the other side of the field here taken out too, right?
On the other side,
On the far side,
oh yeah,
there's not much though.
4.5 million wood. The other thing we need to do is override all these bushes and stuff with some plain old meadow. Then you guys can mow it. Oh, that is a deep ravine right there. Good lord. I really wish I would have.
So what I always thought about would be a useful, should we say, semi-socialist / capitalism would be to put together the basics where healthcare, food, and education, and some basic housing is available to everyone.
Yeah, but
And
who's going
then
to pay for it?
Yeah, somebody's gonna pay for it. What happens when a problem with giving housing to people is if they can't afford to maintain it, what happens when the furnace goes out? What happens when the roof needs to be replaced? Who's
All
paying
that
for that maintenance?
Yep, I agree with that. But I'm saying is what I was saying is that this wouldn't be like really great housing. It would be, so we say, mediocre housing. It would be something that, well,
You mean like
if you
welfare?
if you
Yeah, like the
want,
ghettos?
create a welfare. Well, I don't know if I would call it maybe a step above welfare, but the idea would be that then you could work for a living to offset that income, or to offset so you could afford something better than what
The
you
problem
would
with that,
usually say
I mean,
welfare.
I understand that desire. I understand that instinct. The problem is that's been tried. And we call those places the ghettos because that's what they turned into. And it's not a racial thing because I'm sure there are many, many races that live in those places. The problem with giving housing out like that is there's no incentive for the people who get it to do anything about it. And so it just sort of devolves into, well, I got this for cheap or for free. What incentive do I have it to improve it, to maintain it? And those neighborhoods just devolve into really, really bad situations because nobody has pride. Nobody has pride in their
wouldn't give
home.
them housing. I would give them the equivalent of an apartment that is maintained by a housing manager. So I wouldn't give them a house.
Okay, who's paying the housing manager?
Well, that would have to be the government.
Where's the government getting the money?
Yeah, where's all that money? Like, no matter which way you slice it, it
ends up being the same thing. Actually, apartment complexes would be even worse because you have a denser population, and that will just increase the.
Yeah, that's what the ghettos are. They're giant housing projects that were, intended for low-income people. And it's like, no. The problem isn't the low-income people. The problem is, what do we do for manufacturing? What do we do for the jobs? The problem with a lot of handouts is there's no incentive to change your status, right? The welfare system in this country is an abject failure. But it's gotten to the point where people expect it now, right? If you try to take away, welfare, which largely affects women, single mothers, and it's like the incentive for these women is they get money for every child they have. Well, what's the incentive there? We're just going to have more kids. So now you have single mothers who have 7 kids at home, and they're just living off of welfare. What do you think the quality of life for those kids? What do you think their future looks like? It's a system, and there's no effort by people in that situation to make their situation better, because they're already getting the basics of what they want. Whatever little money they get, they probably spend on stuff for them and not for the kids. Like, it's no matter which way you cut it, every example in this country that we've tried to improve people's lives by a socialist system, whether it's welfare or something else, has been a complete and utter failure. It has. And the only way to really improve things, the only way to really make a change is make people work. Get them jobs, get them an income, get them something they can be proud of, and then if they save up, buy their own home, they have pride in that purchase, and they take better care of it. You mow the lawn, you fix the roof, you own the home, you can take pride in that. And it's only then that the mentality, then you start creating generational wealth. You start building back the community much, much faster in that situation. But the globalist, we're gonna have 15-minute cities. We're not gonna allow you to move. You're not gonna own anything. You'll be happy. It's like, no. That's not gonna work at all. That'll be quite the opposite, in fact. If everything is given to you, you don't really take care of anything. And that's where everything sort of breaks down. It's just like, people need to realize that. They need to realize that the more you hand out things to people, the less pride they're going to take in that stuff, and the less they're going to take care of it.
Well, I guess I can kind of agree with the housing aspect thing. I was just taking a look at, for example, like Germany. In Germany, all of the healthcare and education is paid for by the government.
Yeah, but
Yes, but what is their tax rate? What is their
tax rate is close to 40%.
That's just income tax, though.
Yeah.
That's basically the entire tax. I mean, I actually work for a German government, or not German, but a German corporation. And I was talking to some of the guys who work in Germany, and their take-home pay, the net pay, is higher than what I make. After I go through and do all my expenses, they make more money than I do, even though they spend more taxes. And you know what? The amount of vacation they're allowed to take. If you start a new job, you get 2 months of vacation per year. It's like, I don't even get that if I've been working for, a job for 20 years.
But when we're talking about taxes, though, you're talking about just income tax. What about the
That's all
sales tax,
taxes.
the property tax?
Yeah.
Sales tax and property tax, you got to consider those as well. Not to mention,
but
are you comparing standard of living between two similar areas? Are they
Oh yeah, they have a much higher standard of living than I do.
exactly? And that's why they make more.
Um,
Yeah,
well,
'cause
actually,
that's like
they make about their pay is about the same as what I make.
Yeah.
It's that the after I pay for health care and education expenses from going to college and all of those things, I am left with less money net than they are, even though they pay higher taxes.
yeah, but most of the people in Germany too, they have very basically a no, if I understood it right, no unemployment. Everybody works.
Well, you're
It's a whole
comparing
different
you're
different
comparing
type of
a
people.
you're comparing an entirely different culture and what they prioritize, and you're trying to compare, very very different situations. There's there's elements of the German government that I wouldn't wish on my worst enemies. Very very I don't know how to put it, totalitarian. Not really a free population. There are people getting arrested constantly in that country for just tweeting the wrong thing, saying the wrong, even liking other people's tweets that the government doesn't approve of. And so, yeah, there certainly, if you look at just a single aspect of that culture, it'd be like, oh, that's, look at this situation. Well, there are probably a lot more other variables involved. There are probably a lot more. Maybe it's a much smaller population, for one. And so maybe the healthcare is able to work because obesity is not a problem in that country. People actually eat a little bit better. Part of the culture is actually helping that system prop that up a little bit. Whereas in this country, that is not the case. I can attest to that, where we have a culture in this country that is like one of the most unhealthy situations that a human being can exist in. I even saw a meme that somebody did that was just hilarious. It was a picture of the statue of David, only they had photoshopped it to make it look like super fat. It was like really fat. And the title was Statue of David Returns to Italy After 3 Years in the US. And it was just like, it was hilarious because of how true it is. If you look at the average picture of the public in the US, it is shocking how much of the population is overweight. And I would admit I am overweight. I am about 218 pounds. I've been 218 pounds for years. Oh, there's a coffee. And it's like, I understand that, but my brother was recently down in the World Series of Poker, down in Vegas, and he was like, it is shocking how many people are cruising around in those little carts. He's like, there are thousands of them down there. It's just part of the culture down there now that everybody is driving around in these little carts, these little like fat person carts. And it's like, and we're even trying to, there's even efforts to try to normalize obesity, like body positivity, it's shocking to me that we're trying to normalize it. Whereas other countries are like not having it. So Germany might be one of those, like, people are not on average obese in that country. So the amount of healthcare they need is a lot less than we need in this country. So yeah, trying to compare just one element of the culture doesn't really work, because it's like there are too many variables, too many variables to look at. What politically what is their life? What freedoms do they have? They don't have the freedoms there that we have here. And they're constantly trying to take those freedoms away from us here. And we have a large element of this country that's resisting that, which is good. Another big depression in the ground. I don't want to raise it up, but I get rid of all the rocks that will appear.
And like you mentioned, scale is an enormous factor. One caveat to socialism that I, usually have to acknowledge is that small scale socialism slash communism can work. But it has to remain small.
Well, yeah, if you have a community and the community gets together, that's kind of why cults work, pretty well. Because everybody just is part of the community. But as soon as there's a discrepancy in wealth, as soon as their neighbors look like they have more than you, then the entire system breaks down. 100% breaks down. When envy enters the line, it's like that's it. That's all it takes. And that's really, really easy to do.
And scale is one of the biggest factors on why you can't compare U.S. to basically any other nation.
Yeah.
Even I think as far as size goes, Russia is somewhat comparable.
Yeah, but their population is so spread out. I mean, most of the population is in the west, right? The west of Russia. There's very little population in the middle and east part of that country. That is just but they have an immense stockpile of natural resources. Russia has largely, because of sanctions and all of that, they've largely kept a hold of all of their manufacturing jobs. And so, things like that, people are, keep busy. We have a lot of people with a lot of free time in this country, and that has caused innumerable problems. People have too much goddamn free time in this country. And that shows,
free time to sit around playing farming sim.
This is my job, man. This is what I do.
Well, we are running into a problem here in the States that most of our manufacturing's gone, and what left that we have is going to automation. So there is the talk of what do we do with everybody when everything's automated. I guess of that base living wage and stuff that.
Well, I believe the system will sort itself out. Eventually, something will come along, and people will be like, "Oh, I could do this job, or I could do that job," or somebody will invent something. I mean, look at Elon Musk. People were like, "Look at all the manufacturing that's leaving the country," and blah 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 blah. Elon Musk comes in and starts building factories in this country, and for whatever reason, for reasons passing understanding, Elon Musk gets nothing but hate. I mean, there are literally people out there keying cars, keying Tesla. There's a ton of logs on the ground over here. I mean, I don't understand the hate that this guy gets for bringing manufacturing back to this country, bringing a little bit of high-paying jobs. I mean, how many people does that guy employ in incredibly high-paying jobs? Thousands and thousands and thousands. And yet he gets nothing but hate. I don't understand it. Is it jealousy? Is it not understanding what's going on? I honestly don't get it. I honestly don't understand what people have against that guy.
I think I can explain it. It's his positions. He adopts some positions but rejects others.
And, it could be a lot of his politics, sure. I mean, he bought. I don't understand. He bought Twitter, and the entire reason he bought Twitter was to enforce freedom of speech.
Yep.
Right? And freedom of speech is not what most people think it is. The constitutionally protected freedom of speech is largely for questioning your government. Freedom of speech is not walking into a theater and yelling fire. That is not freedom of speech. And most people use examples like that as like, well, why can't I do that? Like, isn't that freedom? No. It's looking at Joe Biden going, this guy is crazy. Or Mitch McConnell going, this guy needs to leave office, right? There are countries out there, you can't do that. That is freedom of speech. And so he takes over this platform, this amazing international platform, and to encourage and to protect freedom of speech, and he gets nothing but shit for some of the choices and decisions that he has to make in order to keep that protection. Yes, you cannot get online and threaten people. You can't do that. That is literally a crime, to threaten the safety of somebody. So why would he protect that? If it's a crime, why would he protect that? And so there are certain aspects of this razor's edge that he's walking that people are like upset that he's not conforming to whatever their attitude is. And it's like, no, he's enabling the protection, and he's trying to eliminate the censorship when it comes to people in power in the government, because we needed a platform that was uncensored. Twitter literally had people from the FBI working in it that were actively censoring people. I think it was Saudi Arabia, just sentenced a man to death. In their courts, he had 10 followers on Twitter. 10. And he questioned the Saudi government. And he was just sentenced. So, when you look at the situation in this country, and you question, like, what freedom of speech means, that's what it means. It means not getting sentenced to death for questioning what the hell is going on. And anything less than that, people can just kick rocks, because if you're gonna try to argue and say, this or that or whatever is freedom of speech, it's like no. It deals with the government. It deals with questioning people in power, or talking honestly to one another, not threatening them. Threatening them is an actual crime. You cannot threaten the life of somebody or the safety of somebody. That is not cool. But you can have an honest debate with them. You can state your view on things, and they can state their view on things. That is freedom of speech, and should be protected and should be cherished. And yet there are very large groups of people who want to legislate speech. Look what happened in Canada. I mean, they're literally in getting rid of the freedom of speech. They've literally legislated it out. There was even a law in the pipeline in Michigan to legislate speech, and it's the most insane thing ever. That there are literally elected lawmakers and officials that want to take that freedom away, that don't find value in it. How dare you? I mean, there were times when the Twitter files came out last year. There were congressmen and senators who were reaching out to Twitter that were like, "We don't like this person. Can you ban them? Can you get rid of them?" And there was literally somebody with 40 followers saying, "What is this? What is this congressman? They don't know what they're doing," and they were literally censoring these people. I was like, "What? You can't take criticism? You can't take criticism in this country. I'm sorry, but you are too."
The worst is when they censor facts.
Oh God, yeah. I saw that one. I saw that one person in a debate with like, it wasn't Ben Shapiro, but it was like Jordan Peterson, and Jordan Peterson tells him like some facts. And the guy was like, "Well, those facts are unfair." It was like, yes, but that's how the world works. Like, you can say they're unfair, and life is unfair. You look at life, it's unfair. The world is unfair, but we try to make attempts here and there to even it out. Is it fair that Mr. Beast has 158 million subscribers and I have 6,500? Well, Mr. Beast has a different personality than me. He definitely has the money. Now, when he brags about his videos being popular, I'm like, well, of course, you're able to, you have a budget for every video exceeding that of a lot of TV shows now, right? He's got $2 or $3 million per video that he can dump. Of course, you're going to be able to have some productivity and some production value on that. To brag about it to me is really where I have a problem. Be successful, be good at what you do. Don't brag about it. Because there's a lot of us out here that could use a leg up, that try our best, that haven't sold our soul to the algorithm. I could absolutely have clickbait titles, clickbait thumbnails, clickbait videos, and I could absolutely, increase increase the popularity of the channel by reinventing my personality, having an over-the-top, crazy-ass personality. But that is not me, and I would feel dirty doing it, and I would probably alienate everybody else that's watching my channel, because that's not my content. And so if I were to do that, it would be very, very obvious what I'm doing. And I don't want to do it. So I have to sort of have my lot in life, and it is what it is. But yeah, I wish, even a shout out from Mr. Beast would be nice, or Markiplier or somebody like that. But no, they're successful. And that's how capitalism works. Mr. Beast is incredibly successful because he's very, very good at what he does. And that's kind of how capitalism works. You find your niche and you find something you're good at, then you will succeed. But that does not exist in a socialist environment. It just doesn't. People don't put in the effort. You find something you're good at, well, it's like, why even pursue it if I'm not going to make any money? If I'm not going to benefit from it, why spend the time? Why innovate if I can't patent and profit from my work?
That's one reason why our medical system is so much better than other countries, is that innovation, where the countries have government medicine, there's no incentive to improve or invent anything new because, no money in it.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it has its downfalls, certainly. And I wish the medical field had more people who are more altruistic than greedy. But yeah, without capitalist system, you wouldn't have the research labs and the inventiveness, where people are trying to find a drug that works or a medical device that works. I mean, the MRI machine. Would the MRI machine exist if capitalism didn't exist? Would that have been invented? Revolutionized. The MRI machine revolutionized medicine. And it's like, that would people have put in the time and work and effort? Maybe at some point, but probably not. So yeah, for me, I'm just like, there are pitfalls and downfalls and reasons to hate the system we're in, but Winston Churchill said it best. Democracy is the worst form of government, except for all the others. So it's like, yeah, it's not perfect. Capitalism isn't perfect. There are definitely things that people can complain about. But it's better than everything else. I forgot exactly what Winston Churchill's quote was, but I came close to it.
If I've heard it, it's been a very long time, so I don't know. But yeah, I think you got the main point across. and that's what's important.
Yeah, I just don't understand. My brother said it years and years and years ago. Why people sort of change their attitude. Because he's completely changed. Once he found success in business, he completely changed his attitude. Because he realized once you have a little success, you realize how bad the government is at how bad the government is at spending money, at planning projects, at doing things. Like, Social Security is a complete travesty. Complete travesty. He ran the numbers. He's like, if I would have taken this money that I've paid Social Security over the years, another spot I missed smoothing. And I would have just invested it into an index fund. You don't even have to like watch the stock market. Invest it in an index fund. I would have made much higher return than that I would get from Social Security. The changes, the difference is dramatic.
And it's just the whittling away the government does. Because when Social Security first came out, it was really dang good.
Right, because here's the problem with it, right? And this is the statement that a lot of people don't understand. When Social Security first came out, when it was first passed, right, we had a system in place, and so for the population was such that for every retired person pulling money out of the system, there were 40 people paying in. 40. Right? So, obviously, it's a socialist system, but it was a 40-to-1 ratio. Today, right now, it's more like 6-to-1. Not 40-to-1, 6-to-1. So, the system is incredibly strained because of that.
Well, and like I said too, they've taken all the money that should have been stockpiled in there too, and
right, they're not.
Yeah,
There's not a savings account. It's a running. Yeah, they're not saving. They're not actively trying to save money. Which imagine if they took the money back in the 40s when the system was put in place. Imagine if they would have taken that money over just a single couple of years that they would have pulled in and put that in an index fund and got 9% a year after year after year. The amount of money in that quote-unquote account would be trillions of dollars at this point. The market would have been... It would have skyrocketed because of that. But no, it's gone into military spending. It's gone into the bureaucracy that is just a giant hole that money gets thrown into. No one really knows what happens to it, but it's just a waste.
Well, the other problem with Social Security is that when they first designed it, it was to get the older people out of the workforce. And on average, when those people retired, they only lived an average about 5 years afterwards.
Yeah, 65 to about 70. That was
Right.
Yeah.
So now you have people living to 85. So now you have people living 20 years longer than what it was designed for. So what they should have done is to say, well, all right, the average life expectancy of people is 85. All right, you can now retire when you're 80.
Yeah, unfortunately, that doesn't really work because people are not really able to work when they're 80. My grandma just turned 90, and she has been, not able to work for many, many, many years. It's helping her because they never saved money. Once you implement a system like that, people don't have an incentive. Again, once you give that money out, people don't have an incentive to save their money and save for retirement. If my brother and I would have saved our money even from our very first job and built that money up over years and just put it away, it would have been way more than what we would have got from Social Security. My brother is like, he's setting himself up with the money that he has, and he's like, right now, even with the money that he's made, he did a calculation. The Social Security office actually, you can get a calculation of like what your estimated monthly income is going to be once you retire on Social Security, and it's like $3,600 a month. And it's like, that's nothing. In let's see, around 20 years. Around 20 years from now. Can you imagine what inflation and other things are going to do to $3,600? Like how much that's going to be? It's going to be nothing. So it's like,
Yeah, but it's supposed to go up with inflation, but
right. But at what
inflation
point is that system going to be bankrupt?
they've taken and made inflation look so small now in comparison to what it really is that it's nothing. They've taken all the inflation stuff out of it.
Yeah, it's just greed. I mean, the government, once they have their claws into some money, they never let it go. How often does the government go, all right, well, all this money we were collecting, we're not going to collect that anymore. There should be no income tax. Income tax is highway robbery. It's literally highway robbery. They are taking money they do not deserve from you, and they're spending it on shit that they don't need. You know, it's like, well, what about the schools? Well, property tax. Well, there are certain taxes that you need to maintain roads, and there are anarchists out there like Michael Malice and people like that that are just like, neighborhoods should pay for what they need. Well, at that point, the system can kind of break down because of the expenses. I mean, look at the average homeowner. You know, if something disastrous happens, the average homeowner, like let's say they need to replace their roof. I mean, that's going to be 20 grand. The average homeowner doesn't have 20 grand sitting around. If it was a natural disaster, maybe they have insurance. Well, insurance rates go up. Either way you cut it, the money is coming from somewhere.
Yep. You can use me as an example for that. Last year when we had the flooding incident with the plumbing, that was
I remember that.
By insurance.
How much was that?
17,000.
Right, and did your insurance rates go up?
No, surprisingly.
Oh wow, they gave you a good deal then, because yeah, it does not take much for insurance companies to be like, all right, well, we're gonna raise your rates. You know, I've had my
Depends on
car
how
insurance.
often you use it.
I've had my car insurance for years, never used it, and the rates are still going up. And it's like, this last time the rates went up, and they went up a lot. And I call, and I'm like, why are my rates going? Like, I have paid, I don't know how many, I've paid more into the rates at this point than the car is worth over the years, right? The initial value of my car, well, I've had that car now for many, many years. And if you add up the 10 years I've owned that car, and how much is it? It started out at about $500 and something a year, and I just have it monthly. I just have a monthly. But if you add them all up over the last 10 years, it is worth more than the car. So how do I get that money back out of it? Can I get that money back out? No, I can't. But they keep raising my rates, and I call and I'm like, why are you raising my rates? And they're like, well, you know, they gave me the corporate, like, well, in order to remain solvent, the company has the blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I've literally paid off the car. I've paid off a brand new car with the amount that I've paid in insurance. So why can't I pull that money back out? It's such a scam. The insurance industry is, yeah, I understand why it exists, why it's needed, and why it helps people. But oh my God, what a scam that is. I'm going to pay money every month just in case something happens.
Well, it's like medical insurance. That's the reason why everything is so expensive. It's because of medical insurance.
Yeah, you
A
pay.
contributing factor, yes.
Yeah,
Massive.
you pay every month, and it's like all it is like a credit card payment plan on the future, on some potential future that might happen. It's not even guaranteed. You know, you talk to somebody who's really wealthy. You talk to somebody who's wealthy. They don't even have to be really wealthy. And I've seen a few people interview. And they're asked, like, what kind of insurance do you have? And they're like, I don't have insurance. I don't have health insurance. And it's like, why? And it's like, well, if something happens, I'll just write them a check. Like, why pay every month if I don't know, like, if something might happen? I mean, that's a lot of money out the window. And some of these insurance companies are very, very greedy. And again, part of the problem is the culture in this country, especially with medical insurance, is we just, man, I wish I would have grown up in a country that was a little bit more health conscious. Because, man, I hate American, like the American look and their attitude at food, because I am paying the price for what we did.
You know, I guess I never put it in these words, but the problem with insurance is it's basically another form of socialism.
Yeah, it's a tax. It's a tax on the future.
Yep.
And it's a future that may or may not happen. You're just betting that it is. You know, car insurance. Okay, car insurance exists because accidents happen. Well, I've been driving for 10 years now with this particular car. I haven't gotten into one accident. But with the medical expenses being what they can be, one accident can all be what it takes. You know, if I accidentally hit somebody and they go to the hospital, that could be $200,000. An average person is not going to be able to shell out $200,000. So you pay every month for the privilege of not having that huge impact on your person.
I don't know about the state you live in, but if your car is old enough, you can just get liability insurance instead of paying for the regular whole car insurance. You know, for
right. If the insurance company,
way cheaper.
Yeah, the insurance company says if the car is paid off. If the car is paid off, you can have liability-only insurance, right? Which, yeah, can save you quite a lot of money, and it could. I could go liability-only, and probably save over 50%. I haven't done it yet because there's that instilled fear. There's that baked-in fear of what would happen. You know, if somebody were to hit me, well, it's like, well, then somebody could be like, well, their insurance then pays. Well, what if they don't have insurance? Not everybody has insurance. So it's like the unknowns are there, and insurance is sort of it's sort of the peace of mind. It's the religion of the capitalist system. It gives you peace of mind. Just in case disaster happens, I'm covered. But look what happens when disasters do happen, and insurance companies find every way possible to deny claims. In Hawaii, the insurance companies have already come out and said, we're not going to, they're already denying claims of people that had coverage. And it's like they're finding every little way that they can not to pay out. Even though these people probably paid for years into the system, they're still trying to resist it. It's like, why are we accepting of that? I don't understand how people could sit around and see that and go, well, I understand. It's like, no. If we can send billions of dollars to the Ukraine, we can help the people of Maui because of the fires. But no, the mentality on the higher ups is quite the opposite, and it's unfortunate.
Back to the farming thing here. Is it just lot 47 that we're clearing the wood out, or are we doing any other lots?
Well, I probably haven't saved in a while. So there's an autosave. So yeah, 47 I will buy, 46 I will buy, and 45 I will buy.
Okay, I'll work on those then.
So if somebody wants to start mowing 46 and 47, I should have all of that. I should have all the land ready.
If you do the stumps, that should take care of 47.
Okay, that stumps. And I know there were some logs around. Maybe somebody picked them. I remember on my construction mode I saw some logs. The ridge. God dang it. Every time I think I'm done smoothing, I run into another area that's like, nope. Yeah, I spent a long time smoothing the terrain on the new Prairie Hills map. Like, just methodically going down one line, going over, coming back. Like, just really methodically going over the terrain.
Where I'm standing right now on it's outside the line, but it's just over the line. But anyway, there's a big dip right where I'm at. And it goes up all three sides.
You're in a different plot. You're in a plot that we don't own.
Yeah, but it's the turning around. Right now I'm on the thing, and it's going down into that dip.
Let's try to smooth these hills out. It's like the smoothing tool does not do that. Oh, yeah, these trees are. Yeah, once these.
Yeah, this over here.
Yeah, all these trees need to go.
Yeah.
See you over here. Yeah. I don't have to. Yeah, that's a big
dip in there.
Over here, this is more concerning over here. So this whole valley in here should be cleared of trees.
Okay.
Massage the ground a little bit.
In regards to denying claims, shortly after it happened, insurance companies were floating the idea of denying claims on 9/11.
Oh yeah, it's amazing. Like health insurance and life insurance, it's amazing. As soon as they actually have to pay some money out, they resist it, and it's like, what the hell? Your entire business exists as a sort of a bank, right? You make payments on a potential future disaster. Why would you? How could you justify not paying the money back? You'd be better off starting up a savings account and putting money away in the savings account. Take whatever you're paying in insurance. If you're a married couple and you're paying, I think my brother said, like, he was actually looking for insurance. It was like $1,200 a month for insurance. And he's like, I would rather take that money, put it into a savings account month after month after month, and then if we had to, withdraw the money, right? Because, a year you're looking at 12 grand. It wouldn't take long if you were diligent about it to create God damn, this tree just will not allow me to cut it down.
Yeah, I've had to go and circle around it, especially on the big trees. go around it in a different direction to get it to take. It won't the direction I wanted it to go on.
It just
It
won't.
won't grab it at all.
I've literally voided about 4 or 5 trees just fine. Walk up to them, void them, no problem. And this tree is just resisting me. There it goes. Finally. Good lord. This. Good job, smooth. There are not going to be very many rocks in this set. Yeah, for the last 7 years, I've resisted very strongly doing anything like controversial on the on the channel, as far as like politics or whatever. But unfortunately, the saying goes, evil can exist when good men do nothing. I don't know where that quote comes from, but it is very, very true. If everybody who kind of looks at a situation differently or doesn't agree with the current way of thinking, if they just stay silent, then that way of thinking gets more and more and more and more power. And it's because of that that we are in a situation where you know, the resistance to all these weird social things just was silent for so many years. It allowed to fester some pretty awful practices. And I just, it's hard for me to stay quiet these days, because once I started learning, my older brother really kind of opened my eyes when it came to that. And he was like, you gotta look at what's happening, because there is some weird shit. And once I started looking into it, you know, I am all for personal freedom. I am all for living your best life, doing whatever you like, as long as it's not hurting other people. You know, if you're not hurting somebody, then, you know, live your best life. But as soon as you start involving people who can't really, you know, the big stickler for me is when the kids started to be transition, literally sterilizing and transitioning. It's like these there's nothing statistically required to do this. This did not need to happen. And the reason it started happening, you know, it could cause it for speculation, but the fact that it's happening is a problem. And the more people stay quiet about it, the worse that it gets. So live your best life. You're an adult. You do you. I have no problems with that. But like, look at what EA did recently. Like one of a massive, or was it EA? Yeah, I think it was. They had a big like streamer of like the Call of Duty franchise, and like massive audience, and he doesn't even tweet out. He just like, he likes somebody's tweet, and then I think eventually he tweeted out like, just leave the kids alone, right? EA booted his, like, he had a like a almost like a sponsorship through EA. He had like a skin or something that you could buy for your warrior. EA removes it from the game because he tweeted out, "Leave the kids alone," and it was like, that's all he said. And how can you as a company disagree with that? I don't understand that mentality. And so it's just one of those things that's like, as a human being, as a person, how can you be against this? How can you be against just letting them grow up? There's literally no danger. Statistics will that out. It's the crazy parents that are causing the problem. Parents are insane. So, you know, I try to be quiet. I try to sort of just see the system, see the problem, and just sit around and see what happens next. And you know, I'm seeing some signs that there's a lot more resistance to it. There's a lot of people saying enough is enough. I'm done supporting this, and that's good. I'm just worried. Again, I'm sort of a neutral person on all this. I'm just worried the pendulum is going to swing the other way, and we're going to overcorrect. And that's another problem. I don't want to overcorrect the problem. I just want to softly withdraw. I want us to softly withdraw from that practice, right? Just sort of back away from it. People can still live the worst life if they're adults. But I don't want the far right to start imposing their will, because their extremist will is bad in many ways too. So it's like, I don't want that. I don't want that to happen. I'll shut up. So little rocks. Crazy dips in the terrain that I missed. Oh. Lower is. Ooh, the big one.
Yeah, the Big M was having some issues with the wing mower blades on the hills. It wasn't picking up or cutting grass.
Never had that happen. It's a lot easier once you have it mowed, and then you go and pick it up again. Much easier to see. Much easier to see the ridges in the ground. Truck is almost full, but not quite. Time. Treats. Why the heck haven't you been playing these things? I mean, I don't know. It's just a thing, I guess. A lot of games like that are hard for me to get into these days because I've just played so many iterations of that model of game. And I've played so many iterations now that I have favorite features that if a game doesn't have, I just don't like it. And other things like quality of life, a lot of quality of life features. Everything gets compared to Factorio, obviously. Any factory game gets compared to Factorio. And yeah, it's just hard to get into games nowadays, which is kind of why I've sort of changed the focus of the channel to more modding tutorials, getting the most out of games. I've done a ton of modding for this game in the last 2 months. Not my intention, but once I started getting into it, then I started learning modding. Then I just started like, hey, this is a fun, relaxing game. We can just sort of just chill. There's lots of jobs to do, so anybody who wants to help, there's lots and lots of stuff to do, and it just is what it is. Factorio expansion will probably be, that's next year, so I don't have to worry about that. The next game I'll probably buy, and another part of it, DJ Quad, is money. I don't have money to throw at just game after game. I just don't. So the next game that I have basically budgeted for to buy is the City Skylines 2. That game is right up my alley, and I want to. They've made a lot of improvements. They've basically fixed my one and only gripe with the original game. I mean, the original game had so much good stuff, and when you added in mods on top of that, it's just made it a phenomenal example of a city builder. But my one gripe with City Skylines 1 was the limit on agents. 65,000 agents was all you could have. And so, after your city hit 65,000 population, everything became abstracted. So I would have cities of like 500,000 or 700,000 people, and there'd be no traffic because all the AI agents were taken up by pedestrians, or there was a limit on the AI agents. And that is really like what ruined it because I wanted to have big cities. I wanted to see like what struggles would pop up because of a big city. Like what traffic nightmares would that bring, and how would you fix that, and blah blah blah. Where you never had that problem because big cities were still abstracted. So even a super high population is severely limited on what you actually was able to simulate. In City Skylines 2, they got rid of it. Basically, it scales, the limit scales to your computer. So they also, brilliantly enough, future-proofed it. So inevitably, when we have our 50-core processors, whatever comes 10 years from now, that will still be relevant because it will scale itself to your computer's strength. So I'm really looking forward to get my hands on it. And they integrated quite a few DLCs and quite a few mods into the base game, which is always a sign for me of a competent development team. When they take popular mods and they're like, you know what, we are going to integrate those into the game. Always been. Except, of course, when they completely rip off the modding community, like 7 Days Dev Team. But yeah, City Skylines 2 looks really good. That's coming out in, I think, October? Either October or November. Maybe November. Early November. So I'll definitely be getting that and streaming that. I highly doubt I'll do a series. I'm really tired of the Let's Play format. Episodic videos. I just don't think a lot of people are watching those anymore. And that's fine. But mentally, they're very, very hard to put together. Because you have to really think, like, what do you want to cover in this episode? What do you want to cover in that episode? And it's like, it can become very, very tedious to put those episodes together. All right. Anybody finds any other major areas, like major problem, major dips?
I'm done at this end.
Ooh, you're done over here, so I can.
Yep.
I can have my way with this area.
In the next lot over, just in the very far corner back here, there's, I don't know if you want to straighten that out or anything either. Yeah, like right where I'm at now, there's a big divot in here. I don't know if that's enough to worry about, but
This one, I may come back and do that. Let me get rid of this one first. This is.
As far as desynced goes, I wouldn't count out a possibility because I think it has multiplayer.
If it has multiplayer, it's far more likely that we're gonna do it and stream it.
Yeah.
So,
two of us already have it, so that's one down.
Ooh, what game are we talking about?
Desynced?
Oh, interesting.
I was get it off a Humble Bundle, but then they quit selling it.
Oh, weird.
yeah, if I can get it on sale, that would be nice.
Well, I mean, they had it, the regular 20% off for me.
Yeah, getting it on
Yeah, so
sale
it's
is kind of vital
likely-
for me. I got.
See
I
it
know.
at some point.
I got.
Sorry.
I got this game on sale. This game and all or most of the expansion, $40. Like, that's something I can get
Pretty
behind.
good price.
But like Starfield, I've been watching some Starfield streams, and that is an incredibly average game. There's nothing about that game that really stands out as far as like the gameplay loop. It's very mediocre. There's way too much dialogue, way too much like sitting around talking to people and not enough like flying the spaceship and doing shit. Like, I know the main story is going to be a lot of dialogue, but it's just like you go up to a shopkeeper, right? Here's the thing that just bothers me. You walk up to a shopkeeper and you trigger the shopkeeper, and it takes them like 2 minutes to get through their dialogue, and then it's finally like, how can I help you? And then you're like, I'd like to look at your stuff, and they're like, okay, here's my stuff. It's like, holy crap, that is insane to me. Walk up to a shopkeeper. Yeah, it's like, walk up to a shopkeeper, open the shop, and sell or buy or whatever. Get it done with. I don't need to know what your wife is doing or what you had for supper last night. It's so stupid.
Well, even when you ask for what did they sell, they go in a big long story about, well, we sell this and that and the other thing, and never even really mention what's for sale.
Yeah, there are some major issues with it. There's some massively BS woke garbage in it that does not belong in games like that. Az said it best. He's like, you're literally out in a spaceship in space, right? Why would you care what pronouns somebody? You are literally concerned with your survival. Like, why include all this present day new age BS when your primary view, your primary focus is on survival? You only get some of this social BS when you have a ton of free time. Like, when you have an infinite amount of free time, that's when you come up with all of this BS. That is a big valley. Holy Moses. Look at that. Don't mow this area yet. I need to redo all the grass as well.
Oh, it'll be a while before I'm done with this square or rectangle.
At this far corner on lot 45 is done too, on the back side, bottom side, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, now it's the middle portion. It's got a metric ton of trees. Even got a vehicle park there. It was going to help, but I've been doing terrain smoothing here.
Yeah, terrain stuff takes a long time.
The only thing I remember about is traffic logic. Traffic logic and there were some goofiness in the traffic AI. Largely some of that stuff was addressed by mods.
I think he's talking about desynced.
Oh, desynced? Oh, I'm really not familiar with that game in detail, so all I know is it sort of has like programmable bots similar to Autonauts.
Closer, from what I observed, closer to Mechanica.
Didn't play that one either.
Just for anybody who might know the two.
Well, it kind of almost had a factory town kind of programming in it too. At least early on.
Yeah, I guess so. Factory Town didn't have a UI though for programming. That was
no, but it's the same thing with the way you had to do your linking of to the buildings of what you wanted the action to be.
But But that makes it really difficult when you don't have a dedicated UI, dedicated layer for managing it.
Yeah.
Jesus, look at this hole. Good lord.
Now you're kind of regretting making the rolling hills, huh?
Yeah, I'm regretting not starting over on Prairie Hills, my new map, because that one far superior as far as the hills go.
Well, it's the school of hard knocks. You know, you don't know what you don't know. Much later.
But I know what I don't know. And that's most things.
Well, you know, I went from when I was 18, I knew everything, to 56, and I know nothing.
Yeah, that's the journey. Yeah, my brother has a saying. I think I was originally gonna say it, and then I got off on another tangent, which happens a lot in my brain. He said that if you're in your 20s and if you're in your 20s and you're a liberal, that means you have a heart. But if you're in your 50s and you're a Republican, that means you have a brain.
I've heard it slightly different. If you're not a liberal by the time you're 20, you have no heart.
Oh, yeah.
And if you're not a conservative by the time you're, I've heard a different age. I think 40 rather than 50, but doesn't exactly matter. You don't have a brain.
Yeah, and a lot of that rings true. I mean, a lot of it rings true. As soon as you start having money of your own, which most 20-year-olds do not, as soon as you start having money of your own, that's when your kind of attitudes sort of start changing. Because it's like, you know, once you start seeing all that money going away in tax, and you start seeing all of this, it's like, why is our government so big? Why are they spending all this money? Like, what is the purpose of this?
That.
Yeah, I worked hard for all of that. Like, why are you just taking it?
And the government says we worked hard for all of that.
Yeah,
That's
the
the
government
reason-
has a great attitude towards that.
That's the reason why they take it out of your paycheck where you don't see it, instead of letting you pay it at the end of the year. If they
Yeah.
made you pay it at one check at the end of the year for it, there'd be a revolution.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the country
that's
was
the
literally founded on taxes that were. I think somebody pointed out it was like a 2 or 3% tax on paper and tea, and we
2%.
we threw off the king, and
And we went to war over that.
we went to war over that, and now we're paying 40% taxes in this country, and people are like, fine. It's like, what? How fast it erodes.
Over that, because you gotta factor in all the other taxes you pay too, because those didn't exist back then.
And all the hidden tax that's built
Yep.
into.
Yeah, the founding fathers were adamantly against a federal tax. There's just minimal amount of income.
Well, there wasn't any income tax to start off with. It was all tariffs.
Right. And it was, you know, there are certain politicians that have suggested a different way of taxing, and it actually works. If you work out the numbers, it's a much more fair tax, and it eliminates income tax. And it's purely a sales tax.
Yep.
The fair tax.
And it's just like a 15% sales tax on everything.
I
And
think they ended up that it's way more than that. It's like 30 or something like that.
no,
But it's only on brand new stuff.
no. If you look at it, across the board, the sales tax, 15% sales tax across the board. The income works out because high level things that are purchased, low level things that are purchased, everybody's basically paying the same. And the rich people who are buying $1 million houses, well, it's still a 15%, but they're, you'll find a lot more wealthy people are willing to do that than than try to. Yeah, it's just a lot more fair to everybody, and it's a surprising amount of resistance, an absolute surprising amount of resistance. And it's like,
It would
why?
take a lot of adjustment, but we would be better off if we adopted a system like that.
Because then the people that don't pay any tax would have to pay tax.
Exactly.
Well, we already pay. There's already sales tax. We're already paying the sales tax.
Yeah, but
But
Just
you
stay that
offset it
same.
with an increased amount of income, right? If you're no longer taxing people's income, then they have more money to spend, and they can do more with that money. So imagine eliminating a 40% income tax. How much more money? How much more spending power? The economy alone would get a huge shot in the arm. And
companies would make a fortune too, because then they wouldn't have to pay all these tax attorneys, tax CPAs and everything else to do all this tax figuring to keep them out of jail.
right, and if they're not having to pay or match people's income taxes, because when you work for a company matches your income tax.
Yeah.
So they're paying on your work as well, which is even crazier. You're basically double taxing everybody. Now companies are paying, they're paying sales tax on products that they buy, supplies that they're buying, all of that kind of stuff. So they're still paying taxes, but they're saving a huge amount of money. So now they have more capital. Now they can expand. Now they can invest and do things. And it's just overall like a better idea. But yeah, for some reason people just don't. People resist that really strongly for whatever reason. They just don't think that it would be.
I think they think it's fair.
Well,
The
it's
one
like
problem is,
The only problem that I see is especially the people who are at poverty level. They pay pretty much no income tax already,
Well,
and
if it's the fair tax, it's built in that everybody gets tax-free. I think they're supposed to get like a check or something. I don't remember what the deal is, but for the first, I forget how high the income was, that everybody gets to like write off the bottom, so it would take up to the poverty line or something, and then everything over that, then you would actually be paying taxes out of your pocket. So like if you had one person, you would get a check for whatever the amount of tax that you would pay, up to, I forget, like I said, what the baseline was, but
all right, well that would work. I think I
Yeah.
was just concerned about somebody who's earning like 15,000 a year.
yeah.
You barely make ends meet as it is, and if all of a sudden you got 30% of your taxes you have to pay extra for.
No, there's not
like
extra.
that.
You eliminate the sales tax. So somebody
I know,
making
but they're
$50,000 a year, they're actually taking home like $30,000, right?
They're taking the whole check home.
Now they're taking the whole check home, and they're only paying tax on shit they buy, right? They're only paying tax on their groceries, on, an ATV. They're only paying taxes on the shit they buy, but they're taking home now all $50,000. So now they have $20,000 extra to spend and save or pay off their credit card bills or whatever. They have a huge amount of money now that they're able to budget with. But the government comes in and says, no, you know, you're bad with your money. Give it all to me. That's what the government is doing.
No, the government says that money is ours, and
Right.
allowing
You
you to
know,
keep this
we're
other
allowing
stuff.
you to. Yeah, it's crazy. The mentality is insane to me.
That's our money.
And it's like, no. If you empower people and you give them more money in their pocket, they will more likely buy things and fuel the economy, fuel growth in the economy than anything. And so it's like that would be the single biggest thing that you could do to get the economy, you know, thriving.
And another thing you got to consider is, to Patrick's point, you can exempt certain things from taxes. Now, myself, rather than creating a bureaucracy, rather than just, you know, changing the IRS so it looks at sales tax instead, eliminate them completely.
Yeah, you
Fire
don't need
every single one of them.
you don't need the
And-
IRS in a system.
Yeah, exactly. And rather than taxing everything sales tax, only tax luxuries.
Well,
No,
if
that
you-
wouldn't. Who's defining? That wouldn't work. That wouldn't work. You have to have this. The math does not work out unless you tax sales tax the whole enchilada. You cannot split hairs regarding what you're taxing, because then the math doesn't work out.
Well, the fair tax they only do on new stuff. If you buy like a used car, you don't have to pay any tax on it. But a new
not.
car, you would have to pay tax on it.
I don't know
This
what.
is with the fair tax.
I don't know what.
Yeah,
the-
he's talking
I don't know
about a
what-
specific model. It's
Yeah, and
It's
I
hard to
don't know the
compare.
math behind that model, nor do I know if it works. I just know that it's just a flat 15% on purchases, regardless of when or where that purchase was. It's just a flat 15%, and that's the math that I know works. That's the math that was, you know,
yeah. Posted.
economists and people actually worked on it and said, well, what is the number of things that are bought in this country? We have statistics that have all of that, so it's numbers that actually they can actually pull in realistic numbers. And it's like, okay, well, if X amount of billions of dollars worth of products were bought in this given year, what is 15% of that, and does that match, you know, what we're making now? And yeah, if you look at the expenses of the U.S. government, you know, the IRS, you eliminate out altogether. There's a huge amount of budget that you can save on that. One of the things that, whoa, tree just went flying. One of the things that that they started doing, which is just the most insane. You know, this is what really bothers me about the whole system. You know, the IRS just was like, we need to hire a bunch more agents, and so they got a funding and they got approval for like 87,000 more agents. Well, who are they going after? No, they're not going after the rich, who already pay an exorbitant more amount of taxes than anybody else. They pay, the top 1% pay like, I want to say something like 56% of all taxes. Top 1%.
Yeah, and the top 90%, something like that, pay like 90% of all the taxes.
Yeah, so it's already woefully, you know, different. But it's like, no, they're going after the little mom and pop shops, because my brother has a few services that he was getting, like not dog walking, but like a kennel, where he'd pay like, you know, $200 to get somebody to watch the dogs for like a weekend or something if they were on a trip. Well, the IRS is going after those people. Little $200 payments, little $100 payments. That's what they're going after. They're nickel and diming the average citizen. So they're
Spending millions to make thousands.
Yeah, they're literally doing just that. They're spending millions of dollars on the IRS agents and all of these systems, all of this bureaucracy, to nickel and dime people's Venmo accounts and PayPal accounts. That's what they're doing. And it's like,
And arming them.
yeah,
They're actually arming IRS.
yeah, they're
agents
arming
now.
IRS agents because they know what happens. They know what happens in situations like this. People are not happy. Um,
Well, they're
to-
going to go to cashless society here within possibly even this month.
it's
Who knows?
never gonna
But
happen. Never gonna happen. People will resist. Just like,
It's
there's a
gonna
lot of
happen.
there's a lot of talk about like new lockdowns and mask mandates. And what I say to that is good effing luck. Good luck. Because you the whole like fool me once, shame on me, but fool me twice, no effing way. Like, no way. Literally, people are posting warning labels on boxes of masks that the warning labels are literally warning this product does not prevent the catching or transmission of diseases. Literally on the box it says that. And it's like, you're literally asking people to wear these masks for no reason. To see
Yeah,
to see how to see how compliant they are. And it's like, I'm sorry, there was already resistance the first time. Now, what I don't agree with is some of the violence around the resistance. Some of the people getting beaten up because, that first time around, people were not wearing masks and they were getting assaulted. I just saw a video like yesterday of somebody getting assaulted for not wearing a mask. That I am wholeheartedly against, obviously. But to mandate this, it's just not gonna. It's not gonna fly. Nobody is gonna, or not nobody, but it's just not gonna happen. It's just not. So good luck with that. I just say good luck with that. It's in this country at the least. There is a very large part of the population that is fed up and is like, you're overreaching. It was all BS. Somebody like my grandma is susceptible, but I literally got I got the vaccine. I was one of the sheeple at first. I admit, I was scared. I didn't know the statistics were not being talked about. My family was very much, trying to tell me this is all BS, but yeah, I now am aware of all the BS, and it's like, I got the vaccine, I got the second dose. A month later, I caught COVID, and it's like, what the hell did I get that vaccine? Why? If I still caught it, what was the point? And if you look at the like statistics, it's about as bad as the flu. Now, talking to my grandma, who's 90 years old, she is a lot more concerned about it, which is understandable. But even so, she's already told me, like, if she gets cancer, that's it. She's not going to pursue any sort of treatment. She's too old. She's like, I'm not going to go through that. That's the end. So it's like, okay, then why not treat this like that? Well, it is what it is. Choose your battles, I guess. But yeah, good luck at large getting this country to do that again. Like, holy crap! Look at like countries like Australia, what they did during COVID, how totalitarian, fascist they became. I mean, it's insane.
not as bad as China, where they were welcoming people into their homes, and so they couldn't even get out of their homes.
Yeah, you looked at those dictatorships like that, and you're like, oh man, that would never happen here. It's like, oh, you want to bet? You want to bet the people in power aren't trying to do that right now, trying to think of ways to make that work? Like,
Some of them were talking about wanting to put people in camps.
Yeah,
Get
the funniest
vaccine and stuff.
the funniest thing with the mentality of people is people, Twitter is one of these great, now that, after Elon took it over, Twitter has become one of these great, like, equalizers in messaging and talking points. And what's funny is, while Trump was in office, people were tweeting, like, very, very anti-vaccine stuff. Like, very, like, no way am I going to get the Trump vaccine, blah, blah, blah. right? Literally 6 months later, the same person tweets out, I think they should put in prison anybody who doesn't get the vaccine. And it was like, seriously, what? To me, that's insane. That's just an insane, like, double standard. Like, oh, I hate this individual, so therefore I'm against it. And then it's like, then it's a complete 180 where you think people should be thrown in prison who don't get the vaccine. Like, wow, those are some pretty extreme views.
So you mentioned camps at one point there, and to put it in perspective, some of us actually had no choice but to get the vaccine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, because I know a few people that had administrative or even judicial punishment threatened against them for not getting the vaccine.
Well, you mean job-wise?
Military.
Military.
Oh, military, yeah.
Yeah.
But
So that was a thing, and then so like the people who did get it, not the vaccine, but like got sick or got exposed, were very much so put into camps. Like we had a camp quarantine and a camp isolation, where if you were exposed, you would go to the quarantine, and then if you actually got it, you would go to the isolation, and then they would determine at that point whether or not you were worthy of being hospitalized.
And DJ Quad, Twitter is a cesspool. It doesn't matter. Twitter is the most pure representation of humanity that I've ever seen. To say Twitter is a cesspool,
agreeing with you.
yeah. To say Twitter is a cesspool means humanity itself is a cesspool, which is 100% accurate. 100%. It is a direct reflection of humanity, and you get all of the different viewpoints, you get all of the different sarcasm, you get all the different hate, you get a massive cross section of humanity. It directly relates to humanity.
If it ever isn't a cesspool, never go to it.
Right. If it's censored, like Threads debuts and they immediately start censoring people, you really want that future? You want that future. You want the future where people's speech is limited. Then you can go move to China. I'm sorry. You can move to China or Russia. China especially.
Yeah.
Well, it sounded like Musk wants to put it where like different areas of the X there that if you're for something, you would be put in this one area, and if you're against it, you put it in
Where
another
does he
area.
say that? What are you talking
In one
about?
of his speeches. And
I don't remember
if
him
you
saying
wanted
it.
to argue between the two of them, you could be in this other place, and so that you could be in your comfort zone for whatever you want to do.
Well, that was an incredibly vague statement on stuff that I have never even heard him say anytime.
Yeah, I'll see if I can't
I've-
find the thing that he did.
Like, that is not something I don't think. I mean, he's trying to get rid of the block feature, which I'm all for.
Well, instead of just banning you from being on it, he's saying that, like, if you're conservative, this is the conservative area. If you're liberal, this is the liberal area.
yeah, I don't.
And
I,
if you want to fight between the conservative and liberal, then here's the free-for-all area.
I honestly doubt that would ever be done, because that would.
He says, well, it's just to take on whatever kind of.
It already is
whatever
like that.
we want it to.
People can already pick and choose who they follow.
Yeah, but before, when it wasn't Musk, if you were, say, conservative, a lot of times were getting blocked totally off the.
Yeah, you were
Twitter.
being censored.
Yeah,
He got rid of
where
that.
yeah. So now he's saying that I'm going to put you in groups that you want to be in, and if there's infighting, we won't allow that in the groups unless you want to be in this free-for-all area. And
Well, I mean, he's
being
probably reacting to, you know,
But it's
he's
just
trying
so
to
you can
balance on this razor's edge
Yeah.
of humanity, and it's incredibly difficult because of just how much people hate one another.
yeah,
And it's,
How much people love to hate.
you know, it's the mentality of, hey, I'm better than you, blah 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 blah. And it's like, no. We're all relatively, you know, occupying this grand planet. Nobody's really better than anybody. And, you know, whatever choices you make in your life really dictate a lot of things about your life, but you know, we kind of start with the same blank slate, and what you do with that, you know, is important. For me, it's like I can just choose to ignore. You know, I don't agree with Stephen King on Twitter. I just don't. I don't know what happened to that guy. I don't know what Kool-Aid he drunk, but he has gone even more insane than he was when his books were actually good. I don't think he's written a really, really good story since he quit drugs back in like the mid-90s. Like, his best work was in an altered state of mental capacity. As soon as he quit drugs, like, his stories got really sort of bland, I want to say. Maybe not bland is the right word, but just like, oh man, you can do better. I mean, look at The Shining, and look at Pet Sematary, and look at some of these like crazy stories. And where has that guy gone? Where has that author gone? Well, I don't know. Anyway, I just don't agree. But I haven't blocked him. I haven't, you know, turned him away, because everybody deserves their voice. I don't agree with it. Doesn't mean I can't read it. I'm not offended. You know, I'm not gonna be in a huff and be like, oh, well, you know, how dare you say this? Like, come on, they're words. I don't freaking care. You know,
Yeah,
I've gotten my fair share of criticism. So
what happened to the days that were sticks and stones break my bones, but words will never hurt me?
right, it's like, come on. I mean, at some point you've gotta just man up, or woman up, or whatever, you know, person up, whatever statement you want. Yeah, I just look at it and go, you know, he's entitled to his opinion. He is entitled. I think I used, was it olive? No, it wasn't olive. It was biscuit.
That's quite the name.
Yeah, I don't know why a biscuit is green. Maybe it's an old biscuit that's all moldy.
Moldy.
Not a McDonald's one then.
Or it's definitely. So let's buy.
Why is McDonald's new and moldy?
No, you can leave a McDonald's burger sitting out for like 2 weeks before it gets moldy.
That's false.
3 weeks then, right?
It only does that if it's in an area that has high airflow, where it dries it out. It basically mummifies it, and that any food will like mummify. That news story that hit many years ago, where that person was like, this has been sitting there, blah blah blah. Well, that was right below a heating vent. Literally, somebody put a bag of McDonald's right below a heating vent, so hot air was blowing on it, dried it out completely, and it didn't mold. It's like, well, big surprise. Anyway, yeah, I, you know, there's a lot of people on Twitter that I don't agree with. That doesn't mean that I think they deserve no voice. Like, I don't have that mentality. I think freedom of speech is vital to our way of life. And to suggest to get rid of it, I think, is incredibly naive or downright criminal. And, you know, the razor's edge that Elon is on is like, well, Twitter is a worldwide, or X. I probably will call it Twitter for many years to come, if not forever. But, you know, other countries have wildly different rules and laws than we do. So when a country like Turkey sends him a message and says, you need to silence this individual or suspend their account or whatever, he literally, if he doesn't comply with that, the entire government could completely block access to the app itself.
Just a minute. What do you want me to do with the wood here?
Here, I'll switch you out. Here's an empty. That's an empty one. So he has to comply to a certain number of these requests, because his attitude is, I would rather have the majority of the population have access to these ideas and this information than to lose it entirely and hold on to my values, or hold on to the American ideal of this. And it's like, yeah, this country is relatively unique in the world. I don't know if there's a country out there that hasn't at least legislated some speech away. And that is a very, very dangerous road to walk. Canada is already well down the road. Look what happened to Jordan Peterson. I mean, the courts literally ordered him for, like, what do they call it? Social media sensitivity training. He probably saw that and rolled his eyes and like, are you kidding me? Like, sensitivity training? It's an insane mentality. People need to, like, not be so freaking sensitive. Like, you can talk to somebody whose ideas are not your own and get along with them. I just love it. Social media sensitivity training. Like, really? Have you met the internet? Like, have you met the internet? Social media sensitivity. Have you met the internet? I love it. All right, we are going to autosave. Yay. Possibly, maybe start windrowing.
Oh yeah, you can do that. I'm almost done with 2 grids.
Yeah. Okay. So, let me grab a tractor of some kind or sort.
Pretty sure there's a tractor attached to the windrower.
Oh, there might be.
If you want to windrow it, if not, you could probably just grab one of the trailers and go for it that way.
Well, I want to test out my new windrower here, fixed version.
Oh yeah.
Make
On
sure
some
this
of the hills
works.
here, that would be a good idea.
With my luck, it'll just behave the same way it always has. I'll be like, God damn.
At least you tried.
At least I tried. It is what it is. Always this time of year I get these little gnats. It always spend about a month in here and then they disappear. It starts getting cold. But I just battle them every year.
They come from the drains.
Must.
Yeah, drain flies. One thing that you can do to help with that is plugging the drain at night. But and And you could also try the candle and a little bit of soap in a dish technique.
What is the candle?
You put like a tea light candle in the center of a small plate that you have dishwashing soap and maybe some lemon juice in, and the candle attracts the bugs. They land in the soap, they can't get out.
Hmm.
It's a trick we used to use at the campground, inside the camper for like mosquitoes and flies.
Wow. Look at that. Coffee dropping some knowledge.
Especially mosquitoes like the
What the
carbon.
hell?
What is it? Carbon monoxide or carbon dioxide?
Something like that, yeah. For some reason it attracts them. I forget what it is. There's some science about it. I just know it works.
Yeah, they figured that out in some of the big mosquito catcher, well, not catchers per se, but killer, I guess they're catchers. Companies figured that out, and they made super big ones that they would give off the carbon monoxide or dioxide, whichever it is.
Yeah,
And,
mosquitoes. Yeah, carbon dioxide is what they're attracting.
And they would use it for like big resorts and all sorts of stuff that they would almost clean out 100% of the mosquitoes because they were attracted to it, and then that I think they would catch them. And but anyway, it worked super good.
Interesting.
That way they didn't have to do any spraying or anything.
Yeah.
I wonder if I was going too fast.
It is a possibility, and it's also a possibility that it might have been just too great of amount of material. I've had that happen before.
Yeah, that's what I mean by speed.
True.
I was going too fast. This is a lot of grass.
Which really sucks, because that means you got to go relatively slow, and this is a very big field.
Yeah, and I upped the speed on this, but I mean I looked to see if there were other values I could change as far as like how fast, like how much material this thing can move at a single like thing. Like each one of those windrowers, there's a hit box, all of that kind of stuff. I couldn't find any like, you know, amount per second or amount whatever number where the windrower actually how much it can move. What I could do. Okay, here's what I could do. So the outside windrowers, right? The outside windrowers, there is a node in the i3D of where it places the material. So the outside windrowers put it in front of the next one down. The next one down puts it in front of the last one. The last one down puts it in the middle. So what I could do is have all three sides drop it in the same place, right down the middle. So the outside one, it would look like shit. It wouldn't look realistic, but the outside one would put it in the middle. The next one down would put it in the middle. And that way, the middle one isn't getting twice as much material. The bottom one is not getting 3 times. They're all getting the same amount, which would probably allow you to go faster. That is doable. That I could do. Yeah, I think if I tried to go any faster, it would hiccup. Wondering whether to just grab it from. Because the windrower, I don't know, that's about a 20 meter. What is the windrower? I forgot.
1 second.
That Mystic Cat.
Oh, that one, the loading trailer?
The forage wagon.
It is 21 meters wide. The one you are currently using is 19. Yeah.
Yeah, and I know that Mystic Cat can pick up
At full
Oh, a lot of stuff. So I will, yeah, probably see an even wider swath than this. So yeah, I think we'll save some time. As cool
Well,
as
we
this
got
thing
more
is.
than one of those trailers, so we can get it going.
Yeah. And we could, if we really wanted to do a course on it. I don't really think it's necessary.
Well, it depends if you want to make it hay for the sheep.
You don't need to make it hay because the factory itself does that on.
Oh yeah, right. I'm sorry, I forgot about that. So we don't have to worry about tedding.
Plus, it
in
also
which
makes
case,
silage. You know, you can make a lot of stuff from grass. You can make grass silage. You can even make grass digestate, which I think I do have it because it takes the grass, makes silage, and then gives you digestate on top.
Mm-hmm. Can be useful because digestate can be used as fertilizer.
Well, yeah, we can put it into the fertilizer maker and actually make it.
Oh, that type of fertilizer too. Yeah, I meant like the digestate / slurry spreaders.
Right. I knew what you meant, but I know that digestate can be made into fertilizer. I didn't get a chance to look at the Unimog tank to see what the difference there is.
Oh yeah.
Why the Unimog tank does not like our fertilizer production.
I blame Moss.
All right, I gotta take a quick manual break. All right. Ooh. No. God, paper. Full on paper. Full on furniture. Full on prefab wall. Metal.
I do hope we at some point do some sugar beets because I want to see the beaverator in action with that.
Oh yeah, yeah. It chews them up pretty good.
Yeah. Because I've used the beaverator for sugar beets before, and it does take a long time. So I'm excited to see that thing really chew through.
I don't think I changed the beaverator and how fast. It's 750 a second.
Okay.
Is what it chews through because that's all the conveyor belt will offload. So the conveyor belt coming out of that thing is the limitation. Because it will fill. You can have like the sugar beet harvester offload directly into the beaverator, and it will fill up the drum.
Quickly.
It'll fill that drum up to the top, and it will only offload as fast as the beaverator will offload So
So what does the beaverator do?
it turns the sugar beets into cut sugar beets, which
Oh, okay.
for whatever reason gives you a higher yield of sugar. So I think I couldn't really find anything in there as far as how fast it'll cut them. So I think the limitation is literally
The conveyor belt.
the
speed?
conveyor belt speed. So if you bump the conveyor belt speed, I don't know. Again, I don't know what the conveyor belt speed of the harvester, right? I'd have to look at the harvester's XML to see what its discharge rate is. Get that discharge rate into put that discharge rate on the beaverator, and boom, there you go. You've got a beaverator that can discharge at the same rate as the harvester.
That would be scary fast.
Yeah, I'm sure the harvester is something like 2,000, whatever.
It really gets going.
$25,988. So yeah, in the Prairie Hills map that I finished this week, I also fixed the bug with when you buy new vehicles where it places them. So I pulled that spawn thing out from the wall so trailers and stuff don't get stuck in the wall.
Nice.
Little things here and there that I've tweaked.
So it's essentially this map version 2.0 variation B because you got rid of all the trees for a different style.
Yeah, and smoothed. The terrain is much smoother. Much flatter. There's hills, but they are much less pronounced. Which should allow you to get into farming a lot faster. If that is your goal. I've got a test world going, and I've kind of started on that. I started mowing the initial first plot of land that you get. So all that stuff is the same. The starting equipment is the same. I didn't feel a need to change that at all. But one of the things I want to test that I haven't yet is actually planting trees, and seeing if the trees that I put on this map actually are growable, because they should be growable, even the Big Bertha. That
not to the point of being able to do that on this map.
Yeah, you can't do it on this map because there's so many damn trees. Like, you would have to cut down the majority of the map in order to plant any trees. There are just too many. Because I don't know what the number is, but I know I know that the number of trees on this map far exceed. I can't even place a tree in construction mode. So I can't plop a new tree on. It's just like, oh, there's too many trees. So, which is crazy that I was able to exceed the number of trees and still load the map. So yeah, the Prairie Hills map, the trees are along the outside as sort of a border. There's something visual. So you look off in the distance and there's a line, there's a border of trees on the very edge of the map. And then there's a spot on the very far, let's see, far southwestern, southwestern corner. There's, and it exists in this map too. There's really sort of mountainous, like high terrain elevation area. I just figured I just put some, you know, some extra trees up there. But that, I think that map, total number of trees is probably like, I want to say like 3,200 to 3,300. So 3,300. On this map, the number of trees exceeds 25,000. So a slight difference. Just slight.
Teeny bit. How much grass you want to guess that I'm going to end up with?
At least 6 million. Come on, just void the tree. Stupid chainsaw. Just void the damn tree. Why are you misbehaving so much? What the hell is up with this mod?
Or just cut it down and throw it in your
Anyway.
truck.
There.
That is really weird.
What's really weird?
Oh, that his chainsaw is doing that.
It's just a, you know, multiplayer sync thing on the server. It's just there's, you know, quite a few players. I blame Oz.
Yeah. He's AFK,
Me too.
so it's fair. Oh,
No, I'm here now. I'm eating though.
he's munching, so it's fair to blame him.
I just chop those down now and just drag them straight to the thing. I don't even delimb them.
Laziness has reached new peaks.
Well, for the small, tiny ones.
Yeah. And so to be fair, with the smaller trees before, we used the logging machine, which would delimb them automatically anyway, so...
Yeah.
I still think we need to make ourselves a go-kart track with a jump.
Well, I tried
Relatively easy to do. It's just
with logging equipment stuff, and man, it's almost faster than doing it this way. Have an auto loader for the stuff that you cut up, but
Yeah, it is faster to cut down the forest this way than it is to do the other way, but the other way's more immersive and fun.
yeah.
no, with the logging equipment, I think it's almost faster.
Oh, than doing it this way?
Well, not this way because we're just doing all logs, but if we were cutting them up like what we were doing before we were doing this trailer.
Okay.
Well, yeah, it was definitely faster. To cut them like that.
But since we're not using the right size trees to do that, I mean, we can't do it no matter what we do.
Yeah, that was the only thing. Is I really wish there was actually equipment that could handle these trees, but I tried. You know, the Scorpion King. You know, the modded Scorpion King that I have, it would, if I knew how to mod the i3D, mod all of the trigger areas, right? The cutter trigger, all of the trigger areas. That's what I'm missing there. But when you go up to a tree with the Scorpion King, when you go up to one of these big trees, it does not tell you this tree is too big. It just doesn't give you the cut option, right? You can't hit a cut because the trigger area is what's missing there, right? The width of the tree, the cutter head has a trigger area, right? There's a node on the cutter head that is the trigger, and that has to be either near the middle of the tree or at least in close proximity to something about the tree. I don't know how the system works, but it's that trigger that if I were to figure out how all that works and move that trigger out from the cutter head, that we would be able to use that for these trees. Then the next problem, right? That's the start of the problem. The next problem after that is the weight of the tree. Because the Scorpion King, I think, if memory serves, is like 25 tons, which is a lot. But that oh, there's an autosave. That's a good autosave.
6.5 tons.
So the problem is like that Big Bertha, that's 75 tons. So that's 3 times the weight of the Scorpion King itself. That's a problem. That's a big problem. Because one of these trees, I don't know which one, if it was the, which iteration, whether it's the darker bark pine or the lighter bark pine, not the Douglas fir, not the super dark, but there are 2 very similar looking spruce trees, pine trees, and one of them actually works with, it's either this one here or it's this one here. I forget which one it is, but they actually work with the Scorpion King. You can actually grab the log and cut it, but it's so damn heavy that the arm can't lift up. So you grab the tree, you cut it, and you literally can't pick the tree up. You have to basically have the tree fall, and then you can cut it. And then forget about one of these. That would be 75 tons. That tree, you couldn't even run the header to cut it into lengths because it would be too big. The cutter head would just drag Scorpion King along the log. It wouldn't move. The log itself wouldn't move. The machine would kind of drag itself along on its side.
That would be funny to see.
Oh, we've seen it.
Yeah, I've seen it. It's been done. Because there's sometimes I cut a tree and it anchors itself to the ground, and then it just drags the machine along. For whatever reason, it anchors. The tree itself anchors itself. But very much more prevalent in big Bertha trees. Big this hill is. Jesus. It's really, when you're in the editor, it's really, really hard to gauge the scale of like the terrain and stuff. Because you're flying over the top of it. Everything looks smaller in the editor. The landscape, the hills, everything. It's really hard to gauge the scale, which is why I left a lot of these hills. I was like, oh, that doesn't look too bad. I think a machine will do that. And it's like, oh man, did I get that wrong? Scale on these is really hard. So I might have, for the Prairie Hills map, I might have gone a little too crazy with the smoothing. But at the very least, I haven't had to, I've been mowing. I mowed pretty much the entire first plot. Because the first plot of land has, if we look at the map here, this will probably autosave. Oh, no. So here's the first plot, and the first plot is basically the same in both maps. But yeah, there's a little thing of trees right in here. So if you really wanted, if you're desperate for some money, you could cut some of these trees down. But yeah, I basically mowed this whole thing in that iteration of the map, and not once did I have to go back and smooth it out. Not once did I have to be like, oh, I missed a spot. So, and then definitely, almost the whole map is open. I have that initial spot of trees right at where you spawn in, and then there's a tiny little blob somewhere that I just put randomly on the top of a hill for no real reason. But other than that, you can basically mow, if you really want to do, the entire map. And that could be a challenge. Mow the map. Because it's a big map. If you mowed the entire map and picked up the grass, I mean, you'd get 40, 50 million grass, maybe? Thereabouts. How am I going to smooth this terrain out? This is insane how steep this is. Get out of here, deer. That's so funny. Another another aspect of the Starfield game is like damn near everybody in a position of power, like it's almost laughable. Almost everybody in a position of power is female. Ambassadors, president, like every time you get a character and it's like, oh, this is a very important, powerful person, it's a woman. And it's like, I don't have any problem with women in power. I don't have any problem with that. What I have a problem with is the blanket everybody in power. Like, where's the 50-50? Where is the spread? Right? Where is the equality? That's what I have a problem with. But it's
well,
like
they can move past the quality now because they've gotten what they want. Now they need, what they were actually after, and that's more.
yeah, it's like, yeah, we don't want equality, we want domination. And that's really what they were after. The wage discrepancy, the wage gap is a complete fabrication. It hasn't been like that for 20 years. In statistics, there have been massive independent studies across pretty much every industry, and for years and years, it's been a debunked like thing, and it's still to this day a rallying cry of women. Like, oh, men are making women are 87 cents to the dollar. It's like, no, that's completely not true. When you're comparing apples to apples, completely not true.
And yeah, that's the thing, is that they can just use bad math and lie.
Right, well, they're comparing,
Maybe pay over a year
No.
altogether per hour.
No, it's
Yeah, but-
there are
but
many
how much
areas
is it?
they make more than men. More. But the problem
Yeah,
is, how many oil rig roughnecks women are there? Right? How many concrete construction workers are working that are women? I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna tell you, very, very little. Less than 1% of those industries are women. And so when you have that, guess what happens? It starts skewing a little bit, because those are some high-paying jobs. People working on the oil rigs, I mean, they're making $40 an hour. Right? And so it's like, when you don't have any women working those jobs, the numbers start to be skewed a little bit, because there's nobody's working those jobs. Statistically, women are just not interested in those types of jobs. They're very physically demanding jobs. Jordan Peterson says it very, very well, and he gets so much shit for it. And all he's doing is telling people, I mean, this is a guy who's been a clinical psychologist for 30 years, and he's just like, men and women are wired different to like different things. He puts it really simply. Men like things. They like working with things. So they are not, he goes, it's not every man. He goes, but I'm talking in generalities to the gender. Men like things, women like people. They like social things. So women more likely go into nursing, go into, healthcare, stuff like that. Whereas men go into engineering. Men go into, like, look at Coffee. He's a mechanic. He's fixing shit, right? And so it's like, it's not a bad thing. It's just how we are wired. And what people want to tell you is that we need equality. And it's like, but we're not. We like different things. You get women who are engineers, and that's great. I have nothing against that. What I have against is the people using that as a rallying cry. We need more people in this field. Where are the feminists demanding more women in construction? Where are they demanding more women as crab fishermen in the Bering Strait, one of the most dangerous jobs in the world? Where's the rallying cry for women in that industry? It doesn't exist, because they don't want those jobs. They only want to bitch about the jobs they want. And it's like, at that point, I just tune you out. I'm like, I don't. When it comes down to like that, you're not looking for equality. If it was equality you want, you would acknowledge this needs to be remedied. But no, it's not about equality. It's about I want what I want, and I don't give a shit about, the facts of the matter. That's the problem. That's what I have a problem. When you just ignore reality for your own like vision of the world. And I have fallacies too. For years and years, I was very wrong about many, many things. And it's like, it's a difficult adjustment once you start learning the actual facts about the matter. It's like, oh my God, I was this far off. Like I was this bad. Really hard to acknowledge that shit. All right, this section of the map is done. Holy, look at this hill. What the hell am I going to do about this?
Oof.
This is a massive hill.
Can any of us take over on the landscaping?
You sure? You wanted to.
Okay. I wasn't sure if we had permissions for that or anything.
Pretty sure I gave everybody landscape.
Okay. Because that's probably one of the more boring parts, visually and for you.
I try to have the smallest footprint I can when I do a change, because it eliminates stones from spawning in that spot.
Yeah.
And so
I think you're not going to have much of a choice, though.
Well, yeah, this is going to have to be raised, basically flattened across the valley, and then that area is going to have to be smoothed down. But yeah, this is going to be there's going to be a massive area of change in here. Unfortunately. Darn. Yeah, you should have seen the size of the brush that I was using in the editor to smooth out the terrain for that other map. I mean, it was enormous. Basically, the width of one of the plots of land. So if you look in the map and you see the grid, like the width of that plot of land was the diameter of the brush. I mean, it was huge. And then the brush in the editor, with maximum strength, will actually raise the terrain. So it lowers and raises, and so it gives you a much better average of the terrain itself.
Does a game come with the editor, or do you have to use a
No,
different
you have to sign
program?
up. Yeah, you have to sign up on the Giants website. Once
Yeah.
you have an account, then you can download the editor.
Okay.
And there's a bunch of other tools and stuff too that they release. See, if I were to get a job at a game company, here's my perfect introductory job to the gaming industry would not be, building content for the game. Right? That would be fun, and I would love that. My end goal career, like, job, ideal job for me would be like creative director on a project. Like, put me in charge of the next Elder Scrolls game. That is my ideal job. I don't want to do, in the end of all things, I don't want to do programming. I don't want to do that. But I have a technical background, so I can think of features in a technical sense and not make my engineers roll their eyes like, you know how much work that is? I can actually come up with ideas. I came up with a game design for a city builder, and then City Skylines came out, and it was basically my design. Like everything I planned, everything I designed, it was literally that design. I'm like, how the hell did I get so accurate? It wasn't exactly what I had, but man, certain technical fields were, or certain technical solutions were exactly what I envisioned. So I knew I was, on the right track.
Did you talk about it online?
Well, it was, I mean, there was not enough. They were already very close to finishing the game by the time I published the design. I did a design document. So there's a PDF out there, a design document for the game that I designed, and I designed, all the aspects of it, from the traffic to, aspects of the simulation to, how the lanes, how I broke down how the actual roads and lanes would go together, and pretty much exactly how City Skylines. But so my ideal job is getting a concept and coming up with a design. Unfortunately, ideas are like assholes. Everybody has them, and so it's like, okay, well, unless you're a revolutionary or thinking outside the box, what do you bring to the table? Or you have published games under your belt, and that's the rough part. Or you get on the ground floor with a company. But like Todd Howard's job, I would love, and I honestly think I could do a better job than he has done, because people right now who are playing Starfield are already calling it for the next Elder Scrolls. They're saying Elder Scrolls 6, if this is how they're approaching storytelling, right now, the next Elder Scrolls is dead. Is already dead. So if they're gonna institute the practices that they're doing in Starfield, for Elder Scrolls 6, the game is already dead. And so they really need fresh blood in there, and they really need to step away from the current BS that's going on. Like, just make a good, fun game and story without all the BS, because that is such a tiny part of the population, and those people aren't gamers anyway.
Well, it might be that they did get fresh blood in there.
Not with Starfield. The Starfield, if they got fresh blood, it was the wrong kind of blood, because it's got lots of ideological current day things, and it's not. They didn't focus on the story.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe they got fresh blood.
Yeah.
Young person or whatever.
So but it's up to the guy in charge, the Todd Howards, the creative director, to steer the ship. And if he's getting steered in those directions, that's wrong. Because he's focusing on ideology rather than good storytelling. People don't play games for ideology; they play games for good storytelling. So it's stuff like that. But if I were to get an introductory job, I would have more enjoyment creating tools for the game, right? Creating tools for the game to mod or create content than I would making the game itself. Taking whatever data structures, whatever the game has, and creating tools to enable, create for other people to create content. So for me, I have a lot more enjoyment on adding features and making quality of life improvements to something like the Giants editor than I would for the game itself. I don't know why. I think, why I take more enjoyment in that. But there have been a couple times where I've interviewed for jobs that are very, very close to that. But those kinds of jobs are usually more people are able to apply to them because it's a lower skill set. They usually don't they usually don't require you have shipped games, you know, like a lot of game industry job postings. Like, you need to have shipped at least 3 commercially successful games. It's like, you realize that you just cut out 99% of the possible people that could apply for this job. But yeah, it's a brutally hard industry to get into. I'm hoping that, you know, if the YouTube thing doesn't work out, that my Vintage Story project helps, like, at least allows me to put something on my resume as something that, you know, I've made and shipped and designed myself. Because lo and behold, you know, if game companies see the modding community, they will pick people out of the modding community and hire them. Paradox did that with City Skylines 2. They hired a ton of modders to be part of the team. Not only team of, like, creating buildings and plots and designing that, but also programmers. Like, how much value do you think the guy behind the traffic manager mod, the massive amount of work that mod took? I just couldn't imagine how much work that took to do that mod. So the people behind, or the person behind those mods, are incredibly valuable to a company like that. And look what happened with Factorio. Arendelle made space exploration, giant mod. He probably put a ton of work into that, and they hire him to work on the expansion pack. And he allows, you know, he learned a lot of lessons and basically was able to fill them in on the best way of getting the most out of the concept and the idea. And yeah, was hired and is working there for months. So yeah, modding can be a really good window into the industry, a foot in the door.
Especially seeing those ones that people have basically changed the whole game to be almost another game by just modding the game.
Yeah, total conversions. An immense amount of work. I mean, I'm working on the vintage engineering mod, and this mod is not it's not a total conversion. It's not anything like that. But it's a monumental amount of work. And I'm running into almost like writer's block where I get stuck on a concept, and my brain is just like, it's hard. It's a hard problem to solve, and getting through that, overcoming those issues is a skill, and it's one that I'm still working on. Now, I don't expect to work on this. I don't expect to be doing this game or doing this mod, and I don't expect the Tyrone to hire me at all. It's a small team. It's not a big, studio or anything like that. But having that under my belt would allow me to point to it down the road in a future, to a future recruiter or something. Say, here's an example of a large project that I did.
Okay, 3.9 million grass.
Nice.
Sounds like you haven't been doing anything at all.
If you were to do that on one of our fields and had it fully fertilized and stuff, you would probably get another 25% worth of grass.
Yeah, 25%. No, you probably between.
I forget.
It's about 15 to 20%. So you were close, but yeah, It's like if you look in the XML of the map, the fruit types, there's a line in there on harvest per meter.
Mm-hmm.
So the difference is like meadow. I think meadow is like 5 point something, right? 5.4, blah blah, whatever fractional number it is, and then grass is like 6.8. So it's more, but not so much that it would be like you would mow the grass and just a giant mound of grass would appear above or under you. It's like, no, I didn't want that to happen. But yeah, I set, like, you look at grapes, like I set grapes to like 8 point something. Like it is crazy. How much we get.
I think the grapes will need it.
Yeah, didn't want to need a, very large, giant setup. A decent size is good. A reason to have the equipment and set aside the land, but oh, this is so much faster.
Oh, do you want me to feed the sheep some more hay? 'Cause they've only got, 453,000 liters.
Yeah, you don't need, just put it in the farm supply factory and
Let it sit for now.
yeah, it'll get converted into hay. Let me actually
Farm supply factory's almost full on hay, so we're doing good there.
Yeah. I've got grass silage chosen too, so that I should actually do this one instead. Grass and water equals silage. Digestate. So that'll give us some digestate, which will give us, well, it's either solid or liquid fertilizer, whichever one you want. I'll let digestate build up. There's 50 million storage digestate. I think we're good.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to build towards a TMR.
Yeah.
Which means we need mineral feed, which is why we have soybeans planted. So we need to fill, somebody wants to work on that. We need to fill the farm supply factory with lime. I'm sure we've got plenty of lime ready to go. Yeah, lime thing is full, so we can grab all the lime out of that and put it into the farm supply factory.
Oh yeah, that's just a little bit of lime and iron ore.
Yeah, don't take any iron ore out. That's we have iron ore to spare right now.
Too bad there's not some way of, once you get the trees off here, that the ground turns the other color. Same as the rest of the field.
Oh yeah. Somebody said that when you actually use, like, if you paint over grass, that also eliminates stone. So I didn't want to repaint anything because we're already having
No,
to
but
do
I'm
it.
just surprised that. Well, I'm not surprised, but it seemed like it would be interesting if once you clear it out, because it's the symbolize that there's wood there, but
Right, but
the wood's
that's
not there.
yeah, that's not a program thing. I could put any texture down there. I could make it dirt if I wanted to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it doesn't. Just because trees are there doesn't mean that's what it chooses to put there. It's just
Oh, so you have to put that there?
yeah, you have to set what texture that is.
Okay.
Oh, these lag spikes. Good thing you can't damage buildings or anything.
Challenge accepted.
Oh boy. I was just trying to back over towards the farm supply factory with the truck full of lime, and it said, "Watch this."
Oh, it's coming back. What you think about the Factorio expansion? I, obviously wasn't surprised of the subject matter of it. Nobody was surprised. Because that was really the original end game of the game anyway, back when they started working on it, but they had to tone down their words, their dreams, yeah, what they were doing. All right, we are done with this. I think we're done with this plot. It's just a matter of.
Oh, do we?
Because if I remember correctly, Factorio begins with you crashing on a planet, right?
Yep.
And then it ends more or less. The gameplay ends with you building ships.
When you're launching stuff into orbit. So the original intention when they way back, 7 years ago, they originally were intended once you launch your first rocket, then you start going into space. But they realized as they were working on it, there was just too much work to get to 1.0. They were already dragging years and years. So they had to get it done. But they always had the intention. So yeah, nobody was surprised by it, the fact that it was going to be in space and you had to do all this. And they brought in Arendelle from space exploration for obvious reasons. I mean, he had already worked on a lot of that type of content, so it just made sense for them to bring him on, which is a brilliant move on his part. If he was looking for a job,
Yeah.
for him to do that mod is like, yeah, that was perfect. Like the perfect mod to work on. If he was looking to get a job, but I don't know where he lived, and the company itself is really not sort of remote work, and I know it's in like Prague, I think, is where the company is located. So it's not like if I would have done it, like they would have offered me the job because I'm not in Prague. But yeah, I mean, for him, he brought him in, and lessons learned. He was able to sort of get everybody up to speed, and probably highly influenced the features that they added. Like there was a lot of stuff that maybe when he was making space exploration, if he was like, oh man, if only the engine would do XYZ, right? Because that always happens. You know,
Yeah.
you're in the middle of a mod, and it's like, oh man, I wish it would do this. Well, yeah, he already been through all that. So when they were like, well, we want to do a space thing, he's like, well, here's what the engine really doesn't do well. And so I'm hoping that they've done a lot of optimization in terms of like having multiple fields, right? So the one aspect that really cripples space exploration is when you're going to other planets and you have all these other, you know, planet tiles that you have. It's just crazy bloat on the save game. So, you know, that's probably among some of the optimizations, but who knows?
I know they did mention that some of the things he wanted to do with that space exploration will be possible with the expansion.
Yeah. And so I'm sure that he'll have another version after expansion comes out and everybody's good to go. You will probably have another version of space exploration that addresses a lot of that. Which would be cool. I mean, there's a lot of fans of space exploration out there. And we'll probably, you know, once Renegade becomes self-aware again, he comes back, we'll probably do a set of streams with that. I'm not sure how much patience I'll have for it in the end, but
Back on Farming Simulator.
whoa, that was a
Where I'm at. Where
Oh,
I'm
that's
at
probably me.
right now, it's almost like a cliff. Here, it's going to need some.
Yeah,
a
you're
lot
in
of
a
work here.
you're in a landform that we don't own right now, so I'm not worried about that.
I am.
Typically. Yeah, you're way over to the side. You're in
I'm doing
Oh.
some
Oh, I thought-
terraforming. So that's probably why you're getting lag.
Oh, okay.
I went
Um,
over one more too much.
If it gets too bad, we might have to have you do it since it's probably heavily.
Yeah, what I was gonna
client
do
based.
is use the leveling tool and go on the other side of the valley over there. It's fairly flat at a certain level, and I was gonna level it from there over to this hill.
Oh, okay.
And then maybe
And then go
maybe
from
even
there.
out the hill. Yeah, the hill might be massaged a little bit, but
Yeah.
yeah, there's no point in having it below. Whoa, no, not that hill.
Not that one?
This one over here. This area right in here that I'm at. This
Okay,
lower
so
area.
make
We're
it
not.
about that.
Yeah, because that hill is completely superfluous. That hill does not.
Ah, yeah. Now I
It's just
see it.
it's just an isolated hill in the middle of nowhere. So
Where's about the? Oh, okay. This should do. DJ said he doesn't know why it's going to take another year. It's because they care.
yeah, it's going to take another year because for one, they have probably a whole lot of art that's left.
Yeah.
A lot of the art in that shot that they posted was temporary, just placeholder, like really quick. You know, they have an artist, they just do a really quick and dirty, like, placeholder image, and then they do the whole, like, 3D model, animation, all of that stuff with the art style. So that takes a long time to do. Any art in a game is by far the most time consuming. Like, the programming side of things, not even close to as bad.
You got to revisit it a lot of times, but yeah, to get a baseline started at least doesn't take very long.
Not really excited for a more basic version. It's not going to be a more basic version of space exploration. It's going to be
to a degree, I see what he's saying.
I
It's
understand,
gonna be,
but
yeah.
you know, we don't know yet all of the changes that they're making. There could be a massive amount of, you know, gameplay loop changes, biters. We don't know like what new enemies we're gonna run into, like what they're actually doing. So, you know, I'm gonna hold off my judgment for quite some time until we get really close to release. But the base game alone is worth the money, so I can't. I mean, it's one of the best developed games in existence. The company, like, as far as like quality of life, bug fixing, I mean, there's really no company like it. So I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt that I probably wouldn't give somebody else, but they have a proven track record, and you know, I would rather give them the benefit of the doubt, judge too harshly a year away. It's just too far away. All right, so to smooth all, we got to be careful. I'm trying to prevent myself from just flattening everything at one level. And being like, this is what we're doing. So, you know, having flat areas is fine, but now we need to smooth the edges by a lot. All of these rough edges need to be smoothed out. And then let's look at this hill. How are we going to manage? So what I think we're going to do with this hill is actually raise, instead of flattening the hill itself. Because this side is basically at the level. So what I think we're going to do is, first of all, let's build this.
I'll just watch, at least for a little while. Yeah, I should have filled those in more. Because if I level it, then...
Well, I mean, that area, we could get Wildman on that area to start clearing those trees, but I'm not, that's on the next path. But let's get this leveled out. Yeah, this whole mountain. Kind of.
Where do you want me to start on that? Nick?
Yeah, kind of where Oss is, or near where Oss is. There's
The trees?
Get the trees out of there.
Yeah.
All right, so here's the problem. This now smooth operator.
Very good thing that we made landscaping free.
Yeah, that would have been several $100 million if we wouldn't have made it free. Which that could be another challenge that you take on it.
Just kind of where Oz is, or the whole section?
Well, I mean, eventually we're going to need to move into that whole section. But
Just
focus on where he's at now, and then
work the other way.
that's
Yep.
Now, was Factorio supposed to be an expansion, or wasn't it supposed to be a whole nother game, wasn't it?
Well, you know, I don't think they were really sure what they were going to do when they said that kind of stuff, where they said, we don't know if it's going to be expansion or a standalone game.
And they still might not be even 100% sure.
Yeah, like what is it going to, I don't know if it matters, you know, because whatever it is, they might just, because it's a small indie company, what they might do is they just might raise the price and just package it all together. So the
Yeah.
people who already own it, to them it'll be an expansion. An expansion pack. But to new customers, it'll be just its own product. It'll just be the game. And this is the next, you'll launch a rocket and this will be the next step in the
Is
game.
this in a bad spot, Oz, for me to park?
No, I think you're safe there.
All right.
He might do some smoothing around here, but we'll give you a heads up. You're in the other lot, so in theory you can avoid it.
Which
This
lot
way.
are you? This area here?
Yep.
Okay.
And to the north. I wonder, do we? Oh yeah, there's a lot to the north that needs to be chopped down too for this to.
Yeah, there's certain areas in this map that's like, oh, it's just oof.
Do we
Okay.
own this, the lot that I'm in now?
No, you can tell which ones we own. Open the map,
Yeah.
right, and hit X,
All right.
and that'll tell you that'll highlight the plots that we own.
If I were you, I would start here though and work north, because this one's more adjacent to what we do own.
Yeah,
Okay.
start close by to what we own already, and then move out from there.
I'll move your vehicle. You go ahead and start chopping.
Try to make this more graceful. Slow. Radically raising this terrain. Smooth it out.
Okay, so you're talking about the corner that I'm in, this area here.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, I mean, yeah. The whole
least for
whole enchilada is gonna have to be. So raising all of that up. As long as the slope is low enough, shouldn't have that. This. So I don't know why the smooth tool doesn't remove the stone generation, and the raise lower does, because you're still modifying the terrain. So why is smooth fine, but the other ones aren't? I wish I knew. I was kind of half tempted just to delete the stone. The stone overlay file and see if the map would regenerate it or if it would cause a crash. My instinct is because of what I know about the game that it would it would not regenerate the file. It would be like, oh, this file is missing. We're gonna crash. So goodbye. So that's why I haven't done that.
You could always keep a backup copy of one and then do it, and if it doesn't work and causes the crash, just load the other back in.
Yeah, that's definitely an option.
Yeah, DJ Quad, I can see you wondering why there's another year, but we also don't have the feature list. For all we know, they could have, added a lot of things to the game. It could be the difference between Alpha 12 and Alpha 17, I mean, that is one thing about the company, is that they take a long time to do things, but I think the benefit in that is that they put out a very stable quality product.
Yeah, name another game that you can have you can have factories that have millions of belts and still get 60 FPS.
Yeah.
They really try to make it worthwhile. And if you look at the game and you're like, I mean, if you're just doing criticisms just to do criticisms, and looking at the game, well, the game itself, the vanilla game, is super damn simple, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's the game loop is mind-numbingly simple. You smelt iron ore to get iron plate, you get copper plate, you make science packs, you research, you make more science packs, you automate more things, you make more science. The game loop is really easy. Where the game shines is finding efficiencies, finding, designing setups, and modding. So just imagine whatever they add in this expansion pack. Imagine the modders once they get a hold of it.
Oof.
Imagine whatever features that they tweak, whatever features they improve. In the end, it's just going to be more tools in modders' hands to make even better stuff. And, it's like that is what makes me excited about it, is like, oh man, they could be doing a whole lot of stuff for the engine and stuff like that modders really could get behind. And so that's really what makes me intrigued about what are the features they added. So the latest one with bots, there's already features in that I'm looking forward to. And it's like, yeah, that some of the changes that they're making are like really good. Maybe there's some that not everybody's on board with, and that's fine. But I can guarantee you modders are going to take a hold of all that and just go crazy. Because now with space stuff as part of the base game, now like Bobs and Angels can integrate that. They can add stuff that the Pyanodons mod, like all these mods that are not based on space exploration. Now they're actually going to have some of those elements in the base game to build on, and that almost the options there are almost limitless.
Or scary?
Yeah, depending on how much you like NASA. But I'm just glad they started putting out information, because it's been 2 years, and it's like at some point they've got to put out information. And so I'm glad they started, and we're going to get another year of Friday Facts every week. And so they're going to be filling us in. They're again one of the most transparent companies as well. All the information they've put out. I mean, they did a Factorio Facts every Friday for literally years. I think they did like 300 in a row or more. Like years, every Friday they were putting out tidbits of information. And even after all of that, they still surprised everyone with the Spidertron when they went 1.0. Nobody was expecting that. They kept that under wraps. It was alluded to years before. They had posted like a prototype, but then they just never mentioned it again. They sort of just was like, oh, well, that was a fun little experiment, but we've moved on. And it's like 1.0 comes out. It's like, oh yeah, by the way, here's Spidertron. It's like, oh my god. That was so awesome. So the company really knows what the hell it's doing. Unlike some companies.
Which is shocking for a, just out of nowhere company that just springs up and they don't have massive name recognition talent to start off with.
Have you gone back and tried out their very first version of it?
No.
They have it on their website there, and to download. And it's
I imagine it's
ancient.
painful.
No, it's pretty good.
Really?
Well, it's the same. It's the same concept.
I mean,
they never really
yeah.
changed the
graphics
direction.
are really bad, but it's pretty interesting.
I
Just,
mean,
nostalgic to get. See how
Clover
far
X,
they've come.
Clover X was a Minecraft mod, and so he started modding Minecraft, and he really quickly realized, with the limitations, the massive limitations of Minecraft, you know, what corners he was going to have to cut, and he couldn't really make the game that he wanted to. So he's like, why don't I just make my own game? And that's where it came
With blackjack and hookers?
from, you know?
Futurama quote.
Only of course. I'm glad Mr. Ross got it.
That's episode 1 too, ain't it? Or no, episode 2.
It has been literally nearly decades since I've seen it. So Did anybody else follow? There's a channel called Code Bullet. It's one of the best. I mean, the guy is brilliant at making videos. And just they're just really well done. He's a great YouTuber. But he does mostly like AI videos, where he takes a game concept. So he took like the Flappy Bird, right? And so he built an AI that just plays that game for him. But he does it for all the game. Like one of his more recent videos, he created an AI auto clicker, not an AI, but an auto clicker to play like Guitar Hero. So it had a screen scrape thing on it, and it could detect all the notes, and it could play whatever difficulty song you could throw at it. But he does just tons and tons of videos, and his last one that he just posted like 2 days ago, he creates an AI that makes Rick and Morty episodes, and it's hilarious how accurate his Rick and like how like on the nose, and like this could have been a Rick and Morty episode, and it was completely AI generated. The dialogue, so he uses the ChatGPT API to create the dialogue, and then he uses Unity, and he uses a text to speech API to generate the voices, and then he's starting to learn Unity, and so he creates Unity, and he has Unity like animate based on cues in the script that ChatGPT comes up with. So it's like the script will run like Morty moves to X, Y, or something like that. And the Unity will actually animate it. Very, very crude. Don't expect like Hollywood level graphics. But as far as like the dialogue, ChatGPT came up with a phenomenal, like this is crazy, but it crosses massive IPs. So the episode that that ChatGPT came up with, like they visit SpongeBob SquarePants, and SpongeBob's got lines. They visit like what other IP genre they visit. He had The Simpsons on there. Oh, Shrek and Donkey are on there, so Rick and Morty visit them. It's just like I watched this and I'm like, holy crap! This could have been an episode of Rick and Morty. It was so good. But yeah, pretty funny. As a early, anybody in Hollywood watching that video should be very, very scared. Any actor, any writer, anybody in the industry should watch that and go, "Oh my God, this is what we're at now." Like, what is it gonna be like in 2 years, 5 years?
Yeah,
It is
AI only gets better.
Yeah, it's only getting better, and holy Moses, is it good already? All right, so this other spot, over here.
I think AI or artists are already scared of AI art.
Yeah, yeah. There's already a lot of fear in it, but it's like there are certain things that there are certain jobs that you can, AI can do, but you still have to tell the AI what you want,
Yeah.
right? It's not actually coming up with its own shit. It's taking an input and it's generating something. So you still need an artist that knows how to massage and find some composition that works, that's actually good art. But what I'm excited for, here's what I'm excited for. When it comes to AI generated images, installing a system, just a minor system, something simplistic, training it, and then saving, after you train it, you can save basically the neural net, which takes very little space. Because it's just math. It's just a bunch of numbers. So you can save the neural net once it's trained, which is how like Tesla FSD works. They have a giant supercomputer to train the thing. But once it's trained, they can upload it to the computers on the car, and it doesn't take that much space. So you could ship a game with AI in it. What I'm excited for is how this plays in games and all of the different places that you can use it. So imagine if I were to paint a picture for you, literally, an AI that can generate textures. And all you do is input what the texture is, right? I want a flat grass texture. Well, that's what I'm standing on. The texture here, this, not the grass, but this texture here, you could get an AI to generate that texture. And then generate wood and bark and leaves. And all of the textures in a game could literally be generated with an AI. And it's like, okay, that would radically reduce the size of files that you would have to download, right? Starfield game is like 125 gigs to download. 90% of that is texture file. So what happens if you can auto-generate those textures and do so in a way that's almost seamless? That's one area I'm excited about, because once you're able to do that, you free up, and I'm sure a lot of texture artists are just shaking their boots like, that would suck. I'd be out of a job. But no, you would still have to train and massage the AI to learn how to do it. But, it's a possibility. The other aspect that I'm excited about, and there's already test cases. There's already a mod for Skyrim that does it to a point. NPC characters that you interact with in a game. There's already a mod for Skyrim that adds this, where the NPC character is entirely driven by an AI. Their dialogue, their text, or not their text, their speech, everything is driven by an AI. So you can literally walk up to the character and ask them questions. And when you train those AIs, you train them with XYZ world awareness, XYZ like awareness of their surroundings, and XYZ knowledge of certain events, and then they just generate the dialogue. And that dialogue is sent through a text-to-speech AI, and you literally are saying in the game, you can ask a question and it will literally talk to you, and you don't need any pre-recorded, tens of thousands of pre-recorded voice tracks. Because that's another thing that adds to the bloat of games. The amount of dialogue that you have to ship with these games is insane. All of these little voice tracks, it's massive amounts of space. So if you're
Don't forget
able to
different
shrink that
languages,
down,
too.
huh?
Yeah.
Different languages.
Right. Like, imagine an AI specifically trained and generated for that purpose. Like, how much savings you would get from it. I mean, it's monumental. So those two aspects would be crazy. Not to mention what they're doing with like RTS AIs and how they're training new RTS AIs. I mean, there's one experimental RTS AI for StarCraft 2 that is unbeatable. No human player has beat it. It is so good that it's absolutely unfair. They have to give it handicaps and they have to put limits on it in order for players to even have a chance. Oh my god, look at the levels on this. It's amazing how many areas that I missed. Yeah, this whole area is all I missed smoothing this whole area out. God dang it. These plateaus. So this plot here can be mowed. Now, let me look at
The one I'm
Say-
in.
No.
no,
Oh,
not
the one that.
the one that we
yeah.
finished finally.
Okay.
45.
Let's look at here. Oh, there's no water. We need water in the farm supply factory as well. So where's my here?
I'll handle the mowing unless Coffee was gonna hop on it.
No, you're okay to do that. I'm about to go throw some steak on the smoker, so I'll be back in a little bit.
Ah.
Not a euphemism.
Nope.
Aw.
Just smoking my meat.
Right. Oh, there it is.
Oh, where is my water? There it is.
Oh, we should probably address DJ's question.
Did you see the original demo of it? Where's
I think that's Factorio.
Oh yeah, somebody manually made. Yeah, if only that were possible.
Oh, that is possible.
You couldn't really have a game like Factorio and have that level of graphics. Not yet.
Yeah, there's a
Windows
reason
7.
why Factorio is a sprite-based game.
Yeah.
You can't really have, a couple million conveyor belt in your base.
Satisfactory, does it?
Satisfactory kind of doesn't.
It's a good attempt, but you just can't have that many machines in it because you have to worry about the 3D graphics
Right.
and just the 3D.
And there's some major limitations on the Satisfactory way of doing things. I mean, it can technically do it, but each belt. So if you run a line of belt, right, that belt is one object. Well, Satisfactory, a lot of players don't know this. A lot of players don't hit this. But Satisfactory has a limit on the number of objects that you can have in the world. And that includes, that's any object. It's any Unity object. So foundations, walls, windows, belts, machines, all of those are all objects, and you can only have so many. And one of the recent changes, they upgraded Satisfactory to Unreal Engine 5. And in many ways, they did it because it increases the number of objects that they allow. But there were players that were hitting that limit. Their factories were big enough. And the frame rate, not what Factorio had. So, yes, there are ways of doing it. But Unreal Engine 5, the benefits of that only translate, the nanite system only translates to terrain. and certain more static objects, right? They're starting to add foliage to a certain extent into nanite, but it's really largely static, unanimated terrain is where that benefit is. And that is in the new version of Satisfactory, the Unreal Engine 5. They are using nanite for the terrain. But none of the machines, none of the belts, none of that stuff can use that system. So it's all still limited to polygon counts that your video card can push out. So you're still not getting that level. So imagine a giant factory in Factorio, right? The millions of belt, the tens of thousands of machines, splitters, inserters, all in 3D. No way. There's no way to have that much stuff in 3D. It's too much. Factorio works because it is a sprite-based system. All it does is index into a sprite sheet and draw that sprite. It does not have to, quote-unquote, solve in 3 dimensions, translations, rotation, scale, like pixel by pixel, how far away something is, LOD levels. Yeah, it's like there's a reason why Factorio works the way that it does. Now, somehow I have a bunch of watering. How did that happen? That I don't remember. Maybe it detected that I needed water. Yeah, I think it might have detected I needed water. And it started pushing watering.
You want me to cut down any more trees somewhere else, or that it for now, or?
I don't know what you've done thus far, but if you're tired of it, then you can by all means stop. You don't have to.
I'm not tired of it. I just want something to do.
Where is the most likely next spot we're going to expand? Probably, if I look at, we're probably going to want to go into 34.
Just a minute. Let me find that. All right. You want to
So
start clearing down?
all the trees out of 34, wherever they may be.
All right. I'll take care of it. Or at least start working on it.
Pretty sure this is full. So I need to get rid of this water. The one main reason why I have that pump down there, once you have the money to buy it, is it automatically distributes water. So as an optional thing, if you really wanted to not mess with water, you can set that to distribute. We're going to sell the rest of it, which we're going to get not a lot for. I even lowered the price in the next map in the Prairie Hills. I massively lowered the price of water. Look at this is 3 million water. Maybe 60K out of all this.
If you want to, you can get rid of the stumps that we got cut down for now.
102. Wow, you are a machine.
Yeah.
Cutting those things down. Who needs a wood harvester when you got a wild man?
Got a couple more comments.
Decent. Looks a lot like DSP. Yeah, I mean.
This is the one before it, I think, too.
No, I'm just reading up.
Oh.
Dyson. I do enjoy Dyson Sphere a lot. The very last series that I was recording was Dyson Sphere. I think that game very well done. I want to retry the multiplayer aspect, multiplayer mod for that. We were having trouble with it before, but I fixed whatever it was that was. At this point, I forgot what it I know I addressed it. So I'd like to, at least give multiplayer Dyson Sphere a try again. But yeah, I think that what I'm against is the new where they're taking. They're adding a bunch of combat stuff. I'm just like, no, that's not where I wanted the game to go. I wanted the next phase of the game, because building the Dyson Sphere is a massive challenge, right? It's a massive challenge in production and efficiencies and interstellar logistics. That is the game to me. That is the game. To add combat is like, that's not the game. It's not a space conquering game. It's a building game. It's a factory game. So what I wanted it to do was, once you built a Dyson Sphere, is I wanted them to then introduce the next tier of shit that used unholy amounts of power to do stuff, right? Because what's the point of building a Dyson Sphere around a star and spending unholy amounts of resources to build it, and then what's the power for? That's what I wanted. Like, what's the next thing? Where's the power going? And if their attitude is, well, the power goes into coffee. If the power goes into the next tier of material, then great. But if you're technologically able to build a Dyson, do you think any amount of enemy forces would even be able to challenge you if you had that level of technology? I don't think, if you're capable of building that, I think your technology is such that there is no way anything would come close to touching it. Whatever energy levels, whatever it is, no way would anything like that happen. So for me, I'm just like, oh man, they're adding conflict, and they've been working on it for like a year and a half now. And it's like, I literally have no interest in that feature. I would literally disable that feature. Which sucks, because doing all this work, and there's certainly people that are interested. I know there are people that are interested, but I don't see that as the game. It would be like Factorio, or this game. Imagine Farming Sim suddenly had like combat in it. Like, what? This is not what this game is about. Like, what the hell are you doing? So that is, to me, that's tantamount to what the issue is. What are we using to vote? Looks like we are using M5.
Yeah, in this corner of 34 there, bad dip in here too, at least where I'm at.
Yeah, the very, very beginning where the field is, I know that dip exists. It's a rough one.
Okay.
But the field is sharing a dip, so I don't want to do anything until we harvest that field.
Yeah.
Set. You like the bugs?
But he said he does, but
I like biters up to about the halfway point. I think they're a good motivation. I think they're a good drive. They're a good driver for focus. Right? You have this biter, you have this potential biter attack, so you still have to have in your mind defense. You still have to have this sort of defensive mind. And so there's always that possibility of an attack, there's always that anxiety. But after about the halfway point, or even a little further than that, they're not a challenge anymore. You've got either your perimeter defense, either you've got artillery, you've got whatever mods, whatever mods are added, especially like with Bob's mods, you turn into an unstoppable force with Bob's. You turn into a walking, like, genocidal, like, machine, like Iron Man. And at that point, the bugs, all they're doing is taking
Just a nuisance. then
resources
after that.
from your
Yeah.
You might as well disable. And so that is the limit of where I enjoy it. I think at some point they just need to go away. You just don't need that threat anymore. So rather than have the change that I would make to the game is wherever the player lands in, you have their set starting area that's clear. Right? You have a starting area that's clear. And then around that, depending on their map settings, you would have biter bases to a certain level. You'd have biter bases as with a certain thickness, and that would be a map adjustable thing. But outside of that, there would be no more biters. You would have this ring around the player that biters would exist, that once you defeated them, they were defeated. They were done. And you could go on to start building your mega factory. That's I think would be a good compromise. Is have them threaten your base in the beginning. You could make your starting area bigger or smaller depending on what your preferences were. But after you defeated them all, then they weren't a nuisance anymore. Because it's annoying in the late game. You've got really high tech when the biters find a weakness and destroy some of your base. You've got bots, and the bots just, they just replace everything. It's literally automated. Everything is automated. You don't worry about it anymore. To me, it's like, okay, at that point, you don't need biters anymore. It's kind of pointless. So that's my opinion on that. So if we play, a month or so down the line, if we play a set of with space exploration, biters are going to be disabled completely. And I know some people will cry foul on that, but they just have to be for performance reasons. If I'm going to spin up a server, it's especially when you start going out into other planets, quote unquote, they could be completely infested with biters, and your frame rate just dies at that point. It just absolutely dies.
Well, I think a lot of people are just turning them off now.
Yeah. So when we play that again, 'cause I know Renegade has probably been looking forward to that for months.
Since the last one ended, probably.
Yeah, I told him when he comes back from working in the summer that we'll be playing. We'll play through some space exploration, but I'm gonna give him some rules that. Anyway, biters will be disabled. That way we can just kind of post on. I mean, I would like to go through it and start modding out the BS that I know we're gonna have to mod. I just know we're going to be running into things that are like, why the hell is this taking so long? Because you get to the space exploration aspect, and shit gets crazy fast. It gets really crazy really fast. And I have no patience for that. The grind of the late game. So I try to mod as much of that out. I think it's cool. All of the custom sprites, all that custom stuff that he did for that mod is phenomenal. I don't have time to sit and wait for enough stuff to craft to really to really like want to do it. Like I'm sort of dreading it right now. Oh, we are out of planks. Chair is done. Prefab wall is done. Table still needs some planks. We have 700,000 chips. Right. More paper. Should have made paper cheaper too. I mean, if Desynced is a multiplayer game, we might. I don't know. I honestly, I don't want to distract myself with too much shit. I really want to get Vintage Engineering mod done. And that is going to be a monumental amount of work. There is so much left to do. And I don't want to leave a half-finished mod. I don't want to leave... I hate it when a mod is like... Because I haven't announced really anything in the community at all. I don't want to jinx it. But I don't like... There's been a couple mods that have announced, like, hey, I'm working on this mod, and then they come back and they're like, nah, I'm not going to work on it anymore. It's like, I don't want to be that guy. So, I really want to get that mod done. I need to get into a point where I can actually test it. Like, test all of the code that I've written in the last 3 months. All the you know, if the wire, if the catenary mod, if that stuff works, like, right away, I literally deserve an award. I deserve some award because I wrote all of that code completely blind. Completely blind. I have no idea if any of that code is going to work. But I wrote it, and logically, I can look at the code and logically look at it and go, that should work, right? All of the procedures, the way that I wrote it, logically speaking, that's what I'm really good at. I'm really good at really thinking through something logically and going, all right, what do I need to do? What tasks do I need to accomplish? And doing that. But I have no idea as far as like rendering, like the 3D stuff, textures. I have no idea if any of that works. I sort of hijacked, or I'm using the support beam system. So Tyrone built the support beam. Support beams are a dynamic object that you can click one place, drag it to another place, click again, and it will place a support beam there. And it dynamically generates that mesh. Well, I think he implemented that system with the thought of maybe this system could be used is this? Oh, this wasn't it. Okay. That's why those exist right there. I think he made that system, the support beam system, with the thought of making it work with wires. Like from the start. Because when I got into that code, I was really surprised. In the generation of that 3D mesh, he included a variable that is, what did he call it? What did he call it? God no.
It's a weird word for it. I know what you're talking about.
It's like a sag.
Yeah.
It's like a sag. It's like a sag per meter. So it's a variable that is literally something that offsets it. The further you go away from one spot, it'll sag the 3D mesh. Now I haven't analyzed the code very deeply because a lot of it is Greek to me. I have no idea how to read this code because 3D modeling and 3D code is it's not my forte. So I don't know if it's gonna work. Like I said, if it does, I'll be much impressed. But yeah, he included this sag per meter variable. And again, none of the support beams, which is the only object that uses that class, none of those use it. Not the aged ones, not any of them. None of them use the sag variable. And so I was like, I bet you he did this to generate wires. He just, and so that's what I used. I used that variable rather than another mods, because there was another mod that I was looking at to try to use their work, and they told me flat out that they could just screw me over by putting a license on their code. They're like, well, depending on the license I used, you might not be able to use it. I'm just like, God damn it. You're going to wait to see if you will need to put a license on it? Like, put a license on it now, then I'll see what we need to do. But no, they don't want to. So I had to completely abandon that. So that was a rabbit hole that I had to abandon, which took, that was 3 weeks of work, flush down. That I had to basically pivot the whole project away from using that code base to using the base camps. Such is life. That's kind of how shit goes. So, but now that I'm not using his, I had to completely reprogram the whole enchilada and try to make it work. And part of the task was just figuring out like the big picture, how everything is going to talk to everything else. And it was just like, oh my god, like this is so much. But yeah, if that works, if that even is 50% function, I'm going to be shocked. But yeah, if it works, I'm going to be just doing art. Right. Sold percent. We are not hurting for money. Remember, we're going for $1 billion, which is more money. We're a little over 10% of the way there. We have sold millions of wood worth of furniture. All right, let's get in here.
I don't know if you want to put a marker or something down, because I only noticed this after starting mowing. The area I'm in right now could use a little smoothing. It's weird because it seems like it's partially smooth, but there's a couple of spots where I was hitting some bumps, and now that I
Okay.
look at it from the side, I can really see.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to see once it's mowed, so the mowing process itself really helps pinpoint where that stuff needs, what needs to happen where, because it's very, very hard to see before it's mowed. Actually, turn off picture. One of these is beams. I think it's this one.
Will you AFK for a minute?
Alrighty.
Yeah, there's planks. There we go. Furniture. Yes, and I have particle boards. I could be making the boards with the sawdust, but wood chips. But I didn't really do the math on the returns. And with the bonuses, I just sort of threw some numbers in there, and they were. It's too good. You almost don't even need any more wood when you have wood chips. So I've been foregoing using wood chips for actual boards and using them instead for paper. Because paper, it's still worth a decent amount, but not an insane amount. Where was metal? Oh, over here. Oh, this was flour. Pretty sure this was flour because I kind of have a. My standard is. That's flour. Wood. I have metal. So.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Barrels and pallets. So let's. Probably over. Whoa, we got air on that one. I would have been lined up if it wasn't for the airtime. Metal? Really low. Sell the rest. Refill. Pretty sure. Go here. There it is. Turn off metal here. Oh, I didn't. Must not have added this one recently, but spawn that. Oh, oh yeah, this is just a mess. I don't know why, like, they use the same box. I don't know why these are just awful and the other pallets are fine. Better to just let them run. Try to fix them while it's. Go. Eek. Not turn off your computer. Turn that back on. Give us some stones. Pretty sure we probably have quite a lot of stuff left. Oh. Did I use all the iron ore? No, we didn't store. Sure, a silo. Damn it! I didn't open the back of that truck. Not loading eggs in. Now that I know this was where metal was, I want to put it back here. It's looking for it. That's the first side. Egg carton. My egg pallets are 7,000. Increase the liters of pallets just to feel less. You know, it's funny that when you look at the code of a pallet, pallets are treated as vehicles, right? So the truck that I'm driving has a certain like the XML has a certain pattern. Pallets have the same pattern. It's just they're not enterable. They don't have wheels. Like it's a vehicle that has a fill type. So it's like the trailer, only it's a much smaller package. But I could make the pallets look like the back end of this trailer. Like you could, yeah. It's kind of crazy how kind of open-ended the game. Here, I think oh, Coffee wants back in. But his meat is officially smoking.
It is indeed.
Wow, you might need to see a doctor.
Yeah, man, use some lube. That's too much friction.
Well,
Uh-oh.
those who are available can look at it in the Discord.
Post a picture of your meat.
In the Discord, you're welcome.
Oh my god, really?
Really?
Family dinner tomorrow. Yay!
Ah,
I get the eliminate gluten speech from my mom again tomorrow if I tell her about my blood sugar problem this week. She's going to immediately be like, well, here's what you should do. Like, oh, I understand that. I don't have $400 a month to spend in food.
tasty.
We have the cow barn. It's just we don't have any TMR, so I'm gonna have to get some mineral. I'm gonna buy some mineral feed pellets.
What's TMR?
Total mixed ration. It's the food, the best food to give to cows. Normally, you mix it in a big mixer thing.
Sounds yummy.
Yeah, it's silage, hay, and straw. I think is the main way to make it. But I don't think I've ever made it the vanilla way. I've seen it done. I've seen videos of it done, but I've never done it myself. Yeah, we would need some mineral feed put into the farm supply factory. We can make. Be able to make quite a lot. The whole point of planting soybeans is to not have to buy much mineral feed. Then we can make it. So once we have, a good harvest of soybeans, which we can fast forward time if we wanted to get that done. Where is the? That's the mower. Where's the other? Where other forage? I know I brought it up here and dropped off the straw. Somebody.
One of the forage wagons is over here attached to the tractor that dropped off the grass.
Yeah, over here doesn't tell me.
By the farm factory.
Oh, there it is. Okay, yeah. That's one of our big beefy tractors on that. You don't need that big of a beefy tractor. That's why I got all these smaller, cuter tractors.
It gets less squirrely when driving at speed. When I was picking up all that grass.
Yeah, the big ones definitely are good if you're trying to go fast. Probably sleep. Once we get this mode, we'll fast forward time. You want to grab that bigger mower, Coffee, and we'll work all together, finishing this plot of land off.
Sure.
Is a bigger mower than this one?
Oh. It doesn't leave the nice swath that one does, but yeah, it's about what does that one do?
18?
I know what that one is. I'm trying to think of the crone, the one that Moss has got.
12 or 13.
13, I think. Yeah, so one's 13 and one's 18.
meters wide, not years old.
That wood that I see up here?
Yeah, that's where the terrain is kind of wonky.
Okay. Can't have wonky terrain. It's not allowed.
I just didn't want to forget where it was, so I posted a couple of logs there. Hopefully I didn't go too far out on the other end there. I don't know, were you able
No,
to get
you're
all
good.
that?
Yeah.
Good.
Fine. That is fine. That is going to be a problematic spot. Damn it. These little dips are, in many ways, even worse. Really way. This is why I wish the smooth terrain actually raised terrain. Then you could smooth over the top of it and it would raise the middle up. Because why not make it? You don't want to smooth where there's a windrow ready to be picked up because it will eliminate the windrow. It'll completely eliminate the stuff on the ground. So you want to pick it up first. And then back. Bottom level. This valley out, this would have been way bad. Farm it. Way too deep.
Weird. I'm seeing trees in the distance on their stream that disappear when you get closer, but they're not on my screen.
Yeah, part of that is the terrain. It sort of saves like LOD levels. So what you're looking at is a sort of a stored LOD level backup.
Okay.
And they go away when you like save and reload the map. Those go away.
Ah.
So yeah, it's just part of the process. Yeah, I see some of the hard bumps in. Yeah, those are from, believe it or not, still from the platforming process of the smoothing that I tried. Oh, I missed more than I thought I missed. Wow. It's everywhere. Missed everywhere. Go over this bump here.
Oof! Wow, it looked even worse when you hopped in.
Oh man, it is. Yeah, it's like it doesn't look that bad until you run over it with just a simple machine, and it's like, holy cow! It's like I don't know. It's like you Dukes of Hazzard over it or something. It's just crazy reaction to it. So
Get whiplash just watching it.
every little bit, every little bit. Let's see. All right. Hear that. See, Coffee's taking full use of the speed limit on that mower that I put in there.
I'm only going 40. It can go 42.
I'd love to know if you had a mower that was capable of mowing at 40 miles an hour, what the RPM of the blades would have to spin in order to support that. Like, you would have to have blades that spun at like jet engine turbine like RPM.
At that point, I'm using laser beams to cut the grass.
Yeah.
I have a mod for this here that as for instead of like using a chainsaw as a lightsaber.
Yeah, there's a lightsaber, but I mean, that's just a visual. Like,
Yeah.
does the same thing.
Yeah. It's a good one though.
I don't even think a laser would be fast enough. You have to, the time it takes to burn through the grass blade. Like, that's not an instantaneous thing. You'd have to have a massive, like,
Power
10 megawatt laser. Yeah.
And at that point, you're just burning everything.
Yeah, there's there would be no grass clippings to pick up at that point because it would just be on fire. The whole yard would be on fire. $840,000 liters. Yeah, I want to say, like, even in regular maps, like even default maps, when I see people like mow grass and sell it, I'm like, if grass was worth that amount of money, I'm in the wrong business. Like, holy crap! Like, if grass was actually worth that, why aren't more people like? I want to rethink my allowance when I was a kid and I mowed the lawn. Like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Bags of grass. If I was able to sell those when I was a kid, and like, hey, here's a giant bag of grass. Give me $500. Like, holy crap. I posted that one video in the Discord. Oh, that was a massive. Let's look at this. It's an unfortunate hit. But yeah, I posted that thing in the Discord, and that channel actually has a bunch of videos, and one of them, I wanted to post that one too, but people probably roll their eyes when I post stuff like that. One of those was his like top 10, thus far, is like top 10 favorite mowing implements, and yeah, you actually can see the real world mowing stuff, like windrowers, mowers, like big. I don't know if the M500 was. I think the M450 was definitely on. But I think Kloss has one. Kloss has one that was on there where you literally you spin the cab around and you drive the other direction when you want to mow. That was a really cool one.
Was it this big spider looking one?
Yeah, it was a big spider looking one. And I was like, holy shit, that machine actually exists? Like, I thought it was somebody's fantasy, like, here's a sci-fi version of a lawnmower. But no, that freaking thing actually exists.
I told you that thing does.
But nobody listens to you, Coffee.
Yeah, like, Jesus. So it was just crazy. Like some of the stuff that they were doing. You know, one of the videos was outlining, and it was a relatively old video. It was outlining a corn header, but the corn header was much wider than any of the ones that are available in the game. And I'm like, why don't we have that corn header in the game? Like, it was super wide. It was a 16-row corn header that John Deere makes. And so there was a whole video on it. It was almost like a promotional, like, you know, there was even like retail price of $240,000. I'm like, oh, is that all? Hey, there's a strip of grass here that is not mowed. What the hell?
Where do we got that?
What the hell?
I'm guessing I thought that Coffee was going to take care of that. Yeah.
Oh, it's like the perfect size for your mower.
Nope. Just a little bit too big. I get it though.
Can you
That means you have
try to
do the road
recenter it?
frame.
Sometimes there's a way you can kind of tweak the spacing right and left, and you can actually make it work. I know that when you use the vehicle offset, it seems to like have some overlap built into it.
Yeah.
But if you can squeeze it, even if you can drive back and just mow the rest. Like, it's just that mower goes 43 miles an hour, so it's not like it's a slow. Wow, this is a lot of land that we could plant some shit.
Mm-hmm.
You want to grab the other windrower or the other forage wagon and start collecting your gubbins? I've done half the field, over half the field. Oh man! I'm waiting on the mower here.
Those pesky
trying to-
mowers.
Technically have to drive back. So.
Yeah, looks like I'm gonna get it all.
$1.3 million liters.
there was a little tuft that must have gotten missed when coffee was spinning around.
See, Oz is trying
I'll
to
get
get
that
back
out.
at Coffee for blaming him on the
I
other.
Yeah.
see that.
Yeah, payback.
I see how it is.
Ah, I should be able to make it there before you, though.
Yeah, this can't go very nice. He promises I'll like these. I'm not. I would never say that I don't like a game without playing it. I'm just saying, like, I've played so many like factory games, building games. Like it really takes a lot to grab my attention. And part of it is just kind of fatigue, like game fatigue. After 7 years of covering games and modding games and many, many, many different systems and modding systems and all that kind of stuff, part of it is just like, do I want to tackle, another brand new project, another brand new game? Learn a whole new system.
Yeah, I watched a video today that showed 10 or 15 or something like that, different new games coming out, survival games that looked really good.
I mean, some of them, sure. There's definitely good ones out there. Ones that
Well, these haven't even out yet, except for one. One was out, but
right, but as long as people are sort of innovating.
have you seen the gameplay yet for that Return to Moria? Got
I think way back when somebody first recommended it, I looked at it, but it was still not even close to release. So I really didn't.
October is coming out, but
Yeah, but it was
Yeah,
months and
game.
months and months ago that I was
Yeah.
looking at that.
at some game show just recently in the last week or the week before or something, they've got somebody posted about, I think it was like 13 minutes or something like that, of gameplay that they did while they were there at the game show.
I mean, since you've seen that, other than sort of taking from Lord of the Rings, that IP, is there anything about the game that stands out that looks like, oh, that looks like it's cool? Is there any part of it that's
In a roundabout way, I was almost kind of a little disappointed of the graphics was a whole not as great as what they were showing, so I don't know how much they rendered or did for the gameplay that they showed in their what do you call it, to show the game off.
a trailer?
Yeah, the trailer. The trailer looked real sharp and everything. In the gameplay, it was kind of grainy.
Yeah, anytime a trailer does not include actual gameplay footage, I am 100% immediately incredibly skeptical and going to be in a holding pattern to wait and see.
Yeah.
Anytime there's a
Yeah.
trailer and it's
Especially-
you can make a trailer look freaking awesome, but unless you actually deliver, I have a huge problem with trailers that don't include game.
reminds me of a joke. I think one of my professors told me this one. So a guy dies, and he gets the choice actually to go between heaven and hell. He goes to heaven, and things look all right, but just all right, good place to be. Goes to hell, and it's just a nonstop party, and he's like, yes, I want to go here. And the day comes, he goes to hell, and it's what you think of hell as actually being, just suffering and torturing and all this stuff. And he goes, well, what the hell? What's going on here? And he goes, well, what do you mean? Well, this isn't what I signed on for. Oh, I get it. You see, that was the demo version.
The demo. Yeah, the demo version. I got a joke for you. You reminded me of the joke. You reminded me of the joke, right? And I know somebody out there has probably heard. But here's a joke for y'all. All right. Somebody dies and they go to hell. And somebody, some demon greets them and is like, all right, well, you get to choose your own hell. You get to choose your punishment. You were naughty or whatever. And you get to choose your punishment. So I'll show you all the options. And they were going down. One door they would open, and people were laying down on beds of nails and screaming, all the usual stuff. And he's like, no, I don't want to do that. Because this was for all eternity, right? He's like, I'm trying to think of... And so he's goes into another door, and it's an equally horrible, like, being flayed or whatever. Just imagine something horrible that you don't want. And he's like, no. They open another door, and it's a bunch of people. The whole room is full of people, and they're all standing in waist-deep shit. They're all standing in the most foul-smelling, awful sludge that you can possibly imagine. But they're all standing, and they're all talking to one another. And the guy thinks, as far as hell goes, this isn't too bad. So he's like, I'll take this one. And the demon's like, all right, get on in. Have a fun eternity. The guy gets in. He gets into the sludge. He's waist deep. And about 5 minutes later, some other minion comes in. And he's like, all right, everybody, break time's over. Back on your heads.
Whoops.
Yeah, I've heard that one before.
Yeah, I heard that many, many, many years ago. Many, many years ago.
Okay, I guess you have two, or you could make one ginormous field out of all that.
Well, no, what we're going to do, if we really, really wanted to, we could plant something in each one of those squares. But essentially, right now, the soybeans, like our main plant is soybeans. And then the new one that we did, I think the last stream was this new one over here, which is oats. These will harvest the same month. So these will mature at the same time. So these two fields will be merged together. That's how I did that. And then I essentially planned to merge them down. Right? So it's going to be enormous field. From up top here all the way down to the bottom. Right? So that whole area will be one giant field. But ending that, we have, well, see, yeah, these are 3 months. Nothing grows in 3 months. So we could technically plow that or just wait until we harvest both of these fields. And the same is true for the other setup. So number 45 is going to extend number 35. So 35 is going to extend down to 45. And then that field is going to extend west to where like Wildman is over Chopping. So that is going to go 34 to 40. I'm not planning on doing anything with the very bottom row because there's just way too many trees down there.
Yeah,
but
48 and 49 look like good choices for the next
Yeah, so 38, 39, 48, 49, 40, and 50, that will be another separate field. That will be its own field. 38 to 40, 48 to 50. That group of 6 will be another separate field. So yeah, it's it is what it is. We're gonna have to remove those trees from 38 and 39, but they're not as bad as like 55. Or not nearly as bad as 24. Oh, I don't know what I was thinking there. Jesus. 33 is good. So 34 and 33 are good. 43 and 44 are good. I think those will go to merge with 35 and 45. So that will be another enormous field. But that's the name of the game, is enormous fields and big farming. Lots, all the yields, just all of the yields. Good. This is
I got another afterlife joke if you want to hear it.
Ooh.
This one's probably not as good, but it's a little humorous. So, a priest, very, very good priest, been great all his life. He's at the pearly gates, and he's gonna enter pretty soon. But before he gets to the gates, there's just this big procession of angels, just a choir of angels marching out, and they pick up this other guy, elderly looking man, looks like he's an alright dude, but he's not probably as good as the priest thinks he might be. And they lift him up on his shoulders and march him in through the pearly gates, and once he gets through, another angel comes out and goes, "Oh, well, how are you doing? Let's get you in." And he's like, I'm not one to complain or anything, but what did that man do that was so great? Why did he get a full choir of angels to welcome him? And the angel helping him in goes, "Oh, well, you see, well, you were preaching, you were to your congregation, you were speaking all that. People were thinking about their day, what they're going to do with it, pretty much ignoring you. Well, that man was driving his bus. People were praying."
People were praying while he was driving his bus.
Yeah, don't
I
let me
like
die.
Yeah, there's that saying, when I die, I'm gonna go like my grandfather, peacefully in my sleep, not like the rest of the people screaming in his car.
Yo.
Yeah.
The other joke that I heard when you talk about afterlife jokes, and I know I've told this one before, but a lifelong smoker dies of lung cancer, and he's at the pearly gates, and the guy, St. Peter is like, he's like, well, looking at your life, you were righteous, you did all the things right, and you did a good job, and so you're welcome to join us. And the guy was like, wow, okay. And right at that moment, St. Peter goes into his pocket and he pulls out a pack of cigarettes, and he takes one out and he lights one up, and the guy looks at him and he goes, what? You can smoke in heaven? And St. Peter looks at him and says, of course you can. Hell is the non-smoking section. I was like, that makes a lot of sense.
I'm standing over here by the chicken coop, and I'm also reminded of a joke. What's the difference between Buggy and any of these eggs?
What eggs?
Well, the eggs that are now in the trailer.
Oh. I don't know.
The eggs got laid.
Oh. Ouch. Ouch. Harsh.
Oh, come on. You're laughing at that one.
Oh, man. I'm crying inside, though. How accurate. No. It's been a while. I will not lie. But
That's
women frighten me. Modern women frighten.
two is what's the difference between a woman and a light bulb?
A pregnant woman and a light bulb, you mean?
No, just a woman and a light bulb.
Okay.
When you screw in a light bulb, it actually is. It actually has a use.
Oh,
And now we know.
Yeah, well, my last girlfriend cheated on me, so I have an excuse.
Fair.
Well, what is the difference, wild man?
Light bulb you can unscrew.
Ah, yes.
same punchline to the one I had heard. That's similar.
Mhm.
Difference between a light bulb and a pregnant woman. You can unscrew the light bulb.
About
I'll be
the
right back. Gotta check on the smoker.
Well, let's talk of let's talk of women has been thinking about meat. And yes, I made honey a tankable product.
Nice.
well, it should be tankable.
Oh, could you imagine how much sugar that would be? A tank of honey?
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't imagine the level of diabetes that now with the issues that I've been having. I just look at the country as a whole and go, God, we are screwed. We are so screwed. Yeah,
What do you think
the
about-
what's funny is the sugar lobby. I saw a documentary and they're literally talking about the 70s. Because there was somebody that posted a Twitter, like, they posted a scene from a beach. It was an old photograph from like the late 60s, early 70s from a beach. And everybody in the scene was not thin, but relatively fit. Then they posted literally a scene from this year of the same beach, and 99% of the people were massively overweight. And it was like, what happened? These idiot accounts that are just clickbait. But I saw a documentary that talked about the early 70s. The FDA was pondering what products that should go on a list. They call it the GRAS list. GRAS. GRAS list. And the GRAS list is what is that stands for generally regarded as safe, which means you can put however much of that in your product as you want. There is no limit. So they were pondering what to put in there. And the sugar lobby, all the big sugar companies got together. They hired a firm to lobby to put sugar on the GRAS list. And so they started the campaign, if anybody remembers the campaign, but they started the fat campaign. Fat is bad for you. That's where that comes from. So all of the talk way back in the day about diets and badness of fat, that's where that comes from. That's that message. So it was like, eat carbs, fat is bad. And so eventually, it took a couple of years, but the FDA put sugar on the GRAS list. And that is what happened. Sugar is in every goddamn product you can imagine. It is unbelievable. When you go down the aisle and you're looking at products and the ingredients, Just think of your average product and how much sugar is. It's shocking. It's shocking what sugar does. And I just wish I would have known. I wish I would have known what I know now 10 years ago. It just sucks. It sucks so bad. Yeah, it was the sugar, and they even won an award, believe it or not. They won an award. The PR firm won an industry award for their work getting sugar on the grassland. I'm sure the people involved profited immensely, millions and millions of dollars. And
Yeah, and that's just hilarious too. If I remember correctly, it is specifically sugar. The difference between sugar and fat is H2O. It goes into your body, it pulls out the water, and it puts it into fat.
yeah, fat. There are certain natural fats that are actually good for you. You need them. We evolved on this planet needing these materials. And so people who are aware of that, it's like, well, yeah, that's obvious. But the campaign was so successful. I mean, convincing millions of people, like, fat is bad, carbs are good. Well, again,
Yeah.
I mean, all it did was increase the weight, the average weight of the adult. And it set us on the course of processed foods and just awful, awful food choices. And other countries look at us and are like, "What the hell happened?" Like, Jesus, it's such an American trope now, such a cliche, but it's so true. Like, and now there's so many fat people. They're trying to normalize it. They're trying to be like, it's body positivity. And it's like, no, it's incredibly unhealthy.
Bugs, do you want to set up an area to make grapes so we can
Yeah.
start doing raisins?
Let's sleep through a day.
Okay.
And then we can figure that out. I wanna pass at least a little bit of time. Because all that grass we just all the grass we just mowed will disappear. I'm hoping I fix that. I'm really hoping I fix that on the other map. Pray, whatchamacallit.
Oh no, you caused it to rain.
Yeah, now it's freaking raining.
I forgot my raincoat.
Your umbrella, rella. Yeah, oh, that's weird. I think I fixed that. There's a file in there that talks about, or there's an XML file that controls what happens when you mow and the different stages, what it changes to after you mow it. I hope I fixed that. I just barely started testing that world, that test world, but yeah, I am thinking the grapes will be up here behind the cow barn. I don't know, how much space do you think we need?
Not a huge amount of space. Not super duper huge. The hardest part about the grapes is getting everything to line up in one straight row. Like getting that first row straight. After that, you're good to go.
Well, that would be relatively easy with the vehicle mod. We can plow a perfectly straight line in the ground.
Oh yeah, that works.
And
I
that
was
can
just
be
gonna
your
have somebody stand at one point and then someone else stand at another point with the same X or Y. But yeah, that works too. That's easier. Plowing a little line.
Because don't you want to plow and fertilize anyway? Does it matter?
So when you first place down the vines, no, it does not matter. It doesn't
Okay.
do anything. Yeah. It's the
So
next time around.
if we go here and we hit X and I go, I want to buy this plot of land. We do purchase, construction, landscaping, plants, meadow. Where's my line? My line will be about here. Just mow this. There's no amount of grass that I want to waste. Plus it'll stretch out the process. I'll get the plow ready because I'm the only one that can do that. A little quick work. There. This area over here is greenhouses. Greenhouses and some other crafting areas. Tractor, plow. Big tractor.
I don't know why I keep having issues with this particular mower.
What kind of issue?
Going
do you
too
have?
fast.
No, not even when I was going slowly. It is not cutting all the time on both sides.
Maybe you need to sharpen the
Damn
blades.
it.
No kidding.
I don't think Oz had a problem at all.
No, he didn't.
Oh, hop out of it and then raise and lower your deck again. That might be because I was having a little bit of trouble with it.
No, that did not fix it.
Hmm.
I mean, it cuts fine in some places, and in others it does not. So I guess I'll have to go back to...
Try to smooth the terrain a little bit, maybe? Like, you can smooth and not erase the grass.
It'll be fine. I'll just shoot the other more. Yeah, when you get over there, you'll see what it was doing.
Yeah. Weird.
Well,
I mean, like right here, this here should have been mowed, because it's
Yeah.
close enough to that center line that, you know.
Yeah, the terrain
wing.
wasn't hilly or anything necessarily more than any other spot there that would have caused it to be all funky. Just being weird. Boss,
Yeah.
would you go grab one of the collectors?
Sure.
I'll just
Flat.
yes. Pallets. Pallet. No. Mineral feed. Da, da, da. What do we have that can boost? Hmm. We have for
Oh.
sure. Yeah,
So I have the wrong trailer.
You
um,
no, doesn't look like it. Not the rock trailer.
yeah, it's not the rock. Both rocks are over here. You might not be able to pick it up because it's raining. Rain tends to
I just
screw things
froze.
up.
I might have crashed.
Let's see if I can fast forward it here.
Oh, there we go. Okay, now it's working. Wonder if maybe it wasn't lowered.
That would do it.
Oh yeah, you gotta lower the pickup inside of it.
Yeah.
Okay, so purchase trailers, low loaders. I think. These that are. Never know which ones have
The
auto
loading.
load.
Go ahead to the packages section. So you remember the store or the part of the store that showed you like the groupings of stuff?
Yeah,
Like-
there we go. I know what one that's so big. I just don't. Flatbed trailer. It says universal auto load, but it's bales. I want pallets. Um,
Hmm.
this one might work. Possibly, maybe.
Boy, would you buy a bunch of pallets up?
This isn't gonna load the damn pallet. What does it take to load pallets? I've seen people drive by with trailers and pick up pallets before. I just never know what kind of trailers they have.
Alright.
Nobody ever posts like, this is the mod that's doing this. It's always like, okay, well that could be literally anything.
That trailer should work for that. You want me to give it a shot? There might be
Start
one in the
loading.
settings.
Shift R. Left shift R. Loading area is full. What? There's literally nothing on it.
Lower the trailer? If you can. No, I don't think I can.
Oh. here. I got a couple on there.
Yes, you did.
Oh. Loading area full. And one remaining. One too many.
One too many. You want me to put it on top?
Yeah, put it on top.
And then there you go. Change your trailer back. Bunch of mineral feed for the cows.
Bunch of mineral feed for the factory to make the TMR for the cows.
Oh, okay, yeah, since we're still waiting on the soybeans.
Yep. This is 13,000 liters. This'll make enough mineral feed for quite a lot of cows. Whoa. That's a lot heavier. Now, we want to go to here. Total mixed ration. We should have hay, silage, straw is a yes, and now we have mineral feed. So, total mixed ration. Keep an eye on that. Disable that as soon as mineral feed drops out. Because the way I set these recipes up, it's a little bit more like you need to pay attention because the extra ingredients are a bonus on the recipe, not a requirement. So it won't stop once it runs out of mineral. It'll just keep going. You just won't get the full bonus, which is 100%. You want that because mineral feed is the best of all of the bonuses because it gives you the best increase percentage for the hay, the silage, and the straw is 1-to-1. You get one. It's a 1-to-1 relationship. Mineral feed is really where it shines. So move down to 3,000. And once we get soybeans, we'll be able to actually make the mineral feed, and then we'll have a near infinite amount of it. All right, you are almost done. There it is. So somebody can move. Somebody can move the total mixed ration to the cow barn.
Okay. Unimog.
Here. Put our line.
I just ran over a spot over here that, not gonna say it's like unacceptable terrain, but might need some extra smoothing. It
Yeah,
was
I
kind of
haven't
rocky.
done any spots. I haven't smoothed anything out on this little plot of land.
Ah,
So
okay.
there's an autosave. That was a decent autosave. And smooth. Yeah, when you get like sharp changes, that usually means that I did do a smooth, but it wasn't enough to really make it buttery smooth. That's where you still see a little bit of the plateauing. I want to call them like rice patties because it's the tiered like plateau. That's what it looks like, but I don't know, vaguely.
Yeah, that works.
That's literally
I
what
can see that.
they look like. Is they just have this plateau effect of here's a level, then here's a level, and then here's a level. So I've always wanted to call them like rice patties. But all right, so this.
Where do I dump the grass again? Is it this like northmost building, right next to the sheep?
Yeah, it's the farm supply factory. If you get out and look at the building, it's called the farm supply factory.
Okay. Yeah, this is the one.
Okay, so I'm just gonna go down the midpoint. This.
Sorry.
No need to be sorry. I think I would win in that situation.
Yeah.
Oh, there's another story I wanted to mention, and this
Oh.
this is one of those things that you hear as a kid, and it just settles with you because it's like, you know, as you get older, you start thinking about it more and more and more, and it's like, holy shit, you start understanding the ramifications. But I heard a story years and years ago, you know, sitting around a bunch of adults talking about the farm and about other people that they knew that were farmers, and you know, it just sort of washes over you when you're young. And there was a story that I heard. I don't know if this is one of those like wives' tales. I don't know if this is one of those like things that you
Rural
hear.
urban legend.
Yeah, a rural legend. Is there such a thing? You know, not an urban legend. It's a rural legend. But a woman, a farmer's wife, was home and her husband was out in the field, and let's see, vine distance 2.5, I think.
Yep.
Husband was out in the field, and so You know, it was a normal average every day. And she got concerned when it was time for supper, and he didn't show up. He didn't come home.
Turn snapping on. That'll help.
Let's see. Well, I didn't turn snapping. Turn it on. So he didn't come home, and she was starting to get concerned when the sun set and he didn't show up. So the next day she called the authorities, and she was like, I don't know. He went out in the field. He was working. Why is this? And he didn't come home, and so I'm worried about him. And so they put a search party together, and they were like, "What was he doing?" And he was out in the field, just a normal average farmer. Well, it took a day, and they had people all over the farm searching for this poor guy, and they finally realized what happened to him, because there was an older gentleman. He had fallen asleep while baling hay, and this was years and years ago. And the best that they figured is he was baling and he fell asleep and he fell off the back of the tractor. And when they found him inside a bale, inside a hay bale. Just, you can imagine, he was not a whole person. And it was like, yeah, that's how they found this guy. Like, literally part of a bale. And just a crazy story. And I remember hearing that when I was a kid, and it didn't really sink in for many, many years. It didn't sink in like how truly horrible of a death that must have been. There. I'm not sure how much more you want me to do here. I think you can do it too if you want to. But how many?
Oh yeah. Usually I do 10 or 15. Depends. On the one field, they cost about 100 grand per row that I did, so I did about 10.
I don't even know how many this is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 12, 13. Well, we can't have 13. These are only 32,000. So
Yeah, and I really can't say if this is taking me longer to go through and do or not. Was that 14 that you just did?
yeah, there's 15. Oh, let's do an even 20.
Okay. Well, there's another one.
There's 17. 18.
19.
And 20. There we go.
Cool. That'll work. And because it's slightly on a hill, you get to see all the coolness that the grape harvester can do, because it kind of levels itself when you have hilly terrain.
I really wanted to make sure we had this on a slope because, yeah, I wanted to make sure it was accurate because, you know, vineyards are on slopes.
You were talking about the baler there. I had one guy that I knew that he worked for one of the colleges or something, and he got his arm caught in one of the machines, and I guess it ripped his arm off or mangled it up or something. And anyway, he lost his arm, and so somebody was asking him, you know, how he did it, and he was showing him there at the machine and caught his other arm in it and took it off.
Oh my God.
He lost both of them.
Whoopsies.
Let me demonstrate for you how I lost my arm. Oh, is that how?
And he did, and he caught the other one.
Oh.
Yeah, there was a kid. There was a farmer's kid. I mean, he was an older teenager, early 20s. This was 20 years ago. I remember it was hit the news. It was crazy, but he got caught in the PTO. So he was at he was like an auger or something. He was unloading grain, and he got caught in the PTO, and it took both of his arms. I mean, it was a blink of an eye. Both of his arms pulled right off his body, and literally on the farm alone. He was out on the farm alone, and he runs into the house, dials 911 with his face, and then once he tells them he needs help, he goes into the bathroom and he lays in the bathtub in the bathroom. And at the time when basically the whole thing was happening and he was eventually interviewed, they were like, "Why did you what was up with the bathtub?" He's like, "Well, I didn't want to bleed all over my mom's house." So he goes into the bathroom because he didn't want to bleed in the house. And I'm like, who the fuck cares?
Yeah, right. At that
But
point,
they literally sewed his arms back on, and he has limited function. He has limited use of his arms, but they got him back on. And I'm like, holy shit! Like, yeah, limited use, and I was like, God damn.
wild. Okay, Buggy. So, in the store sale at this moment, second to last vehicle is your Flexible Games tractor for the grape stuff, and
Oh.
then we need all the other fun things as well, because yeah, apparently these do need a plowing and fertilizing.
All right. Do. See. Oh, FG Stone Picker. There's a Stone Picker on sale.
Oh, just checking through to see what else there is.
Yeah, me too. I really wish that JCB Fast Track, I wish that had more horsepower. Like if it was a beefier tractor and it actually had a higher max speed. That would.
Yeah. No, I did show you that one JCB Fast Track that made a speed record.
Right, and that's what I was saying. Like, hey, if that thing can go that fast, like, yeah, we have that shit in the game. Okay,
With the
purchase.
Power of XML edits.
Grape technology. And you.
Oh, all these semi-trailers. Are you sure you're not running a shipping business?
That's exactly what we're doing. Let's see.
I'll be back.
And here and beet, potato, sugar, grape tech. Thought for sure we had a double pruner in here, but I guess not.
There is one, depending on where you go. Or maybe not. I thought we had one. Weird. I also thought we had a modded sprayer.
I don't think so.
Could have sworn you had one in the other one that had a much larger capacity.
I could have sworn that we had. Maybe you can. Let me do this. You get this one. You get another one.
I
One
mean,
on
you
the
can
one
still.
on the front and one on the back.
Yes, you can still do that,
Okay. And
but
then
that
the
won't be
plow.
necessary until after we words. I apologize.
Hmm.
After we harvest.
So the Pottinger 1.2 meter plow looks like that's going to be.
No.
Hmm.
No. The flexible games disco vision yeah.
What?
Go to the packs again and look at grapes. That'll be the easiest way to get everything that you need. Disco Vigny.
Oh.
Yeah, we'll call it that.
Huh. I wonder why that wasn't in the grape technology line.
I also wonder why it's only 1.5 meters because I could have sworn the ones that we had were like 6 meters wide.
That wouldn't work. The freaking rows are only 2.5 meters separated.
No. They were fake 6 meters wide.
Oh.
That way you could do a row and a half at the same, or like basically 2 rows at the same time without, because this gets repetitive. But yeah, we'll need that, and then we'll need the TPN 140 mulcher as well.
And then maybe possibly over. Building shits. Oink.
Okay, they still do the distance that I thought. It's just not stating it in the thing for whatever reason.
place for all. I don't know, keeping them indoors like actually benefits anything. But fertilized. Did I put? No, I didn't place the fertilizers down yet. We need to. Yep, TMR is in, so let's go. Yeah, I moved the dumps, the food dump and straw dump outside here because the stupid. Yeah, the roof hits any tipping thing that you want to do. It's just okay. So I usually start with Holstein. Oh, I hate that you can't type it out. Okay. Space. Holstein here. Holstein. 125 Holstein. Always try to make it divisible by the max. So it's 500 max. Then we need a by instruction manure heap. Very, very important. Joshua, welcome to the channel. Thanks for the sub, my man. All right. So this painting. So the issues, you know, one of the things you mentioned, Coffee, was the issue with the manure, like poking out.
Mm-hmm.
So that is not anything I'm doing. That is manure heap. Whatever is running that, I do not know what controls. So that is not something that
You have control over.
Yeah, I
I
don't-
figured,
whatever's
ground
behind
texture
this
that has
manure heap.
mud for that.
Huh?
You should find the ground texture that includes mud for the manure heap. It would look better.
Yeah, that's what I put down. Dirt.
No, I believe there's one with actual mud.
Well, yeah,
Hey.
there's one called animal mud.
That one will do it.
It's a little bit.
Yeah, because I think in front of the sheep thing or around the sheep was mud.
Mhm.
There's one in here called like wet river mud. That looks more like sand. There's wet. And I did find out that you can actually drive that forage wagon. With that forage
Right,
wagon, you can actually drive by this thing and pick up all the manure inside of it. You don't have to sit at this thing. You can just drive that manure thing or the forage wagon by, and the little arms that reach inside of there will just scoop up all the manure.
Oh boy.
All right. Oh, cows. Do your thing. Whatever that is. Okay. So, what are we doing on the grapeage?
Almost done. And then
Exactly.
they'll probably need a, if someone wants to take the other tractor and the fertilizer sprayer.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to look at what we could do because we need to put some fertilizer. What exactly is that doing?
The mulcher or the cultivator?
The cultivator isn't changing the ground at all. Weird.
Oh, the mulcher isn't doing anything to the ground. No, it is not.
No, but the plow isn't either. Like, it's not changing. I thought it would be actually changing the look of it. Hard to tell where you've been.
Wait, what do you mean? There's a giant amount of green texture on the grass right here that disappears.
There it is?
Yeah.
Oh,
So like right?
okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I guess I was looking at, like, the tufts of grass. I wasn't paying
Yeah,
attention
you
to
were
texture
looking at
underneath.
tufts of grass. So yeah, those tufts of grass, they're not tall enough for the mulcher to make any effect, but it did require plowing, so that's what the disc cultivator in the back is for.
All right,
Cultivator,
let
plow,
me
whatever you want to call it.
get one of the tractors. Ooh. Oh, it's such a cute little thing. It's like a tractor that was squished in a trash compactor.
Yeah.
Ooh, did not edit past the sprayer.
I could have sworn you did. But for the most part, it's okay because that sprayer is pretty judicious with its use.
What is the radius on this thing?
Not much. Especially if for some reason it isn't edited like we thought it was. It's pretty much going to be the rows that are left and right of you, so you should be able to skip every other row.
Autosave. Autosave.
And this one will need 2 different layers of fertilization.
I filled up this trailer with wood, so it's full. What do you want me to do with it?
Park it next to the other ones that are full.
All right.
Grab another one. There's a couple. There's one that's near the full ones that's not full yet. That's the one I was working on.
All right.
I cannot tell.
Alright, it seems to have done 3.
Is there a change in the ground? Oh, there is.
There is a very slight change in the ground, yes. But this vine that I'm standing at right here does have fertilizer. This vine does not. So theoretically you could go down this one. Because this, even though there's no change in the ground, but I'm seeing the fertilizer. But might as well keep it even and probably just go down this one.
I don't know why the sprayer is spraying up in the air. When everything's spray the ground, dude. Spray the ground. What are you doing?
Well, in the case of this one, you wouldn't be spraying the ground because you'd want to be spraying the leaves and everything.
Yeah, except it's the leaf. The
At the
leaves,
moment, yeah.
the leaves aren't the thing that soak in the fertilizer. It's the roots.
And I think in the case of this one again, it's more so this thing would be used to spray pesticides more than anything, but they don't have pests in the game.
Well, I'm in the game, so.
Well, yeah. But yeah, they haven't added the need to do like pesticides and fungicides, just herbicide for weeds.
I wonder what they're, what they're going to iterate on for the next version, what they're working on internally, as far as like prototyping and figuring out. That's what really interests me on game design is what kind of stuff do they try internally, and they're like, does this work? Does this not work? Why are you suddenly? That was weird.
Ooh, what?
I was in a nice straight line, and then something like, what the hell? What is causing this thing to stick to the side?
It's probably the little stairs that are on the edge of the, there's a little step thing right here. And that thing gets caught very easily.
Yeah, that sounds appropriate. DJ Quad says they're probably going to add combat next.
Yeah, it's post-apocalypse, and you gotta fight your neighbors to keep your garden.
Either that or the mad cows or something like that.
Occasionally, there's ambushes of ninja zombie wizards.
Oh, that just sounds like a good time.
Exactly.
It's hard to say because they've already done the logging thing. They kind of added some mining in with the iron of the Silver Run Forest thing, but
Yeah, that's
unfortunately,
not mining. It's just like,
no, it isn't.
I really hope they embrace the mining aspect and voxelize the terrain, just like Captain of Industry. That would do wonders for this game. Oh my god. It would turn the game into just about anything you'd want.
Well, if they voxelize the terrain, then you could actually make plowing do something instead of just having a fake texture that makes your tractor move along the ground more bumpily. But
It won't be enough.
I think of the things that they should improve upon in the game, because the graphics are pretty good, but if they went with Unreal graphics, then it could look really good. More crop types and different types of harvesters, because like they've added some more crops, yeah, but they're pretty much the same type of harvesters. And now with this latest DLC that they're doing, they'll add some new harvesters, but nothing completely crazy.
Yeah, the biggest thing with the new crops that they're gonna add is you're gonna have to treat the ground a little differently. You're gonna have to ridge the ground up before you even plant. So it adds another step to prepare the ground. The ridges themselves, that look already exists when you plant potatoes. You get the same look.
Do.
So I'm sure modders will take that and just be like, all right, well, we can do one machine that actually plants the carrots, and it will leave the ridges behind. One machine to rule them all.
Exactly.
Oh, the halfway point. Yay. I wonder if you could, be interested to see if there was if like that big sprayer that we have can go over the top of these.
I believe it can, because I've used the one fertilizer spreader, the one that you already have, and yeah, that works as well.
Is that thin enough? Is that narrow enough to go through the lines? I didn't think that was narrow enough.
Who said I went through the lines?
Oh, you just went around the outside?
Things got such a wide throw.
Such a waste of material. Literally wasting half of the fertilizer.
No, because my olive grove was next to it.
Oh.
There we go. Yeah, that's much better. With the exception of the one little spot where you got stuck, everything's got the first level of fertilization.
Yeah, I slowed it down a little bit. That seemed to have helped. I was just going. It was too bumpy. And you know the bumps that this thing hits when you look at it, those are all simulated. The
Yes,
terrain
they
is
are.
not actually that bumpy. It's just simulated. Like, ooh, this is going to be bumpy terrain. It's like, yeah, it's just
And it really doesn't need to be.
it's just randomly generated bumps. And yeah, I wish it was not.
Hi, Patrick.
Beat me to it, Oz.
I guess his honeydew list is mostly complete.
Well, yeah. It's also my daughter's birthday, so I got to break.
I can barely hear you.
Is this any better?
There we go.
Yeah, it's my daughter's birthday, so I had to take her out to dinner and stuff like that.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, mine was yesterday.
Your birthday?
Yeah,
Yep.
his birthday was yesterday. That's why he was gone on Wednesday. He was on a birthday trip.
Oh, okay. Birthday trip? LSD?
Yeah.
Rooms?
Yeah.
So those grapes.
Yeah.
Yes. We got grapevines set up so we can start getting the raisins. Because we have honey, we have oats being grown right now, so that means we should be, with the exception of corn, I think we still need to do corn. We'll be pretty close onto cereal production.
Yeah. We could actually plow one of those fields.
Well,
Lower
you can
fields.
plow.
I could plow one of those fields and we could start.
I'll take over this for you.
Those little thin tractors are kind of cute.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
the vineyards are interesting, but I tend to go for the there's a greenhouse that will actually grow the grapes and olives and whatnot. So if you don't want to deal with the vineyards.
We've used that one before, and it is nice to have that, but sometimes it's also just nice to use all the equipment of the vineyard. It's cool.
Yeah.
And since Buggy added some additional modifications to the way things grow, namely the grapes, before the greenhouse method was going to be the best method to get a lot of yield, but now this will yield better than the greenhouse.
Yeah, I just modded the greenhouse. I just edited or updated the greenhouses. Radically lowered. I cut it down by 10. Divided it by 10 the production of the greenhouses because it was just too much.
You could honestly just turn the greenhouses on to produce and just let the time pass if you were auto-selling the stuff.
Yeah, the greenhouses that were producing. I mean, I filled up, so I produced my first batch of fertilizer. So I got cows, I got all that stuff. I made a batch of fertilizer, and I made 800,000 liquid fertilizer. And that, I had 8 greenhouses, and each greenhouse, I put 100,000 liquid fertilizer in. And they were able to fill up strawberries, because that's primarily what they're for, is the strawberries for, like, cake. They were able to fill up their strawberries in one day, and they only used, like, 8,000 of the fertilizer. And it was like, I had so much fertilizer in those things. I I was like, okay, that is way too much. Way too much. Okay, so back up a little bit. Now. I always do a single run around my border when it's thin. It's a lot easier to control. And if something goes horribly wrong and I hit a big bump, it's a lot less than But yeah, there's going to be very few rocks in this in this spot. All of this area in here is all like flattened and leveled and massaged, and there's going to be so few rocks in here. It's sad. I wish I knew how to fix that bug. I would 100%. And oh yeah, Os, can you or somebody can you come down and grab the wood that's down here that you put down here?
Sure.
Because I already smoothed that area out. So
Buggy's just leaving his wood places.
It's more Oss is leaving his wood places and Buggy's picking it up.
Ooh.
Or moving it around, I should say. Now that he's done, I'm picking it up.
Yeah. Thankfully, the sprayer really doesn't need much of a modification on its tank size because to fertilize that entire thing, we are down to 86% full.
yeah, I noticed how little fertilizer it was actually using. So yeah, I was like, okay, well that's not something we need. Okay, what about this hill? Is this hill just... This is a little crazy, this hill. Purchase, construction. Smooth. Maximum size. Maximum strength.
As long as you're not talking about X-Lax, we're probably okay.
Not talking about what?
X-Lax.
Oh,
Maximum strength X-Lax. Yes. I wouldn't want to see maximum size X-Lax.
much. These still pretty steep. Good lord. This was a massive hill. Okay.
Okay. It is time for me to go and start, or to finish with the meat, so, and then have dinner.
Alrighty.
Yep, I'll be back.
See you then.
Better? Not perfect. Much better than it was. At least. That was quite a bit off. Yes.
finished building my little pedal mount thing.
Hmm.
It's awesome.
It works? Nice.
Yeah. Actually, really impressed with it. I wish I'd known that there was something like that. Half of my enjoyment of playing Farming Simulator is using the steering wheel and pedals. Actually, it's the whole reason why I got the steering wheel and pedals.
That problem there. Let's fix that. It's a little bulge. Massive problems. That's why it's a lot easier to see those things when there's no grass, which is why I usually like to mow everything first. Now we can really see where any sort of consistency. There's no rocks in here. This was that deep valley. All close to the edge. Oh, putting on a little bit extra. Oh, yep, right on the line. So that. Did I match? Oh my god, I matched that up perfectly. Ha! You love that effect. That looks so real. I don't know how they did that. The plowing effect, the dirt kicking off the plow, it's just a crazy looking effect, and that must be many, many, many little textures all layered into one. Like, layered into one effect. That must have been a nightmare to get to look right.
I think that's a plow. I think that's like a cultivator. Probably actually. Does it have a blade on it?
It's a plow. It's a subsoiler is what you call it. But just that effect of the dirt getting kicked up, just crazy. I don't know how they did it.
Magic.
Yeah. Voodoo, man.
How much longer are we going?
I don't know.
Yeah, we've been
Going 8 hours. I want to let's get this field done and planted. So it's just going to take me a bit to get her plowed, of course. But you guys can get all of the machines ready. You can get the lime, you can get the fertilizer. We're not going to, don't start them yet. I want to get all of this plowed first. I want to do one at a time, because when you try to like do too much, it really messes up my brain. But fertilizing usually goes pretty fast. This is one step. You can't hire a worker on by default. You would have to do course play. So I think we can not overlap quite so much. I don't know why it overlaps so much. About 5% volume. It's still overlapping quite a bit.
Something said, Wildman said, reminded me of another joke. Man walks into a hospital, walks up to the nurse at reception and goes, "Hi, I have an appointment." And she goes, "Oh, okay, which doctor?" And he said, "No, it's a regular doctor."
Which? Ah, that's a dad joke right there. Yeah, that one's the dad joke.
Bunch of. You hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, the other day I took a bunch of $100 bills and taped them all together and taped them in a row and made it as a belt. It was a waste of money.
Oh, that's like a grandfather joke. It's not even a dad joke. Say, where'd you get all that money?
Bigfoot often gets confused for Sasquatch, yet he never complains. Where do bad rainbows go? To Prism. It's a light sentence and gives them time to reflect.
Yeah. We definitely don't need you going to dadjokes.com and starting reciting the 5 million jokes that are on that website.
Oh, I don't have 5 million. Just have a few.
There are literally websites that have dad jokes on them, and it's like, yeah, you could spend a while there.
Yeah. I love them. There's a YouTube channel there where these group that do dad jokes and they try to make each other laugh. Kind of a drinking thing at it. If they make the other laugh and they have to drink.
Do they make them up or do they find them online?
They probably find them online, but they're pretty good. Some are a little raunchy for being dad jokes.
Yeah, I wouldn't classify those as a dad joke. They're raunchy. Dad jokes are not supposed to be raunchy. see, precisely nobody has brought equipment.
What's the next one? Lime?
Yeah, we want to get one of those small tractors, get the lime ready to go. We don't want to start spreading it yet. The width of lime is like twice what I'm able to do with this thing, and it would catch up to me way too fast. So you got to be nearly done with your plowing before you start lime. But a lot of the next steps we can hire workers to do. I just don't know how the workers are going to do with that field that's right next to us. I really don't. The border between the fields is really thin. And I don't know how the game would handle that. Pretty sure it would be okay, but it's definitely an unknown variable. Now, doing headlands works. That would solve it, except for picking rock. Headlands don't matter when you do that. But yeah, we're gonna want the lime over here. We're gonna want that red fertilizer sprayer vehicle over here. We're gonna want 2 rock pickers ready to go. We're gonna need, well, yeah, we're gonna have a lot of steps to do before we get the planters.
Look to see if I can get on at some point. See if I saw some points.
I still barely hear you speak. What kind of microphone?
Oh, it's a good one.
Yeah, the first time you joined, it was loud and clear, and I had to lower your volume. And then it's like, if you sit differently, or if you sit with yourself further away from the microphone or something like that, it makes a huge difference. Oh my!
Well, I'm practically swallowing the microphone.
Oh my God!
That's the,
Don't do that.
Yeah, it's almost too loud for me now.
I've also got a tractor noise going on in my ear, so I'm cruising around in the tractor, so it adds to the problem. So it's not entirely you. Some of it's me.
yeah, I was going to see if I could download all the mods and run you all at some point. It's saying that there's 3 mods that are unavailable.
Yeah, those you'd have to get off his whip.
I do have the share.
Yeah, you'd have to get those from there.
Which mods? That'll tell me whether or not you're behind the times. What mods that you don't have? What does it tell you?
The empty pallets mod is one of them.
Yeah, that's on the Google Drive. Or the empty pallets. Empty pallets. No, that's not a mod. If you've got if you've got all the mods, I thought I got rid of that dependency. Maybe I didn't. Maybe there's another sneaky one in there that has it, but the ones that are not on there that you're still missing, those come from the mod hub. Those are just unchanged.
I pulled down all the stuff in the mod hub. It said I had 89 missing, so I pulled them all down. And then the other 2 is the Big X 1100 cargo modded and the beekeeping modded.
Yeah, those are both on the Google Drive, and I know they work because 4 or 5 people joined me here today. So something is funky on your end that you maybe didn't get the right version when you downloaded them. I don't know. Beekeeping. I don't think I've changed that in a while.
Yeah, I see it on your share, the beekeeping modded zip, and the Big X too.
Yeah, all that stuff. I know all that stuff. The pallets. That's really surprising. I thought I got rid of pallets. Because the pallet production. The modded sawmill, the original bad, crappy sawmill, is what required that one. And I know that I changed it because the master carpenter, that mod, adds the pallets. So I know I didn't need the pallets mod, but I remember I saw that in my list when I started it up today. So I don't know where that dependency comes from. I guess I could disable it. It'll tell me like, oh, this mod requires it.
Interesting. I downloaded everything from the zip, but it didn't pull down the beekeeping or the drone mod. That's interesting. I don't know why I did that.
Just,
Maybe it was beyond
just download those separate by themselves. And
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do now.
Yeah, there might be a limit with how much you can download in one. Because I know when you try to download the whole thing, it tries to pack everything in one file. And there's a limit to the size of that file. So I know I did when I downloaded that Beavis and Butthead archive. It downloaded in, I want to say like 25 files. So much. Then I missed a bunch and I had to go back and download a bunch more because we weren't sure. My brother found it and he was like, I don't know how long this is going to be up. I don't even know how he found them.
Yeah, that does sound like an odd combination. DJ's message there a few minutes ago. Ashoka is one of the Star Wars ones.
Oh, I know. I know all about
Okay.
it, and I know how bad it is.
Really?
Oh,
that's
it's
unfortunate.
it's bad. You know it's bad when somebody can do acrobatics in space and literally not reflect at all that they're in zero G. So bad.
All right. It's just showing the empty pallets. Production is missing.
And that one would be Mod Hub. 'Cause I don't think I customized that one at all. Empty pallets production? Yeah.
are you sure it got check marked?
Yeah, I remember seeing it in the list when I started the game up. I remember
I
when
mean-
I saw it, I was like, why is that one in there? It shouldn't be in there.
No, but I'm talking to Patrick. You made sure everything was check marked that's supposed to be.
Well, that's only if you're starting a single player or multiplayer game. You don't
Yeah.
have that choice.
Oh,
when you
okay, yeah.
All right.
create. I just
Get down to
pull that one down. Just for friends.
I wonder who invented the normal. It was actually like a game engineer, or if it was like a mathematician. Because when I think back of like early rendering engines, early game, Duke Nukem 3D, Doom 2, right? The days before a lot of technological innovation. I look at the normal map as one of those like really revolutionary things that is relatively simple in concept, but the fact that it works. And what made me think of that, you might be thinking, God, that was a random ass thought. And it is. But what made me think of it is the dirt, right? So this dirt, right, looks ridged. It looks grooved, but that is a flat texture. 100% flat texture. The reason why it looks bumpy is the normal map. The normal map is another flat texture, but if you've ever seen one, because you can look up like normal maps in the game files and see what they look like, they look psychedelic. It looks like a texture you do if you're on PCP. They encode the pixel itself encodes the direction that specific pixel is facing in the object. So with a single texture, normal maps revolutionized game engines because they could encode more dimensional, more three-dimensional data without actually increasing polygon count. Because every pixel that you see has to be drawn. Every frame, every pixel is drawn. And the normal map was a really fast way of determining which direction that pixel was facing. And from that, you get a plethora of features that you can add onto that. How light is it? What is it facing? How to shade it? Is it up and down? Like what? All of that data you can discern from the normal map. And the person who came up with that, just a brilliant. I mean, if I had to guess, I'd say somebody like John Carmack or somebody came up with the normal. But with my luck, it's probably some mathematician. Just like, hey, this is how you. Yeah, a little bit of innovation. You know, getting more detail out of a flat texture is just a brilliant, just a crazy way of thinking. And then fast forward 20 years. We've been dealing with that for 20 years. That's been the pinnacle of technology. You know, you take the normal map, then you add specular maps, reflection maps. Like they started coming up with a lot of other tricks to encode data, visual data. But I think nothing really compares to what they were able to accomplish with the nanite. I mean, that's technology that I didn't even think was possible. What they're doing with that. You know, like dynamically altering the polygons that are drawn, pixels that are drawn. Being able to take a scene of 10 billion polygons and still render it 60 FPS. I never thought that was going to be possible. Not in my life. Maybe 100 years down the road. But yeah, never thought it was going to be possible. And yet, here we are. It's crazy.
Without these graphics cards, a lot of it wouldn't be possible too.
Right, and you get innovation that drives innovation, right? The rendering engines drive graphics cards. Graphic cards give you new opportunities for engines. Like, it's a very codependent sort of relationship.
Yeah.
But still, like, the nanite engine is insane in what it's capable. I don't understand how they were able to do it. They must have a team, a room full of PhDs that figured out the intense amount of math behind it. Because that's the only way to do it. All right.
That or just an asylum of people.
I don't know. I don't know how they did it. And then like 5.1 or 5.2 that came out, they added trees. You can actually have trees as part of the nanite engine now. And now 5.2 came out, and they're adding like randomly generated terrain that looks. I mean, it is crazy. The next couple of years of game development is going to be very, very interesting. As everybody sort of raises up their video cards, raises up the technology, the average person, has a 30 series or a 40 series or a 50 series video card. The average person is capable of the high level rendering. I mean, I can only imagine what the games are going to look like, especially if they take into account what I think is coming with AI. If they're able to get AI textures, if they're able to get that working. I think it'll be absolutely game changer.
Should I slap some lime on here then? Sorry.
Well, I got one more run to do here.
Okay.
Make it on par. Yeah, what you want to do is you want to do a headland. So you want to line it up with facing down the short or the thinner side. So the headlands are going to be one on each side. So
North and south. I've got it lined up for the north one right now.
But you're going east-west. The headland is east-west, right?
Yeah.
So the headland, you go down one headland, and you go perpendicular to that, down all the way to the end of the field. Then you turn it 90 degrees, and you do the other headland, turn it 90 degrees, hire it on while it does the side that you didn't do yet, and you hire the work. And that will, you've got a border around the whole thing, and then you can hire the worker on that last front, and the worker will take it. Are we good? One more. Turn off allow create fields. And there we go.
Alright, hit it then?
Hit it. Next time I load the game, all these trees.
Huh. The width setting was wrong again.
Oh yeah, that was
Maybe
a
else.
problem we hit last time, wasn't it? Like it didn't
Yeah.
sync. It didn't sync the width. Does it say it's 40 to 43 meters? Does it say it's 43 and just not, or
Yeah, it says it's 42. Yeah.
42, whatever? Yeah. And what was it?
There it is. Control.
Yeah, it's usually Control Y that does it.
Control Z in this instance. At least for me. Maybe my keyboard's different for some reason.
$33,000 liters. Is that enough? Oh. Compared to the lime. Lime is used much, much faster.
What's the key to change the width manually?
Control C X.
Control C X. Okay.
And there is a key that you can bind. I just don't know what it is by default for the keyboard.
Yeah.
I mapped it for the joystick. I have a button on my joystick I hit that just, grab the width. But I don't know keyboard what it defaults to, or if there might be a conflict. Let's see. There's an important autosave. Whew. Okay, let's see. Keys. That would be
You got
under...
it set now, so there's no priority.
Right, but I'm just curious, what it is. So that would be... Is that course play? Or is that vehicle? No, that's a vehicle. Raise lower pintle hitch. I didn't know that the stone picker had its own keys in here. Raise lower pintle hitch. I have no idea what that is. Pintle. That's a word I've never seen before.
Same.
Okay. Where is tip side? No. Universal, no. Tree growth, no. Vehicle control.
All right, I figured out the mod problem. The mod hub has an updated version of the empty pallets production, so I had to go find the older version and pull it down.
Oh, there's a new version. That'll do it. Yeah. Oops.
Yeah.
I didn't expect
That's
you
good.
to join today. Otherwise, I would have
No,
paid more attention to that.
I wanted to make sure that I had all of the mods and whatnot, and I could do it.
When did they update it?
Could have been any time this week. I haven't updated mods in a while. Right. I could have sworn it was in here. Previous, reactivate, next, reset lane, no. Determine working width of lane guidance. Control Alt W.
Okay.
So that is Control Alt W is the key for that.
I guess that makes sense because they've got Control W, Alt
W, yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with the hotkeys for that mod. I mean, once I got used to them, because there's so many hotkeys for this game that I struggle for quite some time. Trying to figure out the hotkeys. All right. Turn it around. There it goes. Line her back up. Yeah, I use the vehicle control religiously nowadays. Like it's hard for me to play without it. Yeah, these two fields are so close together.
Do you like it better than the GPS?
Never actually figured out how to use that.
Oh, really? That's the
Yeah,
one that I always use. Is the GPS.
No, is that
That's a
what
different
you-
mod, I think.
is that what you
Yes.
use when you buy it? And it says has GPS or some kind of
Yep. It costs like $15,000 more to buy the vehicle with a GPS.
It's funny because I always buy it. I'm always like, yeah, sure, why not? But I had no idea it was actually functional. Just throwing money at the game. Just like, here, take my money.
Take my money.
So the empty pallets production was updated on the 29th of last month.
Oh, just like 3 days ago, 4 days ago. Oh, we shouldn't even need that. I don't know what mod uses that mod. I thought I got rid of it, but apparently not. There should be no mod that requires that mod. Because the Master Carpenter already adds that fill type. It already adds empty pallets. So we don't need that mod to add empty pallets. It's just
Yeah, I looked at the there's a FSG mod assistant. Has this really cool feature where it will scan all of the mods and tell you what dependencies are in each mod. So then I looked and there's no dependency in that mod, so I just for grins I deleted the empty palace production and started a new game of the Rolling Hills, and it didn't complain.
It didn't complain. Why then is that mod selected in my mod list? I guess when I created the world to, yeah, I probably just had it selected when I created the world. I didn't think to deselect it because yeah, it used to be required, but it hasn't been required probably for a couple weeks at least.
It's one of the reasons why I like using the if you use like a server, an actual server, the mod manager that I built will actually go to that server and actually pull down each individual mod. So you don't actually have to worry about that anymore.
Nice.
Yeah.
You made your own like mod manager?
Yeah.
Does this have enough?
I was an administrator for another YouTuber for their server.
Oh, that's right. I remember you saying that.
And it was a pain because they always call me and say, "Oh, I can't get on. I don't know what's wrong. What mod is it?" And so I made this thing, and it would go through. It would check the version, the date, the author, the file size, and it would make sure that you have the right mod on your system. And instead of like downloading all of the mods,
Be careful with that.
Actually, just download just the individual mod that needed to be updated, and it would just run.
We want to wait on that off.
Yeah, I'm just getting things lined up. This would be the next step, though, right?
Yeah. Next step is fertilization.
And we want to wait till the other one's finished? Is that why we're waiting?
Yeah, we want to wait because last time we tried to do too much. We tried to do both at once. We had some weird overlapping lime, and it was the AI workers were not happy because one the fertilizer is gonna like overwrite the lime, and it's just wait. The lime is so wide that it literally is like 6 passes, 7 passes, and it's done.
Yeah. This one's pretty wide too.
Yeah. The lime is 42 meters. This one's what, 36?
Yeah.
30. Yeah. Let's double check. Oh, the width. Yep. Now I reset. Last time I used it, I'm so bad at resetting the width after I use one of those, so the width was at 6 meters instead of 36 meters.
Ah. Is there going to be enough fertilizer in there?
There should be. Yeah, it doesn't use. It's not even close to the same amount as lime. So lime is by far the biggest consumption. Interesting. You lowered the lime spreader.
Oh yeah.
Much of an impact. I mean, it's still obviously going to the edges, so it's working fine.
Yeah, it doesn't really change the impact of the line. I've done it both ways.
I thought that might have been what messed up the thing, so I figured I'd lower it and see. Didn't affect anything, but I just didn't think to switch back.
Yeah, should be fine. I just hoping it's whatever collision box that it has. It doesn't freak out, like go into orbit as I've seen a few times. SpaceX up track.
Those are fun times.
Yeah, I saw there was that one channel that I posted, that real life farming, and they had a video on there. So The guy literally just goes around to other people's farms, like films them farm. That's all he does. And he has 200,000 subscribers. And I'm just like, God damn it! Like, why didn't I do that when I started my channel? There are plenty of farms around here. I could have gone around on harvest season and filmed a bunch of stuff and just posted them throughout the year. Like, God damn it. Anyway, one of the videos he has on there, he visits a farm. I think it was in Ohio. It's either Ohio or Iowa. And they literally have like nine series combines. And those combines, they have 9 of them on this farm, and each one of them is a $900,000 combine. And they have 9 of them on this farm. And I'm like, holy shit. And all they farm is corn. It's all they farm. And it's like, that is a whole lot of cheddar invested in corn.
Yeah.
And that is definitely a corny statement.
Yeah, Iowa is absolutely kind of obsessed with corn, which is why no politician on a national foundation will ever suggest we get rid of corn subsidies, because they know they would immediately lose Iowa. And it's like, well, that just screws, it just screws the country when you have attitudes like that. Like, let's stop subsidizing a material that has almost no nutritional value, please.
Heard about one guy that said he wanted to start a pig farm and get paid not to have the pigs. And then he was going to have corn and get paid to not have grow the corn for the pigs. And there was a whole long list of stuff that was.
Yeah, then he wants to do tobacco, and then they pay him not to farm tobacco, because that is the thing. The U.S. government pays farmers not to farm tobacco. If they're like a historical, like if their farm dates back far enough and they're tobacco farmers, they literally can get money for not doing anything. It's like, holy crap. Sign me up for that.
Anyway,
I wonder why that we can't afford to pay our bills. Huh?
Yeah. Yeah, it's getting pretty bad out there, and I don't know how much more patience people. I think their patience is wearing a little. We shall see. It's how many lies and lockdowns and mandates and how much BS they try to throw at people.
Well, next year's an election year. We're gonna get plenty of it.
That's exactly what people are saying. Like, there's no coincidence that this stuff started spinning up now. It's like, okay, yeah, it's obvious. Look at that. That must have been a bumpy ride. There's a bunch of weird. I'll take a log on this ride and see. I should really buy another one of those fertilizer spreader sprayer thingies. Because once these fields start getting combined, once these fields are combined, that's a big area, and then we're gonna spread these fields down to here. So that's gonna be a very large field. Yeah, we're gonna need to start increasing the amount of equipment that we use around.
We're gonna need 100-mile-an-hour tractors so that we can actually farm this in a timely manner.
Well, we can't go 100 miles an hour. And that really wouldn't work too much at all because you get a really bad case of the wobblies when you start going too fast. 25 is about the limit that I've really ever been able to consistently farm at. Unless you're on a
Well, on a
perfectly
flat-
flat ground.
Yeah, the flat ground, I was farming very much consistently of about 43 to 45 miles an hour.
Right, and that's specifically to the flat ground.
Right.
So
You get something with character, not so much.
yeah, so I purposely wanted a map like this to prevent us from just blindly just doing whatever and just mindlessly doing it. This adds little wrinkles that you have to work for. And mixes it up a little bit, and it's visually, like, as far as the fields and stuff go, it just visually looks a lot more real. Just from the area that I live in. Because the landscape literally was taking the base of the land was taken from, like, an area just outside of town. Like, I just zoomed in on the thing and like, oh, this looks good, and I just copied the terrain from the National Geographic or Geology Survey. All right, Oz. Engage, sir.
Make it
Yeah.
so.
Make it so.
I've always thought about taking like my uncle's farm and making a map out of it. And I thought about that back in the beginning of FS19 and just never got around to it.
Oh, you're missing. You didn't
What the-
overlap enough. You gotta because of the hills. You cannot line it up perfect. You gotta overlap it.
I thought it did have some overlap. I wonder if maybe my navigation wasn't engaged.
That particular sprayer, the tip of the sprayer is actually not the end of the spray. The spray actually is in a little from the tip. It's kind of it's very.
Well, if you look
It's-
at the terrain, it's leaning down towards the left-hand side. Sorry, towards the right-hand side. And so at that, you start off where it was leaning towards the left, and then it started leaning towards the right, and that's when you start skipping.
Yeah, as far as the spray nozzles go, like the very tip of that thing is not. It's not perfect. The guidelines are actually to what it actually hits. Yeah, because when I first got used to that, I didn't quite know that, so it was kind of messed up a little bit.
Well, it's interesting because the guidelines actually they follow a certain width, assuming the ground is level. But the plowing and spraying and whatnot actually follows the ground, and it's not level, and therefore it's actually longer in width.
Right, depending on if you're going uphill. If it's tipping uphill, you get a little bit more coverage, or if it's tipping downhill, you lose a little. Which is why I always overlap it when I spray. It doesn't matter if it's the first spray or do the whole field. I always overlap it because with the hills, it can randomly like skip some. It's like, oh damn it.
Yeah.
So does he need to just say if it's supposed to be 20 feet wide that it's only 19 feet wide?
No, you can adjust it because the AI worker, when they work, they automatically overlap a bit. So there's already a little overlap with the AI work. So you don't really need to worry too much about it. All right, there's another sprayer. This. There's an autosave. I found that there is a key. There's a hotkey for this thing that is not in the menu. It took me a lot of frustration of key pounding to figure this out. So you see that thing that's hanging down right there? You hit Z, and that unfolds that. And that, my dear friends, is what the sprayer, there it is, start filling liquid fertilizer. That is what you fill. For the life of me, before I figured that key out, I could not figure out like how to fill this thing. Because I would park underneath this and I wouldn't be able to fill it. The trigger wouldn't do it. And I hit that Z key. And it popped it in there. So, let's stop filling at.
Common key for stuff like that.
Yeah, but it's not actually in the help menu. You know, the F1 menu. It's just like it's just not documented.
Well, the F1 menu only shows a certain number of items, and there's actually a mod that actually lengthens that menu to show the other keys that it filtered out.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I thought it just showed all of the relevant keys for whatever vehicle or whatever you were highlighting.
It doesn't. You can say for like the VCA settings, you notice it's at the top. That's because they registered it as a priority key.
Okay.
That's why it's at the top. And so what will probably happen is that if it did have the VCA mod installed, you would probably see the Z key. Go see if I can find that mod that increases the menu option there, and I'll link it up to Discord so you can play around with it. Just have to figure out. I have it loaded on one of my games. Just have to remember which one it is.
All right, worker hired on this side. And all you need to do is hire the worker on that side. Go ahead and hit H, OS. It'll hire the worker. And then we can, after these do a pass or two, start the rock picker. This rock picker. So.
A row.
Is your meat ready?
Oh.
Nice and tenderized?
Ready.
You beat it enough times?
Didn't have to beat it once. I just drowned it in some red wine for most of the morning and then threw it on the smoker.
Brown and red wine. I don't need to know what you do with. We don't need to know what you do with Emma.
No, that would have involved the wood chipper.
Damn!
Ooh.
Damn! He went way further than I thought he was going to go with that one.
What? Usually on the weekends she puts me to work in the backyard.
No, right? Yeah. Got enough bodies back there.
No, that's at the pig farm.
Oof. Yeah, that was one of those brutal, like, Criminal Minds episodes when they went out to that farm with pigs and they found that dumpster full of shoes.
Mm-hmm.
There's like 150 different pair of shoes, and I'm like, holy shit. Some of those cases they actually pull from real life.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there was the where was the period?
Are we doing a headlands on this one?
No, you don't do headlands with the rock pickers.
Okay.
That's why you can usually start them right away. That's way too much. Way too much overlap. H. Usually don't get the rocks at level 1 here, but this makes it so we don't have to respray. You don't have to respray after a growth stage, which can be hard. Yeah, and these modded rock pickers. So funny that I finally found one of these, and like literally 3 days later, they posted one on the mod hub that has like a 16-meter line. It's like, God damn it! I just found this one, and then they go on the mod hub and post one. Because yeah, the older version only had like a 9-meter wide width. Holy cow! Did it take a long time on big. I'd set it up where there was like, oh, it looks like this guy. Yeah, I would use course plate, and I would set up 3 of them on the field just to try to get it done.
2 hours later, still.
Man, it was just crazy how big those fields were on that Michigan. Good lord.
I mean, we could make them that big here too, but it's not worth that.
Oh yeah. You'd have to clear out an unholy amount of trees. But
Alright, so we got growth stage 1 out of 6. So all we gotta do is wait for the grapes to hit one more growth stage, and then we'll be able to fertilize them once more with the sprayer, and it should be good.
yeah, what I want to do is get this field get this field done, planted, and yeah, I think our different booms are going to hit on this. So we are going to fire the work.
Let's see, do we still have a wild man in here?
Yep.
Yeah, he's our resident lumberjack.
Yeah, I might have a lumberjack job for you.
All right. I'm almost
Over
done with this. Just a minute.
Okay. I was going to say, over by where we have the grapes, if you were to trim back some of the forest over here, that would give us enough room for an olive grove.
All right.
Because I know at some point we'll want to use the olive oil for butter.
Well, we got canola planted for that. So olives are not a big priority. Not like grapes. Grapes are a priority for raisins, but
True.
So you don't need the thing cut then, or do still?
I think
mean,
we're okay for the moment.
yeah, if you're working on something, that's fine. Good to go.
All right.
'Cause if I remember correctly, the way Buggy did it, it was the olive oil makes the best butter, but canola you get the most amount of oil in general.
Olive oil, the way that I balanced it, canola oil gives you the best return, but olive oil is worth the most.
Oh, okay.
So if you're going to sell the oil, olive oil is the way to go because it's worth twice that of what canola oil is. But if you're just going to convert it into butter, then I think, well, I guess I'd have to put the dairy thing down and really see, because I forgot what the recipe is. I do know canola oil gives you a decent amount of quote-unquote butter, and I know olive oil is really good too, but I don't know if it's like the bee's knees, like the best.
Mm-hmm.
Damn it. Somebody hop in the sprayer in the middle of the field and drive that off the field.
Sure.
Did you handle it?
Yeah, I'm in it.
Okay.
I really hope they add in Big Brute again.
Big Brute? Is that what you said?
Mm-hmm.
Big brute, big bud.
Well, no, they have the Big Bud. I want the Big Brute, which is a one-off specialty made by the Welker Farmer or the Welker Farms brothers. That it was in the previous version of Farming Simulator as I forget if it was. I think it was just a normal mod, but either way, it was a very good mod, and I hope they add that again with all the updated stuff on it, because they have taken that old tractor and made it even better. It's got like the spot spraying for the weeds and fertilizer and stuff now, and they changed out the plastic tank with the stainless steel one, a whole bunch of stuff. It looks like a big bud tractor, but it's a sprayer, and it looks really cool. And I hope they add that again. Some modder can do that.
You know, the mini map makes it deceptive. It's like, oh, that's a decent sized field. Oh, crap. It's way bigger than it. You consider the width that these are clearing. It's like this little width right in here. It's like, oh, that's 20 meters. So that must be. It's just. Started right away. Just speed limit.
Set mine to 25. Should I increase that?
Yeah, set it to 30. Oh, there's a spot that it missed right. Interesting. That means this. Well, I guess it's not pixel per pixel on this map. A little bit of a gap. Yeah, I tried to add on the Prairie Hills map as well. I tried to add or customize the Stones XML, map Stones XML, and I got it loaded. I got it working, but for some reason, the game not only loaded my Stones XML, it also loaded the base game Stones XML, and so this Stones filter on this overlay went yellow, orange, red, yellow, orange, red. There were two sets
I've seen that
of stones, and I was like, "Damn it!" So I had to revert. So I don't know why it loaded both, but I looked at all of the base game maps, and none of them actually load in the XML the stones map. Even though that file exists. It's map_stones.xml, maps directory. Those are all the base game like files that you can look at and customize, and they're usually included in the XML file, map.xml of a specific map. Well, for some reason, that file, the stones, is like loaded by the. I don't know. It's loaded by the game automatically. It's not explicitly loaded, and it's like, even if you have a custom one, it still loads the other one. So I don't know what sort of shenanigans that would have caused, like the loader at all. It would have caused problems. Who knows what it would have done, because it's literally, the value of the stone is just a bit flag, the value. So it's just a bitmap, and the bitmap it sets a flag, and that's literally like a grayscale color, and that's how the game pretty much stores almost everything. It's maps of all the fields, all the grow types, all that is just set. They're just bit flags on a bit. That's all that all is. So, very, very simple. And I don't know what. There's only so many bits that you can set. The stone's bit flags. There's a very limited number.
Mm-hmm. Excuse me.
Should be.
You okay?
So the mod I was talking about with the F1 is called Extended Input Mod.
Extended what?
Extended Input. Extended Input HUD.
HUD.
And I linked in the Discord there as to where you can get it. Giants
All
has
right.
it.
I'll peek at it.
Just came out on the 23rd of last month.
Oh.
Yeah, that can be useful.
Yeah, if you have stuff like Courseplay and a bunch of other mods that add a bunch of key bindings, yeah, you'll see some of your key bindings disappear. Because it's got like Courseplay and the VCA have a higher key binding priority and will push out some of the other key bindings.
Does it, if there's a lot of keybinds, which some of our vehicles probably have a lot of keybinds, does it shrink the menu, or does it make it scrollable, or how does it handle like a lot?
I don't know. What I've noticed is that it looks like it adds in about 8 to 10 more key bindings that are available.
And I have a feeling that maybe the HUD scaling you could mess with, and that might also change it.
Yeah, I can't really modify my HUD scale though, because it would be unreadable on a stream if I shrunk.
That is true. Right now it is about perfect. Whoa. Okay, hi bugs. I came out of a menu, and next thing I know, there's a tractor coming right at me. Yeah, I mean, it would add another keybind, but the ability to just have a second page of the control guide right there.
Is there a problem, Moss?
I fired the worker and didn't engage everything right away. Dang it.
Say
Sorry.
the worker is like drunk or something.
That too. I kept him in here, and we're sharing a case.
Just don't fall asleep and fall out of the tractor.
So I'm looking at the Lewis script, the extended input HUD, and depending upon your UI scale, you have set to, for example, the UI scale is set to 0.8, will add an additional 8 menu options. Versus if your UI scale is 1.26, it adds 0.
Is he quiet for anybody else? Can everybody
No,
else hear him fine? Because okay, I'm gonna have to up my volume.
Right.
Yeah, I'll have to up.
Oh, didn't
my
you
volume.
say you turned him down at one time?
I turned him down to
maybe it's too low.
50%. But when he first loaded in and started talking, it defaults to 100%, and it was way too loud. And so I was like, all right, let's dial him down, and that was fine that day. But for some reason, right now, it's really, really quiet. So it's not anything he's doing. It's just Discord is being a pain in the ass, changing the volume.
So, I don't know, can you hear me now?
Oh, that's much
Yes.
better.
All right. So it depends. It varies the number of extra menu options. If you have like a HUD of the HUD UI scale of 1.26, it'll add 0 extra HUD menu options. But if you have a HUD UI scale of 0.8, it will add 8 additional menu options. I don't know what your UI scale is set to at this point.
I don't think I touched it. I think it's default, whatever the default is. Probably 100%.
And it's probably set to 1.0.
Pretty much, probably. Yes,
So that means it's going to add an additional 4 menu options.
that works. I just think of like the wood harvester, like the Scorpion King. There are a whole lot of hotkeys with that. There's a whole lot of things that you can do with one of those. 15. There.
It'd be nice if they added that Lua script so you could dynamically change the number of menu options that you can show instead of doing it through the UI scale.
Don't those things have turbo motors? Yeah, you can't go very fast with this stuff on hilly terrain. If we were on perfectly flat terrain, yeah, we could cruise. But on hilly terrain, you're gonna get skips and you're gonna get really awful results if you try to do that. So, best, rather than having to repeat work, best to just kind of methodically do it. Getting the headlands done and getting the worker on this. This DB120 is so damn wide that it is capable of planting a lot very, very quickly.
Yeah, I've run into that with the combine. You go with the Dapper 45 meter combine header, and I've seen it skip. But they just came out with a new header that is not articulated but flexes just like the DB120 does, and it will hug the land.
Yeah, that's cool. That's the harvesting that's the biggest PETA when it comes to the hilly terrain.
For that header, I think you might like that.
Yeah, especially if it can be used on like the Colossus.
What's that? The corn header? That's bigger?
No, the corn header actually is designed to flex, just like the DB120 does, so it can hug the land.
Oh yeah, I have seen a few a few headers in general that can do that, but
yeah, one was just released to the Giants Mod Hub with that.
nice.
Yeah, I don't think I've looked at the mod hub at all this week to see what was out there. I've been so busy.
What I tend to do is I watch Goham's things because he goes through all of the new ones, and then I typically skip all of the tractors because I usually don't care about them. But sometimes like a new header will stand out, and so I get to see them that way.
That's fair.
Yeah, I've seen a few of his. I I used to watch when I was first starting to watch it and getting into the game. That's who I was watching a lot, and I largely had to stop watching the series that he did. Just his voice, and I mean, it was exhausting. It was actually really stressful listening to
Listen
him.
to his videos. Yeah,
Oh my God, I
don't
just
watch him anymore for the same reason.
I just couldn't. I mean, I don't have anything against the guy, but to do that episode after episode after episode, year after year after year, to me, it's just exhausting listening to that. Like, how the hell does that guy
Have
keep?
enough
I
energy
just-
for that.
Not even energy. Like, how do you do that and not feel? I just there's part of me that's like, there's no way I would be able to pull that off. There's no way. You know, good for him for doing it, and he's got a decent sized audience. He's got, you know, contacts in the company. He's invited to early access looks at stuff. He's, you know, part of PAX West, and so he's able to afford to travel to events to be part of the community. So he's obviously successful, and I'm happy for him. But God, I just cannot watch that shit. I just can't. I don't know how he does it. It's exhausting listening to him. So
Usually, I'd say my favorite farm sim YouTuber would be Daggerwin.
I don't think that's one I've seen. I've seen DJ. I've seen Farmer Cop.
Daggerwin does a decent amount of Let's Plays, but his survival roleplay, as he calls it, is arguably one of the best series. The amount of time and production that he's put into those ones.
Yeah, the role play. I mean, Farmer Cop does role play, and that was kind of niche and cool at first. But then it was just like, okay, now it's just a gimmick. Now it's just like, okay, dude, like we get it, you're role playing, but let's let's move things along. You're literally like episode after episode after episode was very little progress. It was like, we're gonna mow this grass, and that's it. That's the whole episode.
Yeah.
Like, okay, I understand role play. I understand things are slow, but there comes a time after 7, 8 episodes of that, you're like, okay, I understand. Let's make some progress. There's an Ark guy I watch that plays Ark, and Mr. Miola is the guy, and I swear to God, this guy is a master at not being prepared for shit. Like, I have lost count for the number of times he hops on his dinosaur and flies out, and he finds something. He's like, "Oh man, I don't have the arrows to knock him out," or "Oh, I don't have the food to feed him, to tame him." Every single time, he is never prepared for doing something, even though he knows he's out looking for tames. He's out looking for things, you know. And it's like, okay, well, time after time after time, and then he'll have episodes where he did a whole series on which mod was it? It was a giant mod for Ark. God, what was it called? It was the one that he was doing before he's doing the current series. He's doing like the Omega mod now, but there was one before that literally added dinosaurs with 2 billion health. Right? I mean, it's an insane mod. Eternal. Called the Eternal mod. And, you know, he would spend many, many episodes fighting dinosaurs. And these dinosaurs, it would literally take him 45 minutes to kill one dinosaur. Just sitting there grinding, hitting the dinosaur over and over and over again. And most of it he recorded and put in the episode. I'm just like, dude, you gotta cut this out, and just, you start it, you cut it, you end it, and you move on. But yeah, a ton of those episodes were just him fighting dinosaurs, just hours and hours and hours. And as a content creator, having done this for so many years, I understand the need of getting footage for an episode. I understand sort of going, God, I need another 10 minutes or I need another 15 minutes. Let's just record this and put it out. I understand that mentality. But your audience gets big enough and you can start sort of, I don't know, cutting some of that stuff out and having it more streamlined. One of the reasons why I stopped posting Let's Plays is I want to focus more on substantive content rather than surface level content. So a lot of what I'm doing, making mods, making maps, adding a lot of substance to what we're doing. If somebody comes across this stream, is like, holy crap, look at that map, or look at those mods. How do I get a hold of those mods? Like, that is a lot more substantive. Rather than just doing a Let's Play on desync. Here's this game, like every other YouTuber out there. Like, I just realized that after 7 years, there are channels very, very similar to mine that cover very, very similar games, if not these same games, that have already had an audience large enough to sustain. Right? You got your Raptor, you got some of your other content creators, and there's no way I can compete with them. They got 200,000, 300,000 subs. I can't pull those people away, and the audience is too niche. So, farming sim. There's a lot of YouTubers out there that are doing farming sim episodes. I'm not playing this game to try to draw a large audience. I know that that's not going to be possible. I play the game the way that I play it. I have a certain play style that can be unique. That can be something different. There's another YouTuber I watch. He's obviously a foreign. He never speaks. It's always just music. Just music. Musical episodes are always in fast forward. They're always at 2x or 3x. And then the channel is not farming. But every single episode is mowing grass. And he's got 70,000 subs.
As long as it's not trying to do logging at a time-lapse speed, because that'll give you...
Oh, man. Well, even mowing. Like, I have had to close my eyes watching some of his episodes. And a lot of times I'll just have them going on in the background. But I have to close my eyes because it's like, I want to comment on one of his videos. Hey, dude, Google the term motion sickness and learn it. Because, oh, my God. So if you're looking for like relaxed, just chill farming content, my Saturday streams are like 9 hours, 9.5 hours. Put some music on, mute the video, and just have it going on in the background if you want. I could turn on the radio. No, not that. No, I'm not gonna. There we go. I've got songs. I've got Cyberwave Orchestra songs that I have permission to use on my channel. So if you want me to do a stream that's just you don't hear anything that we say, I could do that. And it's just music overlaid. We can do that. But I don't do that because, not a lot of people ask for it. Nor does everybody like this kind of music. I love Cyberwave Orchestra. The fast beat, but the use of the string instruments and stuff, I just really like it. And I've got at least a half a dozen of their songs on. So when I'm playing alone, I'll just turn the radio on. I'll just sit and listen to music and just test out the maps and do what I need to test those out. I mean, if that's the kind of content that people are looking for, I don't know how the not farming guy has 70,000 subs. I don't know. He posts a video every day. They're fast forwarded videos, and 80% of his content is mowing grass, at least. You'll watch. He does like supercuts where he packs 10 episodes in, so he has like a 3-hour long episode. You're an hour in. Remember, these are fast forwarded, 2 or 3x, at least 2 or maybe even 4x. But you're an hour into the video. which is many hours into the actual game that he's playing, and he's still mowing grass. Mowing it.
Like 4 hours of gameplay just for.
Yeah, he's literally mowing grass for 4 hours in the game.
Forward.
You know, and it's like, I understand that. There's a certain aspect of it that is relaxing. And the music that he plays in the background, I mentioned that last stream. That some of it, I don't know if it's, some of the songs sound familiar. Not like I've heard them on the radio, but it's like, they sound like commercial songs. And so the instinct for me is they're not like royalty-free music. So how the hell is this guy using them on every video and not getting copyright struck into oblivion? I have no idea.
Well, there's some of the music you can actually subscribe to, and you can just put it into your videos. Of course, as soon as you stop subscribing, they will then
they will hit you. So for me, you know, I've already got permission. I've got written permission from the Cyberwave Orchestra guy to use his music, and so all of my special videos, you know, the Vintage Story Cathedral, the 7 Days to Die Cathedral, you know, there's a lot of cathedral on this channel. I can't put a cathedral in this world, but
You could.
I'd have to model it, and texture it. Oh, that would be a nightmare.
You could try and build it out of logs, Lincoln log style.
But you know, I look at them. I look at that channel. I'm like, you know, why don't my streams have set like 8,000-10,000 views? You know, people put them on mute, play some music, just sit and watch. They're not on fast forward, so you're less likely to get motion sick. That's for sure.
Well, what I've noticed is that, and I work with about 2 or 3 different YouTubers, and the one YouTuber who posts a video every single day, you see his subscribers go up every day and at a pretty rapid rate. And the ones that are sporadic, you know, once or twice a week, and there's another guy that I occasionally work with, he just posts whenever he wants to. He's struggling at the 200 mark.
200 subscribers?
Yes, for the past 2 years. But that's because he doesn't post anything at a consistent level.
I posted every day for 7 years. Every day I had a video come out for 7 years.
Yeah.
So at that point, I'm just like, it must be me. You know, it must be me because, yeah, when I first started the channel, I was literally posting 3 videos a day. And that's too much. I realized way into the channel, years into the channel, that the YouTube actually started punishing channels. They started punishing channels for posting too often. And so I dropped it down to once a day, and I literally had been once a day for years, keeping that schedule up. And my subscribers would creep up. You know, 20 a week. No, it was the rolling average in the analytics is a 28-day rolling average. So it was usually net positive, but not by much. You know, plus 28, plus 7, plus 34, depending on the time of year. August was always a really slow month. January was always a brutally slow month, for obvious reasons. But I could never figure out the recipe for breaking out. Some people do it. I had some videos just take off. My very first series on Production Line. I remember that game. That game was like, I don't know why I was able to get a hold of it. I think the developer actually reached out because it was one of the developers.
One of the ones that the dev reached out to you for.
Yeah, the dev reached out and he was like, "Hey, I've got this game. You know, I'd like somebody to blah blah blah." And I looked at the game. I looked at it. and I was like, "Oh yeah, I'll give it a try." And so I
spreadsheets. It's Buggy's line of work.
I covered the game, and that the first episode of that series to this day remains one of my top. And that series is really good.
Well, it was really interesting that I suggested to one of the YouTubers to start off with ancient tractors, and basically, 2-meter plows and whatnot. And that became his, and we started off in hard mode, and we would upgrade slowly but surely, and in realistic mode, and it became his most popular video series of all time. He started getting a lot of subscribers from that, and as soon as that series was done, he went back to the unrealistic gameplay. His subscriber count dropped.
Yeah.
And the only thing I can think of is that the viewers like to see you in pain.
Yep. 100%. 100%.
Suffer.
And
They like to watch you suffer, so they don't have to.
well, it's the gladiator mentality. It's the let's watch people fight to the death mentality of I'm glad it's not me. Sucks to be you. That mentality. And for me, it's like I don't find that interesting, fascinating. I don't, human suffering is not something that I have ever been interested in at all, ever. As far as the videos go, there are certain channels that there are certain things that people can do. I mean, there's one channel. I don't know if anybody's familiar with the channel Raptor.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I tried what he did a stream on Starfield yesterday. And I needed to watch something while I was eating supper. And I don't know how this guy is so popular. I have no idea. Nothing about this person.
Very scattered.
Nothing about this
Very
person.
scattered.
Yeah, he was not interesting. Nothing about him was interesting. He literally on the stream was like 5 hours long. The first hour and a half was him fiddling around in the ship building. And the entire time, all he did was bitch about the limitations of the ship. And it was an hour and a half of that. Now I'm eating and I'm zoned out. I've got 10 things going on in my head at once. So by the time I realized this, I'm like, holy shit! I have literally had this guy on for an hour and a half for no reason. I thought I was going to join the stream because the thumbnail and the description was let's build an awesome ship. And I was like, all right, I want to go in here. I want to see him build this cool ship. But it was literally 2 hours in by the time the ship was actually, and all he did in the end was lengthen the neck of the ship. That's all he did in the end. And I'm just like, what the hell is going on? And his whole shtick is sitting there with a pair of sunglasses on.
Mm-hmm.
That's his thing. And I'm sitting there going, how has this guy literally gotten early access to games? He has gotten tons of subscribers. He's got tons of channel members. And this was incredibly painful to watch.
Every time I've seen one of his videos that are in early access to a game, he basically spends the entire time just making fun of it, or does one little trope thing, one little cool thing, but mostly it's just making fun of a game and not actually like diving into it, giving it the time of day that a new game might deserve to, find out.
Like actually, yeah, telling people important information. Like, here, this might be helpful to you. There are some YouTubers that are like, yeah, I understand they do a great job. They do things that are just fantastic, and I admire them for that. From a technical aspect, I think, from a modding and technical aspect, I have yet to see anybody that can come close to what I am able and what I have covered on the channel. The tutorials, like consistent modding, tutorials, programming. I don't think I've ever seen any of the similar content type channels. Not a channel that's dedicated to programming tutorials. Like, there's a couple of them. Not Scott Manley. Somebody, I forget who it was, but they do C# commercials or C# videos, and they even have their own like tutorial video series. But I mean, like, here's a mod for, like, you know, one of the games I've modded, Graveyard. Here's a mod for Graveyard Keeper. Here's a mod for, you know, whatever, and spitting out the mods for games that I'm covering. I've literally never seen a channel like it. Never. And it's like, okay, I'm technically doing something. I mean, DJ Goham, he goes in and he kind of shows a little bit about how to edit mods, and I learned a little bit from him. And then there are YouTubers that's all they do is modding, but nobody sort of mixes it up. And maybe that's a mistake. I should just focus on the thing, which is right now. That's one of the reasons why I sort of stepped away from the Let's Play series. I'm focusing more on mod creation. Look at my videos. The most popular videos, the most watched videos are usually modding. So are we not able to sleep? Is everybody zoning out and alt tabbed out of here, or what?
I was there.
Sorry, that was probably me.
And I gotta take off here. Gonna be falling asleep here on the keyboard and start drooling on it.
Uh-oh.
Not a good thing.
Keyboards don't like drool or coffee.
No, they don't. Oddly enough. So I'll catch you next time.
Yeah, see you later.
Have a
Later.
good one.
There's an
got that,
autosave. That's important.
Section done on the wood cutting.
Sweet.
Look
Our
at
wood,
that.
our wood master.
So I guess you could de-stump that.
Soybeans
Oh, yeah.
have
Stumps.
one more growth stage to go.
Remove stump. 598 stumps.
Wow.
Are all the logs picked up? I need to do remove logs.
I think so.
All right, let's do
If they're
remove
not,
logs.
it'd only be like 1 or 2.
39 logs. Typically, that is the little wedges that fall when you cut.
Yeah.
Yeah, the things are growing. Nice. I should buy another one of the fertilizer sprayers.
I just don't know why we don't have the one that has a really, really wide working width. But, oh well.
Like, I was hoping that you could get the big fertilizer spreader, like the one we just used on the field.
The sprayer?
Yeah. Get the tall
I don't
sprayer.
think its wheels are tall enough.
I wonder if there's a model that are. Yeah, I don't think it's tall enough.
Because you gotta be pretty tall for those ones. And I mean, although it is tall, that's pretty tall.
Yeah, they're definitely not tall enough. But I wonder if there's a sprayer. That New Holland is pretty tall.
Almost looks like a jet engine there.
Yeah. I mean, the way this particular sprayer works is this fan right here sucks air in and it spits it out over here where all these nozzles are, so it aerosolizes everything so it gets on the leaves of the vines.
Cool.
Yeah. There, you'll see it in a second.
Yep. Now, what good does it do spraying it up straight up
So-
in the air?
So, I mean, this type of sprayer was made for like orchards, so not just grapevines, but like an actual tree orchard if you
Oh,
had like
okay.
an almond orchard or something. I see them out here in California where I'm at a lot because there are plenty of orchards nearby. And that would be a neat thing if Farming Simulator added into it is more orchard stuff.
I was going to ask you, we don't have orchards, do we?
Not in the not in the base game.
Yeah.
Do they have mods for it?
There is a mod. I even think that we have one of the packs that we have has like a weird thing to harvest from trees. Where
Oh, I
where
know
is
the
it
one you're
at?
talking about, and I think I've seen that one, and it was like olive harvesting
But it's
setup.
like it's the same sort of thing they use to harvest apples and peaches. Is the machine, the harvester goes up, grips the trunk of the tree, and they have this huge curtain thing that goes around the tree underneath, and the thing just vibrates the tree like really violently. It's just like, and it just vibrates the tree, shakes it, and all of the ripe fruit fall into the little thing, and it catches it, and it goes in, and a conveyor belt. And so that's how they harvest a lot of that automatically.
Mm-hmm. Or they harvest it manually,
Holy,
and they do not have that in this game.
holy balls! We've got 630,000 liters of egg.
Nice.
Yeah, I went overboard with the chickens.
Meanwhile, I'm happy that I have 6 eggs from the chickens, which means I can make some French toast tomorrow.
Ooh, French toast.
Yeah.
Yeah,
chickens
I would
do you have?
love French toast, but the syrup, nope, couldn't do that.
We've got 5.
All right.
Yeah, so they usually give us anywhere between 4 and 5, sometimes 6 eggs a day.
Nice.
6 is a very rare, but that's also assuming that I picked eggs, one morning and then wait until the next day in the afternoon to pick eggs again, sort of thing. But yeah, usually it's more eggs than we eat, so Emma takes them to work and gives them to coworkers and stuff.
I have to put in Discord there. There's a PDF for, I think it's called Too Many Eggs.
Mm-hmm.
It's just full of recipes for eggs.
Oh boy. There you go. And I'm sure if I want to use a bunch of eggs, I could just start making some quiche or something like that. That
Yeah.
uses plenty of eggs. Oh, I didn't even look on the map to double check to make sure I am getting the second fertilizing.
You are.
Okay. Cool.
Now, when you plant this grapes, is that at a set width, or you just pick out a width, or how does that
So
work?
there is a mod that makes it a set width, and
You're
otherwise
not going to
it
turn
would
off
be-
the sprayer? Wouldn't
It is so slow on using it. It's okay, I think.
Maester.
So we found a mod that basically makes it so there's a set width in between your vines, and so we have it set up for 2.5 meters in between each row of vines, which is perfect for vehicles, because anything smaller and you would be getting caught up on stuff a
Oh
lot
yeah,
and make it really annoying.
bad. It already is pretty bad. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's hard to imagine, but before this mod, the placement of the vines was extremely difficult to keep your vine widths even and straight and everything. And so before having this mod, it was a major pain to do all that. And then for whatever reason, the olives are even wider sets of widths. They're not vines because they're trees. But yeah, they're even wider sets than this one.
What happens if one of the things I noticed in the planter is the planters that we have,
Mm-hmm.
when you select the seeds, that list comes from the XML. The XML has it set in their category. So one is called sewing machine. It's kind of funny. SOW, not SEW. Sewing machine. The other is planter. So those two categories encompass all of the grain and all of the corn, sunflower, all the bigger crops. So I have that on both seaters. I have that set up on the 1775 and the DB120. And you can actually select grapes and olives in that. And I'm wondering what happens if you select grapes on that list and you plant. What the hell happens on the field?
That is a great
What
question.
like what grows?
Sorry. That
you
is
know?
a great question.
Oh my god. It's just like what the hell grows, because there's no way that as you plant it's gonna drag behind. You imagine it dragging behind the vine like trellises? Like there's no way.
Right.
So I've been really afraid to try it because I don't want to corrupt the save game because God forbid. But it's not like I added them manually that normally they wouldn't have. Normally they wouldn't be there. It was just like all they are the categories, and you can literally select grapes and olives in that list, and it's bizarre.
Yeah, I've
Well,
got
like I
no
said,
idea.
Like I said, just make you a copy of the game and play with it.
Yeah. Do it in one of the test worlds.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that I wouldn't, but it would just be like, it's just weird that it's lit. Why would they put it? Or where does that list come from? Oh.
Yeah, it would be nice if there was a harvester that would harvest more than one row of grapevines at a time, but
Yeah, that's why I bought 2 of them.
Yep.
It'd be nice. One of the things I wish, maybe they're working on this, probably not, but one can only hope. One of the things that I wish the next version of the game, whenever that comes out, I hope they put some time and effort into it. I hope that the next iteration of the game they really focus on making the AI workers like really, really good, and not rely so much on the community for like course play and stuff like that. But like
And the auto drive.
But yeah, like having really quality of life features for managing big farms, managing fields, and having an AI that you can just like point at a field and be like, do this field, and it would just automatically sort of do the course play thing. Like you're on this field, give me a headlands or two, figure this out. Because you can use internally in the engine, you can use these maps, these textures, to figure out where you've been, what you've done, how much space you need. There is, put in the time programming wise, there's a way to figure all that stuff out. Being able to hire workers in grapes, it should be an obvious thing for a worker. Just run along the edge, turn around, and run along the next edge, turn around. Like, there's no reason why a worker can't work grapes, but I don't think it's possible. Coffee, you said it's just not possible.
Nope, doesn't work.
So it's like, why? That's so stupid. And then like another branch could be picking up bales. You get a bale autoloader. You get a truck or a tractor that's in the trailer. You hire a worker in a field, and you just set it to pick up bales, and it literally just pathfinds to the nearest bale. And I know I've seen somebody use a script and automate that. And then it was kind of dumb because it would fill up with bales and it would just sit and say, "Oh, I'm ready to be unloaded." And a lot of that had to be manual, but it was able to seek out and pick up bales automatically. And I was like, "Why isn't that part of the base game? It's a huge part of the game." And part of me is like, well, I think the developers really don't want a lot of that stuff to be automated. They want a lot of it manual. So the picking up of bales, they intend for you to pick up bales to have bale forks on loaders and to load trailers manually, just like pallets. And it's like,
to do that, or to use those auto-loading trailers that pick up the bale, not teleport it, but actually have the
you have the animation that picks it up. Right.
Yeah.
So a lot of that stuff is like, yeah, the community does that, and I don't know what sort of statistics they track, and if they have statistics that track how many people use those features, the auto load and stuff, sort of skip over a lot of.
Wonder if they use the analytics from download quantities on their mod hub.
I mean, you can definitely look at most downloaded mods, certainly.
Yeah, but I have not seen them try and do any sort of like town hall sort of, hey, what would you like to see in the next game?
Yeah, a lot of that feedback they get are from big YouTubers that they invite to events. And what's funny about that is, just like any sort of company that invites people into an event that's semi-exclusive, or it's viewed as that, is you're going to find very little criticism.
Mm-hmm.
And for me, whenever I've been talking to developers, because there have been several times in the history of the channel that I'm on one-on-one with a developer, and I give them very honest feedback, and they're not used to that. They're not used to people being like, yeah, this was kind of crap. This feature was kind of crap. And they get really defensive. It's funny when somebody's not used to taking criticism, the defensive is where they go every time.
Very much so.
And so I can tell right away when a developer is not, when they ask for feedback, but they don't really want feedback.
They want to attaboy, not feedback.
Right. They want, hey, good job, great game, good for you. It's not like, this feature really sucks. So it's hard to give feedback when companies just do not care. And the fact that I haven't really found a widely talked about forum, whether it's Discord or an actual forum, where Giants interacts with the community, that tells me they don't really give a shit about the community. They don't really care about the community at large. They pick and choose who they talk to and whose feedback they listen to.
Yeah.
So that's unfortunate, because I'm sure that there are a million different opinions out there, but they could do a lot for the community just by listening to them.
The modded nature of this tractor sometimes makes it a little bit of a pain when you're doing small, subtle movements like backing up a trailer.
I always wonder, is there any benefit to parking something under a roof? I see a lot of people like really prioritizing building shelters for their equipment. I'm like, there
is absolutely no benefit to it.
Oh,
In
okay.
fact, I believe it was only in this game recently that they made it so the fact that rain actually stops when it hits the roof and doesn't just fall through the building into the inside.
Right. I know how that system works. That's just a thing that marks the indoor areas.
Mm-hmm.
I think in real life, though, you would want to put it under roof.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Sun damage.
You want to keep it out. You really have to go through with that again? Oh, I guess you do.
Well, it's just the front part, yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, I didn't. The grass hadn't grown enough last time to go through it with this, but this should give the final bit of yield bonus. Let me double check here. So we have before that 98%. After it, 98%. I guess that's not making any difference. Oh well. I'm doing it anyway. Just
Why does
'cause.
why does the growth state change?
That's a good question.
So the growth state on the grassed area is 3 out of 6. The growth state on what you just did is now 2 out of 6.
That's really weird. I don't know. Interesting. So you know how the grass texture disappears on the ground when after being mowed and then you go to the next day?
Yeah, it grows up.
Well, yeah, when you mulch it comes back.
Yeah, there's probably a bug. I discovered that in the XML when I was making the new map.
Mm-hmm.
The the reset timer, you can set which stage it turns into after it's mowed, and that stage was set to 0, which is nothing is there because there's 4 stages to grass. There's 0 through 3, and harvestable is 3, and then it's supposed to regrow, but it shouldn't ever reset to nothing, which is what it's doing. You're mowing it, which is actually cutting it down to like level 1, which is what
Yeah,
it
the
should be, but yeah, it should be this, but for some reason it's set to 0 on that, and I didn't catch it in time when I released this map. So yeah, there's one of the bugs that I want to fix with this map. Probably put out a new version, but only for those people that want to start a new game.
Yeah.
And I might go in and delete some trees.
Yeah.
Delete some treed areas. Like I want this map to have a lot of trees and stuff, and I want there to be something, but not to the extent. Okay. Plus, I need
Unless you want to do a lot of lumber stuff, it's a good one for doing lumber.
Yeah, it's definitely a logger's paradise type of thing, but it's a logger's paradise if you're not automating. You don't have, if you're not actually doing what the logger wants to. The wrong kind of tree. These are not the kind of trees that you can do that
equipment with. Yeah.
So it's not really a logger's paradise. So it's like it's not really good for farming, and it's not really good for logging. So if it's not good at either of those, what is it good for? And it's like, well, nothing right now. So it's good for making money because of all the wood and stuff. We're at 120 million, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, like say I charge for being good. I'm not like some people that are good for nothing.
Right? Oh, I saw a great thing the other day. Some women turn into great drivers. So if you're a great driver, look out for women turning into you.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard a joke on it.
And I laughed my ass off. Because both accidents I've been into in my life were both from female drivers that didn't know what the hell they were doing and totaled my car. That I wasn't able to get out. I have avoided more accidents than I can count, but yeah.
Yeah, I heard about one that went to court and the guy says, yeah, she caused the accident or whatever. And he said, well, how's that? And he said, well, she had her blinker on to turn right, and she actually did.
The worst now, the absolute worst is you can always immediately tell if somebody's on their cell phone at like a red light or something. It is, man, it is so annoying. Light turns green and you're just sitting there. It's like, dude, get off your goddamn phone. There's nothing on your phone that's important enough that you need to look at it in between a red light and a green light. There's nothing important enough to look at it for the 30 seconds that light is red.
I mean,
It's
to be fair, people used to try and change CDs from their binder of CDs at the red light.
yeah. Anyway, I just so many accidents nowadays. So many driving shenanigans are caused because people just are not paying attention.
I was driving the other day and almost got ran off the road twice in a row by two different vehicles because they were merging onto from one highway onto the highway I was on already and weren't paying attention to where I was there.
Wow.
Yeah. One of them was like a company van of something and another one was some small little car, and I'm like, really? Twice in a row here? Like, I passed the one person, they merged into my lane without a blinker, then I passed that person, and the next person tried to do the exact
Oh
same
my
thing, and I'm
God.
like, you can't make this up.
Yeah, I wanted to tweet the other day. I went out. I had to run an errand, and I went out, and I came back, and I wanted to tweet. Why does it always seem when I drive, I get behind either a first-time driver, or an old driver? Because it always seems like whoever I'm behind, whoever I'm around and driving, they're horrible drivers. They're just horrible. People turning the wrong way, people turning. I mean, I've seen videos on Twitter that are just like, how do these people have a license? There was a video that I laughed out loud when I saw it. I just sat there and I laughed because I've run into situations that are so similar. But it was a T intersection, and there was a car in the right lane and a car in the left lane, and they were at a T, and so each one had their blinker on. You know, the right to go right, the left to go left. And the video was from the car behind, looking at these two cars, one in each lane. The light turns green, and I shit you not, each one of those cars turned into the opposite direction of what they were facing. You had cars, right and left, and they crossed one another and turned into the wrong lane. So they should have been in the opposite lane they were in, and yet they crossed one another. And I just sat there and I went, how the hell do these people have their license? It was insane.
Yeah, they're doomed as a species.
It's insane. Did you see that video from San Francisco of that car flying down the hill and basically jumping the curb and landing on, like, flipping over and landing on the street below? One of those street. You know, the driver of that car, no charges. They stole that car. That was a stolen vehicle, and they flipped it, totaled it, landed, like, decimated that area, completely crushed a tree. They could have easily killed somebody.
Mm-hmm.
No charges filed.
Wow.
And I'm like, you did that here? But yeah, that's one of the things. But anyway, I just found that amusing. Somebody posted a follow up of that case. Yeah, all charges were dropped.
Okay. Well, I don't know why it went down a growth stage. That's weird, but it's not like it would keep the grapes from growing here. But yeah, we're good there. You sleep one more day and the other two fields should be ready to harvest.
Yeah, and we will tackle that on Wednesday. Yeah, I don't want to tackle any more today. We've been going for a little over 10 hours, 10 and a quarter hours. But yeah, these two fields are good to go. How many? We're starting to spread out so much. It's taking a hot minute to run. Oh, I forgot I had vehicles over here. How many growth stages are there? It's 2 of 6. Oh, goodness gracious. Yeah, we'll be able to harvest the corn and canola. It's insane. Good.
Mhm.
Excellent.
I just also hate the fact that the growth stage is actually a lie because 6 of 6 is not complete. You have to wait until it's
Harvest ready.
Yeah. Unless you're planning on doing forage, in which case you're good to go. But the only crop that's truthfully worth turning into forage is corn.
Yeah, and that just turns it into chaff. As far as it
Mm-hmm.
doesn't
Yeah,
turn
and
into forage. Forage is actually a thing, which is TMR. The TMR in the game files is forage. Chaff is the intermediate.
Exactly.
And that's the
yeah,
thing you have
chaff
to
is
crush. You have to have a bunker silo, and you have to crush it. And I think it turns into
compacted and
silage.
ferment it. Yeah, exactly.
So it is what it is. But yeah, I think that'll do it for the stream, everybody. Thank you all for coming by. DJ, thank you for hanging out with us. Anyway, yeah, thank you everyone for coming by. We'll be back on Wednesday for another stream. And yeah, good times, good times. I'm loving the relaxing atmosphere of the game. Everything's good. So yeah, always open to feedback. And if you want to be a part of the streams or grab any of the mods or maps that I've been working on, please be a channel member or a patron, and you can download all of the goodies that we have here. And sure, it is what it is. But yeah, I've got a lot of hours into getting all this stuff in a state that's workable. But yeah,